Love Etude. Late at night, heavy rain poured relentlessly. York New City, Sewage Street. Rainwater, like beaded curtains, gathered into streams, flowing along the veins of the city streets. The street lights flickered unsteadily, but one antique shop remained brightly lit. Above the antique shop hung an electronic display screen, a common sight, with a line of red text scrolling slowly across it. We buy antiques, miscellaneous items, and handmade artifacts, June 22, 1997. Inside the antique shop, there was a display window near the wall. Bathed in a warm orange glow, various antique artworks were displayed inside, though their authenticity was hard to discern. At the back of the shop, a solid wooden table was placed against the wall, with a desk lamp perched at the edge. In the bundle of light cast by the lamp stood a red wooden figurine, about 50 centimeters tall. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached into the light, wrapping around the seemingly ordinary wooden figurine. The hands belonged to a boy dressed casually, with neat black hair and strikingly handsome features. Crack! The boy's fingers applied a slight force, and cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the wooden figurine. Wisps of white light, different from the lamp's glow, seeped out of the cracks. The wooden shell then shattered and fell away, revealing a jade figurine emitting a faint glow of nen. The jade figurine's translucent surface was veined with pale green fish scale-like patterns that shimmered brilliantly under the lamp's light, a clear sign of its extraordinary value. Breaking the shell to reveal treasure. This scene was observed by a muscular man wearing a dog-shaped mask who stood near the antique shop's entrance. The man seemed to be familiar with the boy's abilities and was not surprised at all. Crossing his arms, he fixed his gaze on the boy and spoke in a steady, powerful voice. "Moro, why did you refuse the gift Morena prepared for you?" "A gift?" The boy, called Moro, lifted his head suddenly and met the masked man's gaze, a helpless smile on his face. "Dog brother, asking me to kill 21 strangers, this counts as a gift." "Of course it's a gift. As long as you kill them, you'll immediately level up to level 21. After that, unless something unexpected happens, you should be able to master a new nen ability tailored to your needs. Even if the final result is slightly different, you'll at least increase your aura capacity." The dog-masked man's voice remained steady and powerful. After a brief pause, he continued. "Moro, Morena needs feedback on the effects of her nen ability as soon as possible. Don't disappoint her. Besides, getting stronger by simply killing a few people, it's a win-win for you." Quote. Hearing these words, Moro fell silent. Killing a few people, just like that. That was the Mafia's way of doing things. Or rather, in this Hunter x Hunter world, the disregard for life and the trampling of individual existence weren't uncommon. Moro had experienced this firsthand when he transmigrated here a year ago. He silently stared at the dog-masked man. As a transmigrator, Moro knew the plot and characters of Hunter x Hunter well. The dog-masked man in front of him, as well as Morena, who had saved him a year ago, were both characters from the Mafia families introduced in the Kakin Succession War arc. Putting aside Morena's identity as an illegitimate child of the Kakin royal family and her future role as the leader of the I family Mafia, the most vivid memory Moro had was of the nen ability Morena had displayed in the original story. It was an ability that allowed others to grow stronger by killing people. Killing people to grow stronger, it sounds so easy. Moro suppressed his thoughts, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, though his eyes remained calm and emotionless. "Dog brother, nen abilities aren't such shallow things. With the existence of vows and restrictions. While I don't know how Morena developed this ability, one thing is certain." Saying this, Moro shifted his gaze downward, looking at the jade figurine on the table, and said softly. "There are risks. Massive and unknown risks." Quote. Hearing Moro's words, it was the dog-masked man's turn to fall silent. Silence, at times, could be a form of agreement. But he didn't forget his role. He quickly broke the silence and asked bluntly. "So your answer is no? How could it be? My worthless life was given to me by Morena, after all." Moro lowered his gaze, a self-deprecating smile on his face as Morena's deep, unfathomable black eyes flashed through his mind. After a pause, he looked back at the dog-masked man and spoke softly. "Give me a day. All right, I'll let Morena know." The dog-masked man nodded at Moro, then turned and left decisively. As he reached for the door handle to leave the shop, he suddenly stopped, as if he had remembered something. By the way, Marina said she hasn't decided on a name for her Nen ability yet. She wants you to help her come up with one. Quote. Moro was stunned for a moment, and fragments of scenes from the original story flashed through his mind. Love Etude. That was the name of Marina's Nen ability in the original story. As for why such a destructive ability would have such a name, Moro didn't know. Without much thought or hesitation, he gave an answer based on the information from the original story. Just call it Love Etude, if Marina doesn't mind. The dog-masked man was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Moro to come up with such a romantic-sounding name. But he didn't dwell on it. He waved at Moro and pushed the door open, stepping out into the rainy night. Moro's expression remained calm as he watched the dog-masked man leave. Creak. The door closed shut. A few minutes later, Moro finally withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the jade figurine standing amid the pile of shattered wood. I guess I'll have to run. Some things weren't worth doing, especially when there was no room for negotiation. Moro had decided to leave Marina's circle. It wasn't that he objected to killing, rather, it was because among the 21 people Marina wanted him to kill, there were infants and children. That crossed a line for him. Moreover, Moro understood better than anyone else what Marina's true purpose was. The destruction of Kakan, of humanity, of the world, of everything. That was Marina's ultimate goal. So Moro had always known he would leave, he just didn't expect that day to come so soon. For the past 6 months, the antique shop he ran had brought considerable profits to Marina. If nothing had changed, he had intended to repay Marina's kindness this way for as long as he could. But this was enough. Moro silently thought to himself and raised his right hand to look at the back of it. There, a tattoo-like symbol composed of 6 concentric hollow rings in different colors resembled tree rings. The colors of the rings, from innermost to outermost, were white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. At the very center of the rings was a small black infinity symbol. Moro didn't know the origin or purpose of the year ring tattoo. He had only noticed it a few days after transmigrating, as its outline gradually darkened and became permanent. What he did know was that no one else could see the tattoo on his hand, and the part of his hand covered by the rings seemed to possess an invincible vow-like effect. 2 comments 0 vote. Phantom Troupe. By midnight, the rain had grown even heavier. Inside the antique shop, Moro carefully stored the jade figurine. This jade figurine was his biggest find in recent times. With a little work, he could sell it for a good price. That was how the shop's revenue usually operated. However, most of the shop's earnings would be handed over to Marina, while Moro was more focused on the Nen aura left on the antiques or handmade artifacts. After placing the box with the jade figurine into the cabinet, Moro shut the cabinet door, glanced at the closed front door, and then looked at the clock on the wall. It was past midnight. Saksin should be back soon. Thinking about his hard-working employee's return, Moro decided to boil some water. Saksin was the only employee in his shop. He was diligent and never complained, a perfect person to push around. Moro had sent Saksin out earlier in the morning to meet with a client. If everything went as expected, he should return with a few handmade artifacts. Now that the first ring of the year ring tattoo was full, although it showed no reaction, Moro still planned to continue absorbing Nen aura to see if he could light up the second ring. After all, removing the Nen from an antique or artwork didn't affect its sale value. Moro poured the boiling water into a tea thermos prepared for Saksin, then sat down on the sofa. When Saksin returned, he would first check if the items had any Nen aura. And after that, he would leave overnight. He wondered what Saksin's decision would be. Would he firmly declare his loyalty, or take the money and part ways? Given his personality, it's probably the former, Moro thought, a small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he stared at the door, listening to the rain pattering against it. Time passed silently. Half an hour later, the sound of wind and rain was joined by a faint noise. Moro heard the sound and knew Saksin had returned. He got up, his face still wearing a faint smile. Creak. The door opened. A tall man with rugged features walked casually into the shop. It was Saksin. His black suit was soaked from the rain, and he was carrying 2 boxes in his hands. Boss, a big haul. Saksin shut the door behind him and flashed an excited smile. Moro's eyes flicked briefly to Saksin's right foot as it stepped into the shop. His smile froze for a moment but quickly returned to normal. He pointed to the countertop below the cabinet, where the thermos filled with tea was sitting. Good work. I made tea for you. Hey, boss, you're always so considerate. No wonder those twin sisters next door are head over heels for you. Sakson put down the boxes and walked over, still grinning. Moro raised an eyebrow but didn't react to the joke. Instead, he asked casually. Why did you get back so late? The rain was too heavy. I got stuck on the way back. Sakson picked up the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip of tea. Yeah, this rain, it's really heavy. Moro's expression remained calm as he watched Sakson from the side. Quietly, he reached behind his back and pulled out a handgun. Even though both he and Sakson were Nen users, they still carried handguns. Guns could still be quite useful in many situations. Like now, Moro suddenly raised the gun and aimed it at Sakson's side. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out. The first shot missed on purpose, while the next 2 were aimed at Sakson's lower back. Sakson's pupils shrank as he jumped away, narrowly dodging the bullets aimed at his back. Boss. After dodging the bullets, Sakson looked at Moro with confusion. What greeted him, however, was Moro closing the distance with an elbow strike. The confusion on Sakson's face vanished instantly as he raised his arm to block at the last second. Thud. The clash of elbow and arm produced a heavy sound. The Nen-reinforced collision released a visible shockwave of air. Despite managing to block the strike, Sakson still lost the upper hand and was forced back. He stumbled until he reached the floor-to-ceiling window. His body didn't touch the glass, but the outward Nen aura from his defensive state did. Crash. Under the pressure of Nen, the entire window shattered, and the wind and rain from outside rushed in. Sakson stood with his back to the storm, his face expressionless as he looked at Moro, who had attacked him out of the blue. How did you figure it out? At first, it was just a suspicion. Moro kept his gun raised, aiming at Sakson, and frowned. But now I'm sure. Hey. Sakson smiled sheepishly, realizing why Moro had intentionally missed with the first shot. Moro's frown deepened. Drop the act. Your impersonation is pathetic. How disappointing. I thought I disguised myself well. Sakson's grin disappeared as he asked curiously. So, what gave me away so quickly? When you walked in, you stepped in with your right foot. Moro's gaze was icy. His answer wasn't a joke. Sakson was a devout believer in fortune-telling and would obsessively follow his daily horoscope. Since it was past midnight, Sakson's fortune for the day was already in effect. It said that whether entering or exiting, he had to lead with his left foot. Otherwise, he'd suffer bad luck for the next week. How did Moro know this? Because every single day, Sakson would share his fortune-telling insights with Moro in an attempt to get him to join the world of divination. The fake Sakson's face went blank for a moment before replying dryly. Oh, is that so? Bang, bang, bang. Moro suddenly emptied the entire magazine, the deafening gunfire filling the room as bullets shot toward Sakson. A hint of irritation flashed in Sakson's eyes as he weaved his body to avoid the incoming bullets, widening the distance between them. The intel had said that the antique shop owner was a reinforcement-type Nen user, so after the second attack, Sakson's strategy was to keep his distance. One reason was to prevent Moro from closing in again. The other was to wait for his companions to step in. More importantly, his transformation ability required time and space to be undone. If he didn't revert to his true form, he couldn't fully release his Nen aura. Sakson backed out onto the street, expecting Moro to pursue him, but instead, Moro remained inside the shop after emptying his bullets, as if his earlier aggression had been nothing more than a facade. Cautious and conservative, huh? Sakson thought as he smirked. This made it easier, he could safely revert to his true form now. With that thought, Sakson raised his left hand into the rain, twirled his index finger rhythmically, and began to hum a tune. Inside the antique shop, Moro tossed the empty gun aside and watched as the imposter Sakson's body became enveloped in swirling Nen. Within seconds, Sakson's appearance underwent a complete transformation. In his place now stood a shirtless, bald man wearing only a pair of shorts. The man's body was smaller than Sakson's and covered in holes of varying sizes. Seeing the man's true form, Moro's pupils shrank. Phantom Troupe, Bonolenov, 1 comments 0 vote, Crisis X Revelation. Why is Bonolenov from the Phantom Troupe here? And why did he transform into Sakson? This was clearly a targeted operation. Looking at Bonolenov, who had undone his transformation ability, Moro's pupils contracted in shock. In a split second, countless thoughts raced through Moro's mind. He was certain that Bonolenov had come specifically to cause him trouble. He also realized Saksin was likely in danger and considered the possibility that other Phantom Troupe members were nearby. The worst-case scenario was that the entire Phantom Troupe was on the move, and they had chosen him as their prey. But, what was the motive? What was the reason? Moro had never had any contact with the troupe, not even indirectly. Could it have been on a whim? Or did they take a liking to his antique shop? Unlikely. The shop wasn't valuable enough to be of interest to the Phantom Troupe, especially considering they had the audacity to steal all the items from the Yorknu auction. They wouldn't bother with his humble store. A random attack? Even less likely. If it were a spur-of-the-moment attack, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of targeting Saksin first or using a transformation ability to ensure the plan's success. This was clearly a meticulously planned operation meant to guarantee the outcome. And among the Phantom Troupe, the one obsessed with such strategies was Krolo Lucifer. The worst possible scenario. This alone was enough to confirm that the troupe members targeting him included not only Bonolenov but also Krolo and Pakunoda, who was always by Krolo's side. This is bad, but this was precisely the moment when he needed to stay calm. Why was the Phantom Troupe targeting him? There was no point in dwelling on the why. What mattered now was how to escape this crisis. Moro suddenly took a step back. As he passed the front desk, he grabbed a nearby ashtray. In the pouring rain, Bonolenov watched Moro's actions with mild indifference. Even after his disguise was revealed, he didn't rush to attack. Although he had failed to complete Krolo's setup perfectly, the outcome wouldn't change much. Bonolenov's eyes flicked upward. There was a dull sound from inside the antique shop, followed by the complete blackout of the store's lights. Bonolenov finally realized that Moro had grabbed the ashtray to smash the electrical breaker and plunge the store into darkness. But what's the point? Bonolenov remained motionless, standing in the rain. Inside the pitch-black antique shop, Moro glanced toward the back door, where he could feel an overwhelming, unrestrained killing intent. He was surrounded. Moro exhaled slowly. Based on Bonolenov's actions, it was highly likely that Krolo and Pakunoda were nearby, but there were probably more than just the three of them. Moro had no intention of confronting the killing intent near the back door. He forced himself to stay calm and walked out of the antique shop. By the time he stepped outside, 3 figures had appeared on the street. The one at the front had short black hair and a purple cross tattoo on his forehead. His deep black eyes radiated a calm yet cruel indifference. To the left stood a tall, curvaceous blonde woman with sharp, cold eyes. However, her overall beauty was marred by a hooked nose. To the right was a young man with a baby face and golden hair, his green eyes gleaming with amusement. Krolo Lucifer, Pakunoda, and Shalnark. Recognizing their distinct appearances, Moro's heart sank. Krolo stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Moro as though observing a lifeless object devoid of meaning. To his side, Shalnark placed one hand on his hip and smiled. Quick thinking and decisive, it seems he already knows who we are. We should restrain him first. Pakunoda folded her arms, enhancing her already prominent chest. Krolo silently raised his right hand, channeling his nen into his palm. Watching Krolo's movements, Moro's eyes grew darker, and his voice was calm and devoid of emotion. The Phantom Troupe, you've really taken an interest in me. But I've never had any direct or indirect dealings with you, have I? Krolo's eyes remained as calm as stagnant water. He stayed silent. The other troupe members also showed no intention of answering Moro's question. No response. Moro took a deep breath, his mind racing as he searched for a way out. At that moment, Krolo activated his Nen ability. Skill Hunter. With a surge of Nen, a book with a red handprint on its cover materialized in Krolo's right hand. Rustle. The pages of the book turned by themselves in the pouring rain. Once the pages stopped turning, Krolo's left hand conjured a monocle attached to a golden chain. Seeing the monocle, Moro's expression shifted. It was unclear whether he felt relief or anger. That monocle was Saksin's conjured ability. The fact that Krolo had acquired it meant that Saksin was still alive. But knowing the Phantom Troupe's brutal methods, even if Saksin was alive, his condition was undoubtedly dire. Krolo held the monocle but didn't put it on. No rush. He spoke softly, stopping Bonolenov, who had been about to attack. Originally, Krollo had intended to use the conjured monocle to unsettle Moro and create an opening to capture him. What puzzled Krollo, however, was Moro's lack of expected reactions. There was no shock, confusion, or panic. When confronted with a comrade's ability wielded by an enemy, even the most composed person would show some level of disbelief or anger. Yet Moro's expression didn't show any of that. Instead, he looked relieved. What is he relieved about? The only plausible explanation Krollo could come up with was that Moro had realized Saksin was still alive the moment he saw the monocle. However, such an accurate deduction required a detailed understanding of Krollo's specialist type ability, Skill Hunter. Interesting. Moro, is it? As you said, we've never had direct or indirect contact. Krollo's voice was calm and certain as he drew a conclusion, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. But your reaction tells me one thing. You know how my Nen ability works. It wasn't a question or a guess, it was a declaration. Hearing Krollo's words, Shalnark, Pakunoda, and Bonolenov all looked surprised. Moro remained silent, though he was inwardly astonished. Just from Moro's brief emotional shift upon seeing the monocle, Krollo had noticed something and reached such a confident conclusion. This is Krollo Lucifer. Moro suppressed his rising unease and resisted the urge to glance at Pakunoda. If there was any chance of escape, it lay in information. Moro was almost certain that Pakunoda had used her memory-reading ability on Saksin to extract information about him. And among that information was one key inaccuracy. According to Saksin's understanding, Moro was a reinforcement type. But in reality, Moro was a emission type. The opportunity lay in that detail. 1 comments 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. Miles. Download app now. Deception Star. 6 months. That was how long Moro had been mastering his Nen abilities. In terms of skill, Nen aura control, and potential energy, Moro was far inferior to the experienced veterans in front of him. Even worse, he lacked real battle experience. He never really had much ambition. If he had to name a goal, it was simply to live well, eat well, and sleep well. That's why he never sought out trouble. He quietly earned money to repay Morena and focused on honing his Nen abilities in peace. When it came to combat, he had only sparred a few times with Saksin while pretending to be a reinforcement type. But those were nothing more than playful scuffles. Now, in a life-or-death situation, did he regret not using more time to sharpen his strength? Moro didn't regret anything, or rather, he didn't have the luxury to think about such things. All he knew was, he had to rely on his own Nen ability to find a slim chance of survival in this seemingly hopeless situation. But before using his Nen, he had to create an opening. In the brief silence, Moro's mind spun rapidly. Krollo, driven by curiosity, had stopped Bonolenov from attacking. But Moro knew Krollo wouldn't wait forever. After all, with Pakunoda's memory-searching ability, they could extract all of his secrets once they captured him alive. Even if he tried to explain Krollo's Nen ability, its name, and its restrictions and vows, it likely wouldn't disrupt Krollo's focus. So, how could he use this limited chance to speak to his advantage? What could he say to shake these people to their core? Faced with a life-threatening crisis, Moro's brain worked at full speed. And then, a name came to him naturally. Sarasa. The owner of that name was the reason the Phantom Troupe was formed in a painful memory for Krollo and the others. Sarasa. Without any hesitation, Moro said the name aloud, a name buried deep in the hearts of Krollo, Pakunoda, and Shalnark. The street, the wind and rain, a name that shouldn't have appeared at this moment rippled through the air like a tidal wave, shaking the hearts of Krollo, Pakunoda, and Shalnark. Why does this boy know Sarasa's name? As doubt began to bloom in their minds, Moro made his move. Deception Star. Moro stretched both arms forward, conjuring 2 small, glowing green orbs of Nen the size of eggs in his palms. The glowing green Nen bullets shot forward, heading straight for the dazed Pakunoda and Shalnark. Strike the weak point. The green bullets closed the distance in an instant. However, Bonolenov, who wasn't fazed by the name Sarasa, acted at the last second. He shoved Shalnark aside, allowing him to dodge the oncoming Nen bullet. At the same time, Crollo, with his exceptional composure, steadied his mind and pulled Pakunoda out of harm's way just in time. Both Nen bullets missed their targets. Meanwhile, Moro sprinted toward the sidewalk. The person guarding the back door. From the overwhelming, violent aura earlier, Moro could tell that it was one of the Phantom Troupe's combat specialists. There was no way Moro would willingly run in that direction before the enemy revealed themselves. His only possible escape routes were along the sides of the street. He quickly glanced back at Crollo's group. The deception star missed. Ultimately, it was because he wasn't skilled enough at emission, and he couldn't release his ability faster. But Moro couldn't deny that even in this brief exchange, he had gained a deep understanding of Crollo's exceptional abilities. These named characters from the original story were never easy to deal with. Moro looked away and kept running. Even though his Nen attack had missed, he felt no disappointment. His deception star had a second phase. Sorry. On the empty street, Shalnark had regained his composure, frowning slightly. Bonolenov shot Shalnark a puzzled glance before refocusing on Moro, who was dashing through the rain. Bonolenov lifted his leg to give chase. But Crollo's eyes turned cold. In a flash, he passed Bonolenov, his figure cutting through the sheets of rain as he pursued Moro. Shalnark and Pakunoda steadied themselves and followed close behind. Up ahead, Moro looked back at the figures chasing him. It's almost time. Calculating the seconds in his mind, Moro raised his right hand, ready to receive the returning stars. His deception star was an emission operation hybrid Nen ability with a maximum range of 100 meters. When the orbs reached their maximum range, they would freeze in the air for 1 to 5 seconds, depending on the settings Moro chose before firing. Once the set delay ended, the orbs' power, speed, and size would double as they homed in on Moro-like guided missiles. This doubling effect in the second phase was the result of a vow that enhanced the ability's power. But the restriction was, the returning orbs could also injure Moro. In other words, if nothing else intercepted the stars, Moro would have to either dodge them or block them head-on. The reason Moro had placed this restriction on himself was tied to the year ring tattoo on the back of his hand. Thanks to the protection granted by the tattoo, his hand was as hard as a tortoise shell. Which meant he could use the back of his hand to deflect the returning stars. The timing was perfect. Moro adjusted his position without warning. Amidst the constant sound of rain, there was a faint whoosh. Suddenly, two beams of bright green light cut through the night, hurtling toward Pakunoda and Shalnark. The attack was so sudden, and with Crollo and Bonolenov leading the chase, the two of them couldn't rely on anyone for help this time. When the enhanced stars came hurtling in, Shalnark barely managed to react, twisting his body at the last second. One of the stars struck his side, tearing away a large chunk of flesh as if a massive maw had bitten into him. Pakunoda, however, was a second too slow. With a splash of blood, the Nen star pierced through her torso, blowing a gaping hole through her upper body. She collapsed forward, her body limp. The sudden turn of events disrupted Crollo and Bonolenov's pursuit. Seeing his plan succeed, Moro quickly focused the majority of his Nen into his legs and sprinted forward with everything he had. Do everything you can and leave the rest to fate. He had done everything possible. If he still couldn't escape, then so be it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, a shadowy figure with a chilling, venomous expression. Phaeton. Before Moro could fully process it, he felt a sudden chill on his nose. Then, like a snapped string, his consciousness unraveled, and everything faded to darkness. In his final moments, a single thought echoed in his mind. Am I dead? Cold, trembling, Moro's eyes flew open. He was staring at a set of rusty iron bars. It looked like a cage. Where am I? Taking in his surroundings, Moro was stunned. The icy sensation of death still lingered faintly in his body, but it was quickly replaced by familiar memories. He had returned to the moment 1 year ago, the day he first arrived in this world. 2 comments 0 vote. Death node. The cold touch beneath him and the jarring sensation as the vehicle traversed a rugged road. All of it served as a constant reminder to Moro. This was real. He had clearly experienced death. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back a year in the past. Moro was in a daze, unable to suppress the memories surging up from the depths of his mind. A year ago, he had woken up in this very prison-like carriage. Back then, the unfamiliar environment and the suffocating metal cage had intertwined with the cold jolts of the carriage's movements, creating overwhelming terror that dominated his every thought. But now, as his thoughts returned to the present, Moro knew he couldn't react the same way he had before, by screaming in sheer panic. He quickly calmed down and once again scanned his surroundings. Through the small holes in the carriage walls, light streamed in, allowing him to see the long, narrow space inside. There were 2 rows of iron cages, each containing a naked prisoner. Moro was one of them, stripped of everything. His gaze moved across the caged individuals, boys and girls, most of them around his age, between 14 and 16 years old. As he observed them, memories from his past life gradually overlapped with their faces. The other prisoners, who had been drawn to the sound of Moro stirring, turned their dull, lifeless eyes toward him. Some looked dazed and apathetic. Only 2 or 3 showed confusion. Moro ignored them and lowered his head, avoiding the stares directed his way. What is happening? In his mind, Phaeton's fierce, rage-filled gaze resurfaced. The sensation of cold steel slicing his face and extinguishing his life still lingered. It was as though a venomous serpent was coiled around his heart, sending a chill through his bones. But, when he placed his hand over his chest, he could feel his heart beating violently. He was alive. After confirming that fact, Moro closed his eyes and tried to steady his breathing. This bizarre experience of escaping death made him more aware than ever of the preciousness of simply being able to breathe. A few moments later, Moro slowly opened his eyes again and lowered his head slightly, turning his right hand toward the faint stream of light to get a better look. The ear-ring tattoo was still there. His spirits lifted slightly. He remembered it clearly. The outline of the ear-ring tattoo had only appeared 2 days after he first arrived in this world and had solidified within a few days. But now, at this point in time, the tattoo had already fully formed, and it was intact. This was a key difference. Moro focused his gaze, holding his right hand closer to the light for a clearer look. Under the dim glow, he noticed something unusual about the ear-ring tattoo. The white ring that had been fully filled was now pitch black. And in the center, where there had previously been an infinity symbol, there was now LV.1. Moro's expression shifted. From the now black ear ring, he surmised that the strange event he was experiencing was likely linked to the ear ring tattoo itself. However, the fact that the infinity symbol had been replaced by LV.1 puzzled him. Is this connected to love rehearsal? Out of nowhere, Moro thought of Milena's face. The LV symbol represented level, and Milena's most unique trait as a Nen user was her ability to make others stronger through a leveling system. It was only natural for Moro to connect these dots. But, what was the link between the two? If the effect of the ear ring tattoo allowed him to return to the past upon death, what role did the level symbol now play? Lowering his eyes, Moro quietly pieced together everything he knew. As he pondered, he instinctively raised his left hand and gently brushed his right hand tattoo. At that moment, he noticed something new, a red X symbol on the back of his left hand. The edges of the symbol were surrounded by an inky black hue, radiating an ominous aura. What is this? Moro's pupils contracted, and his attention locked onto the X. In an instant, his consciousness felt as though it had been pulled into a whirlpool, causing his mind to waver and blur. In the span of a single breath, the image of Phaeton appeared before him once more. This time, it was so vivid that Moro could see the ice-cold bloodlust hidden beneath Phaeton's rage-filled expression. Slash! The sensation of a blade tearing across his face and the suffocating grip of death were amplified, feeding back into him. Then, a wave of endless darkness engulfed him. In that brief moment, Moro relived the horror of his own death. Immediately afterward, his consciousness was jolted again, the image of death dissolving like dust in the wind, replaced by the vision of a heart held in pitch-black hands. Moro stared at the heart, and a sudden realization struck him. The heart gripped in those dark hands was his own. This certainty came to him as though it had been forcefully implanted in his brain, like data being transmitted directly into his mind. With it came another revelation, a term, death node. Moro's consciousness snapped back to reality. He found himself still standing in the same position, his hand brushing the tattoo on his right hand. Death node, he murmured incredulously and slowly lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the rusty iron bars in front of him. He then sighed and leaned his back weakly against the opposite bars. The death node. It represented the moment of his death, June 23, 1997. He had died at Phaeton's hands on that day. And then he was reborn, returning to the moment he first crossed into this world, June 7, 1996. There was no doubt, he had been given a chance to start over. However, the death node had imprinted itself on him and wouldn't disappear simply because he had returned. If he failed to destroy the death node before June 22, 1997, his heart would shatter into pieces, and he would die once more. To destroy the death node, he had to kill the one who created it before the date of his original death. Phaeton. In other words, Moro had only 1 year to kill Phaeton, who had no idea any of this was happening. 1 year, huh? Moro exhaled slowly. The mental image of the black hands clutching his heart reminded him of Kurapika's Nen vow, the chain that pierced his heart. Fine. A death node is still better than an instant death sentence. Besides, Moro glanced down at the LV.1 symbol in the center of his ear ring tattoo. He still didn't fully understand the meaning of the level system, but it didn't seem like a bad thing. If he could figure out how to increase LV.1 to LV.2, he might learn something useful. But first, he needed to survive the present. Moro cleared his mind and turned his attention back to the rusted iron bars. In a few hours, the truck would reach a psychiatric hospital hidden in the mountains. Officially, it was called a hospital for mental patients. In truth, it was a hub for human trafficking and illegal organ harvesting. From the moment they were thrown into these cages, Moro and the others had already been marked as nothing more than livestock. 1 comments 0 vote. Opening Nen. Human trafficking, organ trade. These phenomena are not uncommon in the world of Hunter x Hunter. In fact, there are dedicated channels for these activities, along with information exchange websites that cater to buyers and sellers. The countless twisted desires of buyers can all be satisfied on these platforms. If nothing changes, Moro and the others will be treated like livestock, left for buyers to pick and choose. Those with bad luck will have their organs harvested or be made into human sculptures or decorative dolls. Those with slightly better luck may become someone's plaything. They may suffer physical torment, but at least they will stay alive. Moro sat cross-legged, recalling what was about to happen. The truck would reach the psychiatric hospital in a few hours. As for the exact timing, Moro couldn't be sure, he only knew it would take at least 2 hours. Once the truck reached its destination, there would be an attack during the unloading process. At that time, most of the captives in the cages, just like him, would die in that attack. The reason he survived was due to 2 things. Luck, he avoided the first wave of explosions during unloading, and Morena's timely intervention, appearing as a buyer and helping the hospital fend off the attackers. Without Morena, Moro would have probably been one of the fastest to die among the transmigrators. Now that he faced the same crisis again, it felt like standing at a crossroads. He had to make a choice. Should he follow the original trajectory and let Morena buy him out, or find a way to escape while the truck was still moving? Moro's eyes flickered with indecision as memories of Kororo and his group's ambush filled his mind. He thought about Dog Brother, who had left his store not long before, and Morena's abyss-like eyes. But soon, Moro gathered his thoughts and made his decision. This time, he would not rely on Morena again. 2 hours to open my aura nodes, and if possible, to practice my deceptive shooting star techniques. Moro looked at the rusty iron bars in front of him. Since he had decided to escape while the truck was moving, unlocking his Nen was a necessary condition. Under normal circumstances, without the guidance of a skilled Nen user, even knowing about Nen wasn't enough to open one's aura nodes independently. Even if someone could open their Nen nodes in a short time, mastering the basic techniques was another hurdle entirely. Ten, Ren, Zetsu, and Hatsu, these 4 core techniques are the fundamentals of Nen. Most Nen users spend a great deal of time and effort practicing them. Those stories where someone opens their Nen and masters it in a flash. In reality, such miracles rarely, if ever, happen. Nen is an incredibly complex and profound power. Understanding, contact, learning, application, refinement, mastery, insight, perfection. Every stage of Nen demands an enormous amount of time and energy. Moro thought about the monstrous talents of Gon, Kahlua, and the 4th prince of Kakin from the original story. There couldn't possibly be so many geniuses in the real world, right? But right now, Moro was about to become one of them. He closed his eyes, letting his mind quiet down as he meditated. Slowly, his consciousness sank deeper as he began to sense the flow of potential Nen energy within himself. His 6 months of prior experience were invaluable in this moment. Within just a few seconds, Moro easily detected the latent aura within his body and began channeling it to open his aura nodes. The process went remarkably smoothly. Under his precise control, his aura flowed through his body like a stream, touching every aura node. It was as natural and effortless as breathing or drinking water. One by one, the aura nodes opened, and the latent Nen began surging through his body like waves. Perfect. Moro opened his eyes and looked down at his hands, glowing faintly with white aura. The Nen surging out of him was like a wild horse, running free and untamed. In his current state, if he didn't suppress it, his energy would be completely drained in less than 10 minutes, leaving him passed out on the floor. But for Moro, this wasn't a difficult issue. He focused his mind and easily executed the technique of 10, wrapping his body in his Nen and stabilizing the energy flow to prevent unnecessary depletion. It was easier than I thought. Moro felt reassured by how seamlessly he could open his aura nodes and use basic techniques. Opening his aura meant that he now had control over his destiny, a weapon in his hands. The next step was to wait for the right moment to create a distraction and force the driver to stop the truck. Moro reached out and gripped one of the rusty bars tightly in his hand. In the truck's cabin, the driver was a scruffy-looking middle-aged man, who was focusing intently on navigating the bumpy mountain road. In the passenger seat sat a young man with a busket, slouched lazily in his seat as if trying to sink into the chair. But if someone looked closely, they would notice that the young man's eyes never stayed in one place for long. He was constantly glancing between the rearview mirror and several monitor screens displaying the truck's interior. His job was to stay alert and monitor everything. The busket youth's eyes lingered on one of the screens for a moment before he let out a surprised noise. The scruffy driver turned his head slightly at the sound. Something wrong, quote. The busket young man, Zazan, didn't answer immediately, he was staring intently at the screen. The screen showed Moro, sitting calmly in the cage. How is that possible? Through the live feed, Zazan had just witnessed Moro unlock his aura nodes in mere seconds and immediately used 10 to stabilize his aura. His eyes widened in shock. The lazy, indifferent look vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Opening one's aura nodes within seconds was already a feat that defied common sense. But to immediately master 10 after opening the nodes? It was inconceivable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zazan would never have believed it. As the one who had personally inspected every prisoner, Zazan knew their backgrounds thoroughly. The scruffy driver glanced at Zazan's reaction and frowned. Zazan, what's going on? Stop the truck. Zazan suppressed his shock and ordered sharply. Although confused, the driver trusted Zazan's judgment and immediately hit the brakes. Zazan pulled a handgun from the glove compartment, tossed another to the driver, and opened the door to exit the truck without explaining further. The driver followed after disengaging the safety on his gun, cautiously heading toward the back of the truck. Inside the cargo hold, Moro felt the truck come to a stop and gripped the iron bar tighter before slowly bending it apart. Screech, creak, the sound of bending metal drew the attention of the other prisoners. They turned their heads toward the source, and their minds went blank in shock. 3 comments 0 vote, humanity. The iron bars of the cage were rusted, making them brittle in terms of hardness. With his aura-enhanced strength, Moro forcefully bent the vertical iron bars, creating an opening big enough for him to climb out of the cage. Ignoring the terrified gazes of those around him, Moro bent down and stepped out of the cage. Hearing sounds coming from outside the truck compartment, he shifted to the side and reached out to grab another iron bar. He intended to snap it off but lacked the strength to do so. With time running out, Moro noticed that the ends of the iron bar were not welded down. He gripped it tightly and yanked hard, pulling the bent iron bar completely free from the cage frame. At that moment, the truck's rear doors swung open, flooding the compartment with sunlight and revealing a tall figure holding a gun. Moro's eyes instantly changed. With his current level, having only just unlocked Nen, even a small caliber handgun posed a direct threat to his life. Furthermore, the control of Nen requires not just raw power but the muscle memory that comes from sustained practice, enabling the body to instinctively handle the flow of aura. Although Moro had managed to open his aura nodes, he still needed time to adapt before his body could seamlessly respond to threats. In that split second, Moro didn't waste time thinking. He immediately hurled the iron bar in his hand like a spear. Thanks to his training as an emission-type user, the bar flew straight and true. The spinning iron bar cut through the air with a loud whoosh and struck the man standing in the doorway. A sharp cry rang out as the man was knocked back, his body slamming onto the ground behind the truck. At that exact moment, there was a soft sound, a second attack. A small dagger, wrapped in aura, flew out of nowhere, heading straight for Moro's leg. A second attacker, and this one could use Nen. With no time to dodge completely, Moro shifted his body just slightly. Shhkk. The dagger grazed Moro's knee, sending a splash of blood into the air. Moro's face tightened, but he suppressed the pain and quickly retreated to the back of the truck compartment, distancing himself from the doorway. He knew there were two people guarding the cargo, he had been prepared for that. But he hadn't expected the truck to stop so suddenly, nor that one of them was an Nen user. Worse yet, judging by the timing of the dagger strike, the enemy must have known in advance about the situation in the compartment and deliberately had his partner open the door first. And since the person opening the door hadn't shown any signs of being on high alert, it was clear the Nen user hadn't told him everything. In other words, he had let his partner become bait, while staying ready to kill at a moment's notice. This enemy was ruthless. Moro leaned against the inner wall of the compartment, his expression grim. He glanced at the dim corner of the ceiling where a faint red dot blinked. It was a surveillance camera. His gaze returned to the door, and his brow furrowed. He hadn't accounted for these factors in advance. This was a clear oversight. Especially the possibility that one of the guards could be a Nen user. But Moro wasn't one to wallow in regret. His principle had always been to learn from mistakes and use them to grow stronger. This mindset had helped him in his previous life, allowing him to master the difficult world of antique dealing, a business riddled with deception and scams. Moro had, after all, been cheated many times, but those setbacks had shaped him into who he was now. He looked toward the door. The enemy hadn't revealed himself yet. But there was one thing Moro couldn't understand. The attacker could have easily aimed to kill or gravely wound him just now but had deliberately gone for his leg instead. Why? A ruthless individual who would let his own partner become a meat shield but held back during a critical moment. Does he prioritize the merchandise over his partner's life? Moro wondered. By merchandise, it was obvious the enemy meant the kidnapped prisoners. Moro quickly realized that the guard had some duty to ensure the captives remained alive and intact, even if it meant risking his partner's life. This revelation made Moro recall the violent attack that had killed most of the prisoners during the original timeline. Was there some deeper significance behind that event? Unfortunately, when he had lived through that incident before, Moro had been unconscious for much of it and hadn't learned the specifics afterward. He had survived, but at the cost of being clueless about what had actually happened. But one thing was clear, the enemy's priority was to ensure the prisoners remained unharmed. Moro decided to use this to his advantage. He quickly checked the wound on his knee. It wasn't too deep, but if he didn't stop the bleeding, it could become a problem. There wasn't much time. Moro's pupils narrowed as he stared at the still quiet doorway. He quickly glanced at the dagger embedded in the truck's inner wall. Why wasn't the enemy pressing the attack? The enemy had the upper hand. He could have easily kept pushing and secured a victory. But he hadn't. Why? Was he overly cautious? Or waiting for something? Moro kept his eyes locked on the dagger but didn't dare to pull it out to use as a weapon just yet. Instinct told him that continuing this stalemate would only make things worse. He needed to take action. He had to gamble. Suddenly, Moro dashed toward the open door. Outside, Zazan heard the commotion and reflexively raised his left hand, summoning another dagger enveloped in Nen energy. His reaction was based entirely on combat instinct, quick, precise, and lethal. But just as he was about to throw the dagger, a fleeting thought made him hesitate. If he threw it blind into the truck, he might accidentally kill a prisoner. That split-second doubt was all Moro needed. With a powerful leap, Moro burst out of the compartment, landing over 10 meters away and finally seeing the figure standing beside the truck, Zazan. It had worked. Seeing Zazan hesitate to strike, Moro steadied himself and subtly glanced at the dagger still stuck in the wall. Then, he braced himself. Zazan gripped his dagger tightly, staring at Moro with a mixture of shock and curiosity. This kid, he's strange. You're braver than most, Zazan remarked coldly as he spun the dagger between his fingers. Moro said nothing, using the brief moment to circulate his aura and steady his breathing. Zazan frowned as the silence dragged on and said, "If I had thrown this a second ago, you'd be dead or half crippled." "You could have done that from the start, couldn't you?" Moro replied calmly. Zazan's face shifted slightly at the pointed remark. "Zero comments, zero vote. What are you waiting for? Confidence in judgment and swift execution." How annoying. It felt like he'd accidentally shown a corner of his underwear, only for someone to immediately guess its design. The worst part was, it was just a kid who did it. But the real issue was, what exactly happened to this kid? Zazan felt an overwhelming sense of unease, followed by a creeping surge of killing intent. The mission and responsibilities were important, sure, but he couldn't stand this feeling of unpredictability and strangeness. It was unsettling and infuriating. Should I kill him? Zazan remained silent, glancing briefly at Moro's bleeding knee, his brows furrowing in thought. The cargo was of high priority. For now, it was better to wait and observe. After all, the cut on the kid's leg was enough to meet the activation conditions of his ability. It was just a matter of waiting a bit longer. If he could remain patient for a few more minutes, his data dagger ability would kick in, allowing him to control Moro. In that brief moment, Zazan had contemplated killing Moro but eventually chose restraint. You know the saying, third time's the charm. I think it fits here. Zazan's voice was calm but growing colder as he played with the dagger in his hand. So don't even think about running. That way, you might still have a chance to live. There's also a saying, good advice makes you full, and I think it fits here too, Moro replied calmly while keeping a sharp eye on Zazan's aura. So, I'm not running. That way, you might still have a chance to capture me. Quote. Zazan's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for the restraints of his mission and the requirements of his ability, he would have already thrown the dagger and ended Moro's life. Moro had been observing Zazan's aura closely ever since he jumped out of the truck. A person's emotions and thoughts often show through their aura fluctuations. Skilled users could conceal their aura's fluctuations, but Zazan clearly wasn't that skilled. Moro had clearly sensed the moment Zazan's initial killing intent appeared and then disappeared, replaced by a steely resolve. This proved that Zazan's "don't harm the cargo" principle could be flexible if the circumstances demanded it. Knowing this, Moro completely dismissed the idea of trying to escape and took a more aggressive stance. After all, being pursued by someone holding back and being pursued by someone going all out were two entirely different risks. There was only one option left: solve the problem head-on. Moro willed his aura to spread evenly throughout his body. Though he had just unlocked his aura nodes, he was quickly adapting to the flow of energy. His body and aura were becoming more synchronized with each passing second. At this rate, he wouldn't have to worry about his energy and physical reactions becoming misaligned. This is important, my margin for error is small. Moro remained focused on Zazan while thinking through his options. Both sides had their reasons to wait, resulting in an odd stalemate on the winding mountain road. Moro was waiting for his body to fully adjust to the aura flow so he could minimize mistakes. Zazan was waiting for his ability to activate so he could subdue Moro without a fight. In this strange atmosphere, neither party made a move to break the silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Zazan felt fully confident in his advantage. He had control over the situation, so Moro's inaction didn't concern him. He just needed a little more time for his ability to activate. But Moro wasn't as complacent. He had to think through more variables. From a purely physical standpoint, Zazan was clearly stronger. But Moro noticed something strange after the earlier exchange: the other man didn't seem to feel any urgency. Why is he waiting? Moro's gaze shifted to Zazan's left hand, which was gripping the dagger tightly. A left-handed fighter. He might be an emitter or a conjurer. However, this was only a guess based on general characteristics. Another trait of conjurers was that they often gathered more aura in their dominant hand. But this assumption only applied if the weapon was conjured. When Moro first exited the truck, Zazan already had a dagger in hand. Additionally, from the way Zazan's jacket bulged, Moro guessed he had several daggers hidden inside. When Moro had checked inside the truck earlier, the dagger that had struck the wall was still there. If the dagger wasn't conjured, then there was no reason to assume it had any special abilities or effects related to conjuration. This allowed Moro to temporarily rule out the possibility of an ability that could be triggered by inflicting a wound. While this analysis led to more optimistic conclusions, Moro had learned something crucial from his time in the antique trade. In a world filled with deception and bargaining, whatever your opponent shows you is never in your best interest. Even without perfect information, Moro knew one thing for sure. The longer this stalemate dragged on, the worse it would be for him. At this point, I might be able to skip the basics and directly use fraud star. I think I can. Moro wasn't entirely confident, but in situations like this, there was no time for second guessing. He made his decision. As Moro's thoughts aligned, he subtly positioned himself closer to the handgun that had fallen to the ground. At the same time, he gathered a small cluster of greenish aura in his right palm. A faint glow, soft like a sprouting seedling, emerged from his hand. Zazen's eyes widened in shock. A Nen ability, he only just unlocked his aura nodes. An alarm bell rang loudly in Zazen's mind as his astonishment turned to murderous intent. At that very moment, Moro released the fraud star. A green energy orb the size of a marble shot out of his palm, aimed directly at Zazen's chest. Zazen wasn't sure of Moro's full ability, but since the energy orb wasn't moving too fast, he sidestepped it. Meanwhile, Moro snatched the fallen handgun and immediately opened fire. Bang, 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 11 bullets shot toward Zazen in quick succession. Zazen's eyes narrowed coldly. He leapt sideways, dodging the bullets with ease. P922, 12 rounds in total. Zazen raised his dagger slightly and sneered as he walked toward Moro. You fired 11 shots. Did you save one because you think you still have a chance to turn this around? But I'm more curious about something. The killing intent in Zazen's eyes grew sharper. Your aura, and how you used that gun, who the hell are you? Bang! Moro fired the last bullet in response. At the same time, Zazen threw his dagger. The bullet and the aura-wrapped dagger crossed paths mid-air, each hurtling toward its target. Zazen's face remained cold and emotionless. One bullet wouldn't kill him, he could endure it. But his dagger would finish the job. Then, thud. Zazen's eyes widened as pain erupted from his back, followed by a powerful impact that sent him staggering forward. Blood gushed from his mouth. What? Confusion filled his blurred consciousness. Meanwhile, the dagger's tip, which had just grazed Moro's skin, suddenly dissipated into thin air. Phew, Moro exhaled slowly and lowered the handgun. Even now, he couldn't fully understand Zazen's abilities. But one thing was certain, he was lucky this time. Had it been a different type of Nen user, he might have already died again. 1 comments 0 vote. Upgrade. It was late June, yet the wind blowing through the forest carried a slight chill. Perhaps that was why the wounds on Moro's skin, pierced by flying daggers, still felt cold and numb. That was close. If he had the choice, Moro would never have put himself on a high wire suspended in the air. In the end, it all came down to one thing: he was too weak. So much so that, in crucial moments, he could only put everything on the line as a last-ditch gamble. Moro looked down at Zazen, who lay sprawled on the ground. Based on the information he had, it was hard to determine whether the flying dagger was a conjured object or not. All Moro could do was rely on his opponent's decisions and place the results above the deductive process. Because he guessed correctly, he avoided being injured by the dagger. Conjuration was likely the Nen category most dependent on stability. Whether it was conjured items, Nen beasts, or even doppelgangers. Maintaining their existence required focus and concentration. Inexperienced conjurers could lose control of their conjured creations the moment they became distracted. And that was without considering the intense pain they experienced when attacked. That's why skilled conjurers often train to withstand pain, ensuring their conjured items wouldn't dissipate from the shock. But this guy, cold, cautious, when he realized that playing it safe wasn't working, he decisively changed his approach. However, his Nen control was lacking. When he took damage, the conjured dagger instantly vanished. If it had lasted even 0.5 seconds longer, Moro wouldn't have died immediately but would have been severely injured. In that case, Zazen might have had a chance to turn the tables. By targeting the weaknesses of conjuration users, Moro had gained a deeper understanding of how to deal with them in combat. He absorbed the experience like a sponge and walked up to Zazan's body, gathering a sphere of Nen in his right hand. Zazan wasn't quite dead yet, but barely hanging on. Although Moro had opened his aura nodes and could use Nen directly thanks to his unique nature. The amount of Nen his body could manifest wasn't something that could be boosted overnight. Even after doubling his attack's power through Deceitful Meteor, it still wasn't enough to kill Zazan outright. But it didn't matter. Cough, cough. Zazan's consciousness flickered between clarity and delirium, but he could feel the blade of death hovering over his head. I'm going to die. That thought flashed through his mind instinctively. His heart was filled with both fear and resentment. He wanted to raise his head, but he couldn't. Even his eyelids, half open, fell weakly shut. You, monster, Zazan mumbled. Even now, he couldn't comprehend what had happened to Moro. So, as death counted down, a sense of resignation washed over him. It was meant to be. If he hadn't gotten into that car. If that car hadn't had a monster that defied all logic inside it. Thud. Moro fired a Nen bullet straight into Zazan's head. Zazan's body trembled briefly, then went completely still. After killing Zazan, Moro immediately sensed a change in his body. In an instant, the fatigue in his muscles faded slightly. His vision seemed clearer. But the most noticeable change was the increase in his manifested Nen aura. Sensing this, Moro instinctively glanced at the back of his hand. In the center of his time wheel tattoo. The LV.1 inches mark had changed to LV.2. Love's practice song, huh. Seeing the level up notification and feeling the changes in his body, a glint appeared in Moro's eyes, followed by a burst of joy. Even though he didn't fully understand how Morena's Love's practice song extended itself or why it fused with his time wheel tattoo. The clear improvements were enough to make Moro excited. He had one goal, to kill Phaeton within a year. Even with half a year's worth of extra training experience, accomplishing that goal would be incredibly difficult. Leaving Nen abilities aside, Phaeton's agility, refined through deadly combat and blade work, was a massive gap Moro couldn't close in a year. Not to mention Phaeton's vast experience from countless battles, as well as the total amount of his manifested and potential Nen aura. Then there was his stamina, physical toughness, reflexes, combat instincts. There was so much to account for. All of these elements, crucial to overall combat power, could only be built up over time. But because of the death timer, time was the one thing Moro didn't have. To him, a single year was far too short. So short that even if he trained relentlessly, he might not even match Phaeton's physical strength or aura capacity. But now that his time wheel tattoo had fused with Love's practice song, his training efficiency would improve drastically. This filled the gap that had been his greatest weakness. Moro couldn't stop himself from smiling. His reaction didn't go unnoticed by the passengers near the train door. To them, that smile carried a very different meaning. Moro didn't care. Calming his excitement, he turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man lying on the ground not far away, impaled by a metal rod. The rod hadn't pierced any vital organs, so the man was still alive, barely. But he wouldn't last much longer due to blood loss. Moro walked over and stared coldly at the man's face. Morena's Love's practice song had one simple rule. Kill to level up. Each level up increased both his manifested and potential Nen aura. Once he reached level 20, he would naturally awaken a Nen ability tailored to his own needs. From what Moro could tell, the ability's max level was 100. If he reached the max level, he could even bestow the ability to kill and level up to others. However, whether or not his ability worked exactly like Morena's remained unknown. For now, what Moro cared about most was leveling up. Awakening a second Nen ability was secondary. The increase in manifested and potential Nen aura was what mattered most. With that thought, Moro reached out and gripped the middle-aged man's neck, squeezing lightly. Crack! The man's head tilted, and he died instantly. Moro stood up and glanced at the back of his hand. LV.2. No level up. Moro's eyes narrowed slightly. Based on experience, he quickly realized the issue. You can only level up by killing Nen users. Moro felt a pang of disappointment but quickly let it go. If killing ordinary people could raise his level, that would have made him worry about unknown limitations or restrictions. If he could only level up by killing Nen users, at least he felt more at ease. That said, he suspected that as his level increased, the difficulty of leveling up would also rise. Wait, looking at the man's body, Moro suddenly had an idea. What if I forcefully awaken someone's nen? Wouldn't they technically become a nen user? I could test it on a criminal or some scumbag. Just then, a sound came from the forest slope behind him. Moro tensed and quickly entered battle mode, turning toward the noise. Through the foliage, a slender figure appeared. Moro raised an eyebrow. 1 comments 0 vote. Encounter X farewell. The person who emerged from the bushes was a woman dressed in a tight black dress. Her skin was slightly tanned, her figure slender yet curvaceous, and her demeanor carried a hint of allure. Wearing an outfit like that in a remote forest was unusual in itself. But the fact that she was a nen user made it less surprising. Moro stared at the woman who had appeared so suddenly. His body remained tense, his aura fluctuating. However, upon noticing her outfit and seeing her face, a broad forehead and vertical pupils, his tension eased slightly. He recognized who she was. A member of the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12, Psy Snake Gel. Moro guessed that she had been drawn by the sound of gunfire. Gel stood on the slope, arms crossed, calmly observing Moro. Their gazes met in the air, one filled with scrutiny, the other with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Strangely enough, Moro's bare body didn't seem like something worth paying attention to in this situation. Gel's gaze swept over Moro's aura. Compared to when she first arrived, it had noticeably relaxed. But the speed at which he went from tense to calm was unusual. Gel's eyes shifted to the open cargo car and the 2 corpses lying on the ground. Then she looked back at Moro and said calmly, "Do you think I'm less of a threat than that guy on the ground?" As she spoke, she pointed at the dead Zazan with her finger, her expression meaningful. Quite the opposite. Moro, though still cautious, no longer felt the same sense of crisis as before. At first, he thought Gel had been drawn by the gunfire. Now, it seemed like she had been here even before that. The noise she made when she appeared had likely been intentional. If you wanted to harm me, you wouldn't have made any noise to alert me. Moro raised his head, meeting Gel's gaze with a calm look. Despite his words, he was still mentally prepared to defend himself or attack at any moment. Even though he knew that, against someone from the Zodiac 12, he didn't stand a chance, he wouldn't go down without a fight. If he had to die, he would at least make some waves. Hearing Moro's response, Gel glanced briefly at his aura-covered right hand. Her expression remained indifferent as she silently leapt down from the slope, landing lightly on the road. Without saying a word, she walked toward the cargo car. This naturally shortened the distance between her and Moro. Moro, who had placed himself in a position of weakness from the start, couldn't help but feel a growing sense of pressure as Gel approached. As a reincarnated soul, Moro's impression of the Hunter Association wasn't entirely one of righteous heroes solving problems. But aside from a few individuals, he didn't think the Zodiac 12 were the type to casually disregard human life. However, not everyone was as sincere and transparent as Gonfrey CSS. It was no surprise that Moro felt pressured. Gel seemed to sense the shift in Moro's emotions and stopped, giving him some space. She had been applying subtle pressure after noticing how insincere Moro's calmness was. But treating someone who was likely an innocent rookie as a criminal was a bit much, even for her. Gel shook her head slightly and turned to face the cargo car. From her vantage point, she could see the rows of cages inside, each holding naked children. The sight of their bare bodies. At this, Gel involuntarily glanced at Moro again, further confirming his role in the situation. Moro, however, didn't react to her scrutiny. It wasn't that he had some kind of exhibitionist tendency, he simply didn't think such trivial things were worth being bothered about. But Gel's look, along with her calm demeanor, stirred a memory within Moro. When Morena had bought him and he had woken up on the airship, she had scanned his body in the same way. "You're lucky. You survived that chaos without losing a limb. That's why I bought you." Morena's expression back then was eerily similar to Gel's now. The only difference was that Morena had done something that had made Moro extremely uncomfortable at the time. She casually grabbed his most vulnerable part and, in a voice devoid of any emotion, said, "If you were a girl, I think I'd be more satisfied." Her tone and actions made it seem like she could rip that part off at any moment. That had been Moro's first encounter with Morena. In Moro's view, Morena never hid the long scar that stretched across half her face. Perhaps for that reason, she never hid her strange thoughts when she was around him and dog brother either. Yet despite nearly a year of living together, Moro still hadn't figured out what kind of person Morena really was. Maybe it was because he had labeled her as antisocial from the very beginning. "You're surprisingly relaxed around me." Gel's calm voice broke Moro's train of thought. He snapped to attention, his expression shifting as he reflected on his lapse in awareness. Seeing the flash of regret in Moro's eyes, Gel's interest was piqued. In their brief interaction, she had observed that Moro held himself to extremely high standards. And people like that, once they crossed the threshold into Nen mastery, rarely ended up weak. If she had more ambition for a 2-star hunter rank, she might have been tempted to invest some time in training him. Gel, pro hunter. Gel's gaze locked onto Moro as she introduced herself. "Pleasure to meet you. Just call me Moro." Moro responded by giving his name in turn. Gel nodded slightly and asked, "Why don't you tell me what happened? I might be able to help." Quote. Moro was silent for a moment before calmly recounting the situation. However, he didn't mention the fact that the cargo car was destined for a psychiatric hospital. In this mess, he was just a piglet that hadn't yet been sent to the slaughterhouse. The wisest choice was to say and do as little as possible. After hearing Moro's explanation, Gel classified the incident as human trafficking. She didn't seem curious about how Moro knew Nen or why he had killed the middle-aged man. Gel had only come to this area to collect venom from a newly discovered snake species. Coming across this situation was merely an unexpected side quest. She had no qualms about doing a good deed on the side, but getting deeply involved was out of the question. Gel's detached attitude was exactly what Moro had hoped for. "Gel, I'll leave them in your care." Seeing that Gel was willing to handle the children in the cargo car, Moro felt a sense of relief. Thanks to his actions, maybe these piglets could finally live normal lives. Gel nodded. It was a simple matter for her, just a phone call's worth of effort. Moro smiled faintly and, under Gel's gaze, stripped clothing from the corpses for something to wear. He also rummaged through Zazen's belongings, taking any cash he found and pocketing the handgun as well. Throughout the process, Gel remained silent, simply watching. Moro secured the handgun and prepared to leave. "Thank you." He sincerely thanked Gel. Without her, he would have been at a loss as to how to handle the children. Gel responded with a slight nod. Moro took that as his cue and turned to leave. But as he walked away, he couldn't help but glance toward the direction the cargo car had been heading. At this time, were Morena and dog brother already at the psychiatric hospital? He didn't know. Standing at the crossroads of fate, armed with memories of the future, Moro had no intention of walking the same path again. Although their paths hadn't crossed yet, it seemed they would part ways after all. Morena. Moro thought of her briefly, then resolutely headed in the opposite direction. Behind him, Gel watched Moro's figure disappear into the distance before pulling out her phone and making a call to arrange help for the children in the cargo car. After finishing the call, Gel noticed the surveillance monitor installed in the driver's cabin. With nothing better to do, she climbed into the cabin and began replaying the recorded footage. Moments passed. As the video played, Gel's vertical pupils narrowed in disbelief as they reflected what was shown on the screen. 2 comments 0 vote. Destination. The mountain path was winding and rugged. Moro had been walking for about an hour and hadn't encountered a single soul. Looking up at the sky, he estimated there were still 2 or 3 hours until sunset. In terms of time, it was barely sufficient. But it was best to leave this desolate area before nightfall. In this world, undeveloped wilderness areas were often filled with life-threatening dangers. Most of these dangers came from various bizarre creatures capable of killing humans with ease. In such places, without professional survival knowledge, even a Nen user could lose their life in the deep forests and mountains. Since Moro's arrival in this world, he had mostly thrown himself into human society, where opportunities abounded, and had rarely ventured into the wild. He hadn't even visited natural parks that were fully developed and open to the public. But that didn't stop him from respecting the dangers of the wilderness. After a brief rest, Moro continued descending the mountain path, pondering his next steps as he walked. First, he needed to solve the issue of his identity. From the moment he was thrown into the caged transport truck, a death certificate had already been issued for him. As a result, all of his records in the identity database had vanished along with that death certificate. Back then, Morena had helped him obtain a new identity. But this time, he would have to figure it out himself. Fortunately, it shouldn't be too difficult. After spending half a year in York New City, Moro knew that many things could be solved with money. 600,000 Jenny. I wonder if that'll be enough. The money he had taken from the two corpses wasn't much, but it was crucial to Moro right now. Even if it wasn't enough to buy a new ID, it could at least serve as startup capital to generate more income. Lightly patting his bulging pocket, Moro looked into the distance, where faint wisps of smoke could be seen rising. Solving the identity issue was his top priority. After all, using high-speed transportation, such as airships, required proper identification. For Moro, time was as valuable as life itself. He had to make sure not to waste even a single second. Once the identity issue was dealt with, he had two possible destinations in mind. One was Heaven's Arena, where he could earn prize money and compensate for his lack of combat experience. During his climb to become a floor master, he was likely to encounter competitors with malicious intent. Most of those competitors would be NEN users seeking to exploit newcomers for easy victory points. These people were ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve fame and fortune. Dirty tricks and underhanded methods were their standard fare. If Moro encountered such opponents, he certainly wouldn't hold back. After all, defeating a NEN user would mean acquiring more NEN experience, which was critical for him. The other destination was York New City. Moro was very familiar with York New City. As long as he had startup capital, he could quickly generate profits and secure his financial situation. More importantly, he wanted to spend money acquiring antiques or handcrafted artifacts imbued with NEN to see if his ability to absorb energy through the earring still worked. Even if he could still collect energy, Moro knew that upgrading his strength would take priority over any lengthy energy gathering process. Two choices. No matter which path he chose, his ultimate goal was the same. To kill Phaeton within a year. Moro pondered for a while, unable to make a decision right away. Then, he remembered something important. Intelligence channels. To kill Phaeton, the prerequisite was being able to find him. According to the original storyline, the Phantom Troupe had been notorious since its inception, committing heinous crimes to make a name for itself. Many shocking crimes were their doing. Their brutal methods quickly earned them a reputation as a notorious S-rank criminal organization, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Eventually, the world learned that the Phantom Troupe members hailed from Meteor City. Public fear and hatred for the Phantom Troupe began to extend to Meteor City as well. This was one of Crollo Lucifer's motivations for forming the Phantom Troupe. To make the world fear and dread the Phantom Troupe, thereby using that fear to create a protective aura around Meteor City. The troupe was devoted to this goal. But beyond that, the Phantom Troupe had one more objective. To avenge the death of their childhood friend, Sarasa. Under Crollo's leadership, the troupe waded through blood and carnage, eventually killing those responsible for Sarasa's brutal death 6 years prior. After that, the troupe's wild rampages gradually subsided. Their crimes and killings became less frequent, and the frequency of their group activities visibly declined. At one point, the Phantom Troupe didn't even gather for 3 years. When its members dispersed, they became like stones thrown into the sea, impossible to track. Because of this, Moro had to consider the importance of having an intelligence network. Without it, even if he became strong enough to defeat Phaeton, it would be useless if he couldn't find him. Moro's thoughts drifted back to that deadly rainy night. Why had the Phantom Troupe come after him? He didn't know. Now that he had chosen a different path, he couldn't be certain whether Crollo and the others would show up in York New City a year later. He decided to keep that piece of information as a backup plan. If circumstances allowed, Moro would much prefer to face Phaeton one-on-one. Hence, an intelligence network was essential. It would help him locate Phaeton when he was acting alone. But in the world of hunters, intelligence was an extremely expensive commodity. York New City it is, then. Realizing how crucial an intelligence network was, Moro decided to head to York New City first. He planned to scout for valuable finds and quickly amass a fortune. Back when he was making his name in Yorknu, he'd often heard stories of people finding rare treasures at street markets and others tricking wealthy collectors out of their most prized artifacts. Moro could use future knowledge to intercept and claim some of these priceless treasures. This way, he could quickly accumulate money for his intelligence needs while also testing the current capabilities of the earring. 2 weeks later, Yorknu City, Downwater Street, Rat Alley. The slightly damp alley wasn't filled with much garbage, but the air was still thick with an unpleasant smell. It was late at night. Deep within the alley, the dim glow of a few yellow lamps barely provided enough light to see. Moro stood at a T-intersection, holding a briefcase in his hand. Tap, tap, footsteps echoed from the shadows. A masked man dressed in heavy clothing emerged cautiously from the dimly lit area, scanning his surroundings with suspicion. When he spotted Moro, his wary eyes quickly swept to the briefcase in Moro's hand before he slowly approached. Stopping in front of Moro, the masked man pulled out a long, cloth-wrapped object from behind him and held it out. "You can inspect the goods, but I need the money first." The man's voice was hoarse. He paused, then added, "I'll only wait 1 minute." "Deal." Moro tossed the briefcase at the man's feet, then took the long object and unwrapped the cloth, revealing a red and white katana surrounded by wisps of Nen energy. Seeing the smoke like Nen emanating from the blade, Moro nodded in satisfaction. He had arrived in Yorknu a week ago but found that resolving his identity card issue was more troublesome than expected. So, he temporarily set the identity problem aside and began hunting for valuable items at the street markets. In less than a week, he had earned over 20 million jenny. But instead of using that money to fix his identity issue, he immediately sought out the masked man to purchase this expensive but questionably sourced katana. If he could resell it, he could make over 1 billion jenny in one deal. Power stones. 2 comments 0 vote. Undercurrents. Nen is an ability that anyone can potentially master, it resides within every person. However, the vast majority of people in the world are unaware of its existence. Even so, some individuals, by dedicating themselves to their craft and achieving extraordinary focus, can unknowingly use Nen abilities. It seems to be a manifestation of extreme concentration or the result of pouring intense emotion into their exceptional skills. Thus, anything created by hand may carry Nen energy from its creator. Moro called these items Nen objects. The residual aura in these items was usually faint and required, Dio, to see clearly. But the fascinating part was, even though the aura was so weak, it could withstand the erosion of time, lasting for centuries or even millennia. Even after the person who released the Nen was erased by time, even after the object itself had decayed, the Nen remained. It was as though these auras defied time itself, evoking a sense of awe. Moro gently ran his hand along the katana's sheath. The sword was named Senro. Among all the Nen objects Moro had encountered, Senro's Nen energy ranked among the top 3 in intensity. Its aura was so strong that it could be seen without using Dio. If Moro hadn't known Senro's history from his previous life, he wouldn't have been able to seize this opportunity at such a low price. If he remembered correctly, the final transaction price for Senro was a staggering 1.26 billion jenny. The only reason the katana didn't sell for an even higher price was that it was tied to a murder case, making it difficult to find a buyer. Moro didn't attempt to absorb the aura right away. Instead, he wrapped the katana back in the black cloth. The masked man gave the money a quick glance to confirm its authenticity but didn't bother counting it. He closed the briefcase and looked at Moro. "No problems, right?" He held the briefcase and kept glancing around nervously. One hand remained behind his back. Moro noted the man's actions but wasn't bothered by them. Given Senro's shady history, it was natural for the masked man to be on edge. Moro nodded to indicate there were no issues. "All right." The masked man stepped back a few paces, then quickly ducked into an alley. Moro watched him leave and soon heard the sound of rapid footsteps fading into the distance. The masked man was likely running away to avoid any trouble. The man's thief-like movements and jumpy behavior were typical of people in Yorknu City. In this city, while opportunities were everywhere, so was human malice. As the footsteps faded into silence, Moro hefted Senro and left in the opposite direction. Back at his hotel, Moro removed the black cloth wrapping Senro. The katana's sheath was patterned with intertwining red and white stripes. The hilt and handguard were a pale gray. The overall appearance gave off a sense of age and history. Moro used his thumb to push against the handguard. As the blade slid from its sheath, wisps of smoke like Nen energy surged out, spreading across the surface of the blade before settling into every corner. The blade was clear and bright, reflecting Moro's face. But it was an unsharpened katana. Moro, assuming the role of an appraiser, admired the blade for a while before slowly returning it to its sheath. Unsharpened, unsullied by blood, and yet, the blade was enveloped in a strikingly strong Nen aura. It was hard to imagine how much emotion the creator must have poured into forging this sword. Moro stared at the sheathed katana. He focused his will and attempted to absorb the Nen energy attached to Senro. Instantly, the aura flowed into Moro's right hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, all the Nen had been absorbed by the earring. Moro lowered his gaze to his hand holding the sword, noticing that the green energy bar in the second ring of the earring had extended slightly. Judging by the length, the absorbed aura accounted for about 3–4% of the bar. In the past, absorbing that amount of energy would have required 5 or 6 Nen objects. This confirmed how exceptionally potent Senro's Nen aura was. His effort to intercept the sale had been well worth it. The earring's ability to absorb Nen is still intact, but... Moro released his grip on Senro and raised his hand to his face, his eyes filled with contemplation. When the first ring of the earring was fully charged, it had allowed him to escape death temporarily, returning him to his starting point. It had also loaded some relevant information into his consciousness. But that information only pertained to the first ring. Nothing about the other rings was revealed. Thus, even after absorbing Senro's aura, he had only now confirmed that the earring's energy absorption ability still worked. So, he couldn't be certain. Would the second ring, once fully charged, also grant him another chance at rebirth? Moro lowered his hand and shook his head slightly. Compared to the unknowns surrounding the earring's energy mechanics, there were more pressing priorities. Still, if he could sell Senro for a profit, he could use the funds to acquire more Nen objects and continue increasing the energy stored in the earring. This way, he could increase the efficiency of his energy collection. With this in mind, Moro began contemplating how to sell Senro. All he knew was that Senro was tied to a murder case and that after being missing for some time, it had suddenly sold for an astronomical sum of 1.26 billion jenny. However, he had no idea what twists and turns were involved in that process. What he did know was that selling Senro would be risky. Moro understood this but wouldn't be overly cautious. The bold succeed, the timid starve. To earn great rewards, one had to face equally great risks. After spending over half a year in the antique and collectibles trade, Moro understood this principle better than anyone. Moro suddenly looked up at the door. At the same time, in the hallway outside, 2 burly men moved silently along the wall toward his room. They stood on either side of the door, exchanged glances, and then simultaneously focused on the door. In a brightly lit kitchen, under the harsh lights, a young boy lay naked on the kitchen counter. Beside him stood a handsome man dressed in a white suit. The man held a scalpel, his expression focused as he cut into the boy's chest. As the skin and veins split open, blood sprayed onto the man's white suit, staining it a vivid red. If Moro had been present, he would have recognized the boy on the counter as one of the pigs who had been caged with him in the transport truck. The man in the white suit paused and asked, "How many are still unaccounted for?" 1. A group of people stood nearby, observing the scene. One of them answered the man's question. The man in the white suit looked up and asked, "Number 11. Yes. The person bowed slightly, showing respect. The man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If you don't bring him back, you can end your life." Understood. The person responded calmly, as though unconcerned about their own life. In Moro's hotel room, a corpse lay on the floor near the door. In the living room by the sofa was another burly man, still alive. Moro crouched beside the man, who was bleeding heavily, idly twirling a pistol he had taken. "Bloodhounds, you followed the scent right to me." Moro's eyes glinted coldly as he paused. "Perfect. There's something I need your help with." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hearing the icy tone in Moro's voice, the burly man's face filled with fear. Dash 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 dash. Power stones. 2 comments 0 vote. Risk. Moro had spared one of the burly men for a reason. He wanted to test whether he could forcefully unlock Nen in someone and then kill them to see if it would help him level up quickly. Forcing someone to unlock Nen wasn't something Moro had ever tried before, nor could he maintain a calm mind while doing it. This process was likely to cause the burly man immense pain, both mentally and physically, as the aura nodes were forcefully opened. But Moro had no regard for the man's suffering or human rights. He shoved a towel into the man's mouth to silence him, then channeled Nen into the man's body. In an instant, violent aura surged through the man's internal pathways, tearing them open. The forced unlocking of his aura nodes brought unbearable pain. MMMPH. The man's face twisted in agony as his body arched and writhed like a shrimp. Moro watched emotionlessly until the man's aura surged to its fullest, then reached out and snapped his neck. The room fell silent. Moro stood up and immediately looked at the energy level on his hand. In truth, he didn't need to check. The moment he killed the man, Moro knew, his energy level hadn't increased at all. Looks like it doesn't work. Moro sighed softly, though he wasn't too disappointed. If it had been that easy to level up, he wouldn't have expected any substantial feedback. This was simply a very realistic outcome. Lowering his hand, Moro's eyes filled with contemplation. Killing someone after forcibly unlocking their Nen didn't meet the conditions for leveling up. This meant that the target needed to be either a Nen user of a comparable level of mastery or someone who had already developed their own abilities. If that was the case, would killing a stronger Nen user result in a significant level up? Conversely, the further he progressed, the stricter the conditions for leveling up would likely become. When the time is right, I should make a trip to Heaven's Arena. Moro gathered his thoughts and glanced at the two corpses in the room. He had anticipated that attempting to sell Senro might attract scavengers. But he hadn't expected them to come so quickly, or so blatantly. Thinking carefully, in his past life, the reason he had been able to quickly seize opportunities in York New City was largely due to Morena's backing. Now, entering York New alone made him appear like easy prey to the scavengers lurking in the city. Moro pocketed the handgun, then methodically broke the limbs of the two corpses, creating a gruesome scene. After finishing, Moro made a phone call and spent some money to summon two cleaners. This was another feature of York New City. As long as you could pay the price, you could hire someone to dispose of bodies. After paying the cleaners, Moro left the room with Senro, leaving the two cleaners to handle the scene. It was inevitable that the cleaners would spread word of what had happened. But the brutal state of the corpses would increase the deterrent effect. This was precisely what Moro wanted, to discourage small-time troublemakers and save himself from unnecessary hassle. However, the fact that those two men had dared to barge in reinforced Moro's desire to sell Senro as soon as possible. After all, with a profit margin in the billions, it was more than enough to blind a pack of fools who didn't know their limits. Moro had no interest in constantly dealing with these incidents, it would interfere with his training. Night fell. The bustling side of York New City lit up the streets. Skyscrapers towered above, and neon lights twinkled like stars. The streets were filled with cars and pedestrians, forming a river of motion beneath the night sky. Moro avoided the bright lights, slipping into the shadows as he navigated the maze of alleyways. The criminal organizations in York New City were different from those in other places. Crime and various gray market activities were conducted openly. The gangsters here wore suits and ties, unafraid of stepping into the spotlight. This city was the absolute home turf of organized crime. But there were always some people who preferred to do business in the underground shadows. Moro couldn't afford to put Senro in one of the main auction houses, so he sought out an underground broker who specialized in off-the-books transactions. 12.5 billion, no problem. I can find you a buyer and ensure there won't be any complications. But I'm taking a 15% cut. In a dimly lit basement, the broker, puffing on a pipe, laid out his terms while tapping the table with his pipe and watching Moro's reaction closely. The katana Senro was tied to a high-profile case involving a wealthy collector. About a month ago, the collector had been found dead in his mansion, along with his elite security team. None had survived. Every valuable item in the collector's extensive collection had vanished without a trace. It was a classic home invasion and murder case. Among the stolen treasures was the famed katana Senro. No one knew how Senro had resurfaced in York New City. What was even more surprising was that it had been sold by an insignificant thief, and bought by a young outsider. Even after confirming the truth with his own eyes, the broker still found the situation absurd. But that didn't matter. A deal delivered to his doorstep was a deal he wouldn't pass up. Moro agreed without hesitation. Fine, but I have one condition. Oh, the broker raised an eyebrow, surprised at Moro's straightforwardness. Let's hear it. Front me 8 billion. Moro met the broker's eyes directly. The broker chuckled, thinking Moro was being ridiculous. But his smile quickly faded. Moro continued calmly, in return, no matter how high you sell it for, I only want 2 billion as the remainder. Quote. The broker's expression grew serious. Facing Moro's calm and unwavering gaze, he replied slowly. Using 20 million to make 10 billion with lower risk. You're making quite the deal. Your intel is pretty solid. Moro remained unfazed by the broker's observation. So, what's your answer? I'm a businessman, I don't turn down extra profit. The broker narrowed his eyes. If he didn't know that Moro was more dangerous than he appeared, he wouldn't have agreed to such a request. As a broker, he had plenty of room to manipulate prices between buyers and sellers. But this was fine, he was confident he could sell Senro for an even higher price. Any additional profit would be his to keep. The deal was soon finalized. Moro walked away with 8 billion in cash. As for the 2 billion remainder, he hadn't really expected to collect it. The broker, experienced in shady deals, could tell Moro's intention and had agreed readily. By the way, can I ask, where do you get your information? On his way out, Moro curiously asked the broker about his information sources. The broker smiled and handed Moro a business card. I heard that once you have a hunter license, you can buy any intel you need on the hunter website. We don't have licenses, of course, but we've got our own ways. Thanks. Moro took the card and left. The broker didn't bother watching him leave, instead, he lovingly caressed Senro, eyes gleaming. This deal alone would earn him at least 6 billion. As for the risks, if he wasn't capable of handling them, he wouldn't have taken the job. A week later, the broker, along with his subordinates, met with a buyer willing to pay 15 billion for Senro. The buyer was a man with burn scars covering half his face. Before the broker arrived, the man had already placed several briefcases on the table. Seeing the briefcases, the broker naturally assumed they contained money. He gestured, and one of his men handed Senro to the buyer. The buyer took the katana and frowned. The nen aura on the blade. It was gone. Across the table, the broker opened one of the briefcases and peered inside. It was empty. What? In an instant, the broker's face changed, and he reached for his gun without hesitation. SHHK. A blade pierced through the broker's chest. Ugh. The broker trembled, staring wide-eyed at the blood-stained katana tip protruding from his chest. He struggled to turn around to see where the blade had come from. What he saw defied understanding. From the shadows behind him, a figure wrapped in a headscarf and mask emerged, only its upper body visible. The rest of its form seemed fused with the shadow itself. The katana that had impaled him was held firmly in the figure's hand. The broker recognized the attire. But before he could comprehend it fully, darkness swallowed his mind. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. Miles. Download app now. Control. The figure emerging from the shadows was using a conjuration-type Nen ability imbued with spatial properties. However, the broker had no knowledge of Nen, so he died without ever understanding how his attacker had done it. In his final moments, thanks to his experience, he recognized the identity of the attacker based on their attire. A ninja, but something felt off, out of place. A ninja wielding a katana. The broker's confusion was buried alongside him in the darkness. When the underlings saw their boss suddenly killed, they froze for a second before erupting in rage and drawing their guns. But no matter how many guns they had, they were powerless against a Nen user. A few minutes later, the massacre ended. The floor was littered with corpses and spent shell casings. Throughout it all, the scarred man remained seated, coldly watching his subordinate slaughter the broker's men. Several bullets had hit his body, but his reinforcement-based defense rendered them useless. Amid the carnage, the ninja-like figure shook his wrist, flicking the blood off the blade. He glanced at the scarred man, who was holding Senro, and asked, "Boss, Senro's Nen aura has disappeared. Does that mean?" "Yes." The scarred man interrupted, anticipating the question. "Without Nen, the blade can't be used for spirit channeling. However," he paused, recalling an enigmatic Onmyoji known for his spirit channeling powers. Even though that man's abilities were extraordinary, without Nen energy infused in an object, he would have no medium to work with. The scarred man shook his head, rose to his feet, and stepped over the corpses. "There's no need to worry. The key we're searching for, this isn't the only one." Standing before the ninja, the scarred man's gaze was as hard as stone. The ninja lowered his head in shame under the weight of that gaze. "I lost my composure," the ninja admitted. The scarred man withdrew his gaze and once again looked at Senro. Originally, he had planned to return home with the blade, but curiosity gnawed at him. How had the blade's Nen aura disappeared? It was best to find out. There might even be a way to restore the Nen aura. And at the very least, if they could learn how the aura was dispersed, they could use the same method to weaken the Yunin-style ninja. As well as to claim the Dream Scroll, the national treasure of Flow Sakura Nation, which was still missing. That damned inheritance mechanism had prevented them from laying a finger on it. If they couldn't obtain it, maybe they could destroy it. But first, they needed to unravel the truth behind the disappearance of the Nen aura. "Rokahara." The scarred man's thoughts shifted as he called out to his subordinate. Rokahara immediately met his gaze. The scarred man spoke in a deep voice, "You're not returning home. I have a task for you." Upon hearing this, Rokahara's eyes lit up with excitement. Carrying out a mission was his everything, it gave his life meaning. The home invasion and robbery that had killed the wealthy collector had caused his collection of treasures to scatter into the open market. The katana Senro was just one of those treasures. What made it special, aside from its conspicuous Nen aura, was the risk that seemed to follow whoever handled it. Moro remembered it well. A fellow appraiser who had spoken to him about Senro once joked that the blade might be cursed. The appraiser's tone had been a mix of humor and jealousy over the blade's astronomical sale price. Now, Moro had come to partially agree with that claim. It wasn't a curse, but rather the inherent risk that came with Senro itself. Moro had mentally prepared himself for this risk from the beginning. But his urgency to sell Senro stemmed from a desire to avoid becoming the center of attention. He didn't mind taking a reduced profit, he would have accepted even half the price, if it meant staying out of the spotlight. Ironically, this approach had shifted all the risk onto the broker. What a shame. Upon learning that the broker had been killed in a double cross, Moro offered a brief moment of silent condolence. He had hoped to work with the broker again in the future to offload other items, but fate had different plans. However, when it came to double crosses in this world, or rather, within the business sphere of York New City, backstabbing wasn't uncommon. Before learning Nen, Moro had nearly died in one such incident. Only after mastering Nen did those incidents decrease. These experiences had deepened Moro's understanding of this world. He knew that Nen was an essential survival tool. After his brief reflection, Moro resumed his daily training. With his level-up ability as a safety net, Moro focused on solidifying his foundation. His top priority was mastering Hatsu. This determined how effectively he could use his Nen abilities. Fraudulent shooting star. Moro raised his hand, concentrating his bright green aura into his palm. A second later, he fired a small, glowing Nen sphere the size of a lead ball. A green arc traced through the air. At the end of the trajectory, the wooden target shattered into pieces. Moro exhaled slowly as he observed the splintered remains. Still too slow. The balance between power and speed is off. When my Hatsu level improves, maybe that'll change. For now, I need to focus on strengthening my basics. Once I've stabilized, I can consider training in. Moro contemplated his next steps during his break. Fraudulent shooting star wasn't purely an offensive ability, it had an inherent mechanism. In essence, it was a strategic ability designed for deception. As its name implied, it was meant to mislead and trick opponents. So instead of focusing solely on increasing its power, it would be more practical to work on its utility. For example, Moro could try increasing the number of projectiles he could control while maintaining their speed, then use to conceal their trajectory. However, these ideas were still far beyond his current capabilities. But with a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, he had no choice but to push himself. After resting, Moro resumed his training. Without a solid foundation, it was nearly impossible to learn advanced nen techniques in a short time. However, there was one technique that Moro had to master as part of his strategy. Moro raised his hand and fired a shooting star into the air, setting a 1-second delay before it stopped mid-flight. Instead of tracking the projectile, he immediately closed his eyes. The green projectile reached its maximum range and, like a stretched rubber band snapping back, shot toward Moro with increased speed. At that moment, with his eyes shut, Moro sensed the exact timing and tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The projectile brushed past his eyelashes. Moro slowly opened his eyes. Without looking, he had tracked the projectile's movement perfectly. This was one of his key training goals. Would he succeed by relying on intuition or precise timing? It didn't matter, as long as he could reduce his margin of error to the lowest possible level. This technique could become a pivotal part of his battle strategy. Power Stones, 20 Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/milesin. 2 comments 0 vote. Movements. A nen user's combat ability depends on various factors. If their total manifested and latent aura represents the hardware, then a complete and well-thought-out nen strategy is the software. Both are indispensable. Typically, enhancing one's aura capacity, the hardware, requires time and effort, with no shortcut to success. But for Moro, who had died and returned to life, this was the one thing he didn't have to worry about. Otherwise, he would have simply given up and enjoyed his final year of life. Now that he had a chance to change his fate, he was determined to give it everything he had. He trained again and again, sometimes succeeding, sometimes failing. When the strengthened shooting star projectiles hit him, the defensive measures he set up prevented bleeding or bruising, but the pain was unavoidable. But if this was the path he had to take to reach his goal, Moro didn't hesitate. He kept stepping forward with unwavering resolve. Moro only stopped when he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground to rest. As he lay there, he began thinking about his next steps. He had used his knowledge of valuable finds to gather enough startup capital and made a small fortune from it. Then, he used that money to intercept the deal for the katana Senro, turning a small profit into 8 billion jenny. Since then, he had continued using that money to secure rare treasures he remembered from his past life. The easy-to-sell items had been sold quickly, even at slightly lower profits, to avoid delays. The harder-to-sell items were stored in a secure bank vault after paying a hefty storage fee. After all this, excluding the treasures stored in the vault, Moro now had 36 billion jenny in liquid funds. All of this had taken him less than a month. If he were willing to slow down, Moro could have focused on the York New City auction 2 months later. He could have amassed a vast collection of rare finds and then sold them all at the auction in September for a fortune in the hundreds of billions. But Moro dismissed that idea. Money was important, of course. But for him, having enough was sufficient. His true goal was to become stronger. Making money through collecting antiques and treasures was just a means to recharge the wheel of time. Moro raised his right hand and looked at the wheel mark on the back. Despite absorbing the aura from 12 nen-infused objects recently, the energy bar had only reached about 8%. The energy provided by those 12 items was still less than the amount he got from Senro alone. This result made Moro realize that charging the second ring of the wheel was much harder than the first. Senro had contributed 4% of the charge at once simply because its nen aura was exceptionally strong. There's no point in forcing it, Moro muttered, lowering his hand and closing his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, Moro had recovered most of his energy, stood up, and tidied himself. He put on a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Once he was fully disguised, Moro left the private training field and returned to downtown York New City under the cover of night. When he sold Senro, the late broker had given him a business card for a contact in the information network. Moro had already solved his identity issue, and all the money he earned afterward had been properly taxed. With legitimate funds and a valid identity, transactions that required large sums of money, such as purchasing information, would be much simpler and cause fewer problems. Following the number on the card, Moro contacted a broker named Arger. The phone rang, and before Moro could speak, a mechanical, synthesized voice came through. 164 Old Town Street. The call ended immediately after. Moro wasn't surprised. He put his phone away and headed toward the address provided by the robotic voice. Old Town Street was located at the edge of York New City. Compared to the bustling city center, the contrast was striking. It was like comparing wealth and poverty. Most people living on Old Town Street were struggling on the fringes of society. Alcoholics, gamblers, and even addicts were common sights. As a result, the environment was dirty and cramped. When you looked up, all you could see was the sky sliced into fragments by a tangle of electrical wires. When you looked down, the ground was covered with dirty water and garbage. As Moro made his way through Old Town Street, the place reminded him of a scene from a movie he had watched before his reincarnation, Kowloon Walled City. The resemblance was uncanny. Splash! Moro stepped through a puddle of filthy water and shook off his wandering thoughts. He navigated through the narrow alleyways, taking some time before finally finding 164. He stood in front of the rusted iron door. Before he could knock, he heard a click. The door opened inward on its own. Glancing at the small button-like device near the light bulb overhead, Moro wasn't surprised. He stepped inside. The entrance led to a straight corridor about 5 meters long. At the end of the corridor was a door covered with a curtain. Moro lifted the curtain and stepped into a dimly lit room illuminated by red low-wattage bulbs. There was no standard furniture, only a row of computers and a table with a single chair. Sitting cross-legged in the chair was someone wearing a hoodie. With their back to the entrance, Moro couldn't immediately tell if they were male or female. "You're Arger?" Moro asked as he observed the figure sitting in the chair. Creak. The chair swiveled around. Moro saw a woman with dark circles under her eyes and unkempt, greasy hair spilling out from under her hood. "Yeah, that's me." Arger leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees as she scrutinized Moro. Her right hand reached under her hood, scratching her scalp. "You brought enough money, right?" Her first question wasn't about what information Moro wanted but whether he had the cash. Moro nodded. Seeing his response, Arger got straight to the point. "What intel are you looking for?" "I want long-term tracking information on this person." Moro pulled a folded, hand-drawn picture of Phaeton from his pocket and unfolded it for Arger to see. Arger's eyes scanned the picture, and she immediately shook her head. "Sorry, I'm not taking this job." "That's fine. We can discuss it." Moro remained calm. If Arger hadn't recognized the picture of Phaeton, Moro would have turned around and left immediately without wasting another second. But since she recognized him instantly, Moro was willing to pay more. Arger frowned, took her hand away from her hood, and flicked away a bit of dandruff stuck under her fingernails. "I said I'm not taking the job. I'll pay more." Moro's tone was composed. Arger shook her head again. Moro raised his hand, showing 2 fingers. 20 billion Jenny up front, with additional payments later. "Deal." Arger's demeanor shifted instantly, and she nodded seriously. "It's not about the money, I'm just moved by your sincerity." "I can see that," Moro replied with a faint smile. Arger leaned forward. "I'll take the job, but I should warn you. Everyone who's tried to track the Phantom Troupe has died horribly. Thanks for the warning, but that's unrelated to the deal." "All right, transfer the money." "Okay." A moment later, Moro transferred the 20 billion. Arger confirmed the payment and nodded in satisfaction. Then, she immediately started delivering on the value of the information. Last Monday, at 8:06 p.m., someone within a restricted network posted a bounty targeting a member of the Phantom Troupe. If you're interested in this lead, I can follow up on it. Moro's eyes widened slightly. -- Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Milesan. 1 comments 0 vote. The Pursuit. Moro sought out Arger to secure a reliable source who could keep tabs on Phaeton's movements at all times, preventing any setbacks at a critical moment. He hadn't expected Arger to have current information on the Phantom Troupe. This surprised Moro, and he immediately thought of the 2 times in the original story when the troupe replaced its members. Although the original manga provided few details, he knew enough to piece things together. One member was replaced by Hisoka, and the other had been killed by Zeno Zoldic's son, Silva. But Moro didn't remember the exact timeline of these events, only that it happened 3 years before the York New City arc, which was this year. If the bounty Arger mentioned was the same one Silva had taken. If that were true, judging by Silva's attitude and how he warned Kahlua not to provoke the Phantom Troupe, completing that assassination mission must have been extremely difficult. If he remembered correctly, Silva even fought Crollo directly. This suggested that Silva had likely killed his target right under the watchful eyes of several troop members. Moro began to feel uneasy. Could the butterfly effect already be in play? What if Phaeton was present and accidentally ended up in Silva's crosshairs? If that happened, Moro would be in grave danger. The mark of death on Moro meant that only he could break his death node. Until then, if Phaeton died prematurely, Moro would be dragged to the grave with him. However, the odds of that happening were low. His concern came mostly from a specific moment in the story where Zeno and Silva faced off against Crollo. Zeno had immediately recognized that Crollo was stalling for time and chose to restrain him, urging Silva to attack both Crollo and himself without hesitation. Even though they had the advantage of a 2-on-1 fight, they took a risky approach to save time. This unwavering dedication to completing the mission revealed a certain madness in the Zoldic father and son. It was precisely this madness that worried Moro. Moro quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. Speculating before confirming the facts was pointless. Go ahead and follow up, but I have one request. Moro snapped out of his thoughts and met Arger's inquisitive gaze. Before she could speak, he added in a serious tone. The Phantom Troupe has an intelligence expert. I don't care how you gather information, I just need you to be extremely cautious and make sure you don't leave any trails. TCH, you don't need to remind me about that. The laziness in Arger's eyes vanished, replaced by sharp focus. Let me make this clear, I value my life. Do you think I took such a dangerous job just because of the money? Quote. Moro stayed silent, but his expression seemed to say, isn't that exactly why? Arger caught the meaning behind his look and immediately straightened up in her chair, crossing her arms indignantly. You're way too shallow. I took this job because I'm confident in my abilities, not because your offer was too good to refuse. Oh, Moro nodded, though the way he said it made it sound like he didn't quite believe her. Arger could sense the sarcasm in his tone. Looks like you still don't get it. She huffed and raised her chin proudly. In fact, the second you called me, I already had your basic information. The only reason you're standing here is because I agreed to meet you. Impressive. That puts my mind at ease. Moro nodded again, deciding not to dwell on the matter any further since he'd already given her a warning. I knew you wouldn't AP, huh? Arger froze mid-sentence, staring at Moro in disbelief. Why are you reacting like that? What else was I supposed to do? Moro gave her a puzzled look. Arger widened her eyes. Convincing someone is hard work. Your reaction should have been to question me further, and then I'd show off a bit to make you completely convinced. Quote. Moro was speechless, wondering if he should ask for a refund and find another source of information. Arger seemed to catch on to his train of thought and asked suspiciously, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Just follow through with the investigation, I'll leave it to you. Moro kept his expression calm. Arger waved dismissively. I'm just doing my job. No need for pleasantries. All right, I'll wait for your update. With his purpose accomplished, Moro turned to leave. As he walked away, Arger called out. Since you're a big spender, I'll throw in a freebie. Moro stopped and glanced back at her. Arger spun her chair around to face her computer and said. Someone's tracking you, and it's not just one group, it's obvious they're up to no good. Oh, and just so you know, if you die, I'm not refunding the 20 billion. Moro's eyes narrowed. He ignored the last part of her remark and asked, can you find out who's after me? Of course. Information is a two-way street. If someone is digging into you, you can always dig back. Arger leaned back in her chair. But I said it was a freebie for basic intel. If you want me to pursue this further, I'll need additional payment. Should I deduct it from the 20 billion? Deduct it. Great. You'll have your answer before midnight. Arger grinned. Moro pressed down his rising sense of unease and left Arger's base. Thanks to Arger's warning, Moro remained on high alert as he made his way home. Who's after me? Is it the people from the asylum? Had they come to get revenge after he killed the 2 transporters? It was unfortunate that he hadn't investigated their backgrounds earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't be left guessing now. Based on the asylum's operations and their ability to forge death certificates, their backers were clearly powerful. Issuing a fake death certificate essentially erased a person's existence. In the world of hunters, destroying someone's identity records was equivalent to murder under international law. The asylum's connections were clearly formidable. After all, even their delivery agents were NEN users. As for the other group, who could they be? Was it fallout from intercepting the Senro deal? Or had he attracted unwanted attention after making too much money too quickly? No matter who it was, Moro knew he had to be more cautious in the coming days. Moro drove along the road. His private training field was in the outskirts of the city. Once he left the main avenue, the buildings on either side became sparse, replaced by rows of trees. Under the dim night sky, the interplay of shadows and streetlights made the surroundings feel eerily quiet. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent surged toward him. In the darkness, a faint flash of light marked the trajectory of a projectile speeding toward the road. Crash! The car's windshield shattered. Screech! Tires screeched as the car skidded out of control and slammed into a tree by the roadside. -- Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. Meteor. The car's front end had crumpled from the violent impact, fusing almost entirely with the tree trunk by the roadside. Thick white smoke billowed from the twisted hood, with flickers of fire visible amid the fumes. 1,200 meters away, on a slope beside the road, a man in camouflage lay prone behind the slope, with a sniper rifle set up in front of him. Continue. A cold, detached voice came through his earpiece. Upon hearing the command, the sniper aimed at the car, which was half obscured by the rising smoke. He used his instincts to estimate the position of the driver's seat and pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed. A long, pointed bullet shot out of the suppressor, tracing a fleeting line of fire as it tore through the night and hit the car shrouded in smoke. Then came a second shot, a third, and a fourth. The sniper reloaded and fired repeatedly until his magazine was empty. Even with the smoke obstructing his vision, his shots were based on well-trained intuition. As long as the target remained in the driver's seat, he was confident in his precision. Once the clip was emptied, the sniper loaded another magazine but did not fire. Instead, he observed the burning car and the surrounding area through his scope while waiting for further orders. Boom! Suddenly, the car exploded, flames bursting skyward and pushing thick smoke even higher into the night sky. The heatwave flattened the nearby grass. Several meters away, behind a tree, Moro leaned against the trunk, his eyes cold and sharp. His clothes were smudged with dirt and soot. Fortunately, his NEN-enhanced defenses had saved him. When he had broken through the passenger door amid the smoke with sheer strength, he hadn't been scratched by any sharp debris or glass shards. After escaping into the roadside forest under the cover of darkness, he hid behind a large tree, waiting to see how the sniper would respond. The fact that the sniper continued firing at the car confirmed that Moro's position was still safe, at least for the moment. However, Moro dared not make any sudden movements. Any unnecessary action might expose his location to the sniper's line of fire. He steadied his breathing and calmed the adrenaline coursing through him. What just happened? Reflecting on that life or death moment, a glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes. When the bullet cut through the night toward him, he had felt an almost supernatural sense of impending death, an instinctive burst of awareness in his mind before the windshield shattered. Guided by this gut feeling, he had tilted his head just enough to dodge what would have been a fatal shot. Given his current level of NEN, even if he had time to use condense to strengthen his defense, it wouldn't have been enough to block a sniper round. Especially in the chaos of a surprise attack, there simply wasn't enough time to deploy such a defense faster than the bullet could hit. The only way to survive was to dodge entirely. The reason for this limitation boiled down to hardware. His aura capacity and the strength of his focus were still too weak to withstand a sniper's bullet without extra defenses. If his aura had been strong enough, he could have withstood the shot without reinforcing his defense. As things stood, long-range threats like snipers were far deadlier to him than a close-range encounter with a NEN user. In some ways, a sniper was more dangerous than a powerful NEN user like Zazan. It was frustrating but true. Moro touched his earlobe and felt blood. If not for that split-second danger sense. Moro let out a long breath, suppressing his shock as his eyes grew more focused. If I don't take care of that sniper. The constant threat of being locked in a sniper's sights severely limited his mobility. If there were additional enemies nearby, his situation would become even more precarious. The only good news was that there seemed to be only one sniper. If there had been a second one, Moro wouldn't have gotten away with just a graze, he'd be dead or severely injured. At least 1,000 meters away. The sniper's reckless, rapid firing suggested that he didn't care about giving away his position, essentially presenting Moro with an opportunity. Even so, knowing the sniper's position wasn't enough to solve the problem. The longer the distance, the higher the risk of closing the gap. If Moro tried to retreat instead, he'd be exposing his back to the sniper without knowing the maximum range of the rifle. And if there were other hidden enemies nearby, retreating or advancing could both lead to disaster. That was the most difficult part of this situation. While taking out the sniper was crucial, it was just as important to confirm how many attackers there were. Ideally, Moro needed to pinpoint their locations as well. This would give him the freedom to decide whether to attack or withdraw. In a normal situation, that would be the best approach. But Moro had a different plan. Gathering intel on the enemy's numbers and positions would take time. And every second that passed increased the risk of something going wrong. The worst-case scenario was that the sniper would relocate, creating an invisible pressure that left Moro at an even greater disadvantage. So instead of staying put and gathering information, Moro decided to take the initiative and eliminate the sniper as quickly as possible. This decision had to be made without hesitation. He needed to strike while the sniper's overconfidence in revealing his position remained. There's only one chance. Moro closed his eyes, constructing a mental map. He visualized the surrounding trees, the burning car, the uneven road, and the distant hillside. He systematically removed every obstacle in the direct path and identified a viable trajectory. A few seconds later, Moro opened his eyes, and a faint nen glow shimmered in his gaze. Fraudulent shooting star. He raised his hand, adjusting his aim. Bright aura gathered in his palm, forming a fist-sized energy projectile. Whoosh! The nen sphere shot through the air, weaving between the trees and halting mid-air about 100 meters away. At that moment, Moro darted out from behind the tree, stopping at a pre-planned position. He kept his eyes locked on the suspended energy sphere as it expanded and then shot back toward him. As it neared his face, Moro shifted his head at the last second. The sphere's light flashed past his eyes and, like a meteor, shot through the gaps in the forest and hurtled toward the sniper's location. The second phase of the fraudulent shooting star, the return shot. This ability doubled the speed and power of the original shot in exchange for the condition that Moro himself could be hit by it. By dodging the returning shot, Moro unleashed its full force and extended its range beyond its usual 100-meter limit. In an instant, the projectile streaked like a shooting star, heading straight for its mark 1,000 meters away. On the hillside, the sniper spotted Moro as he suddenly stepped out from behind cover. He swiftly aimed, controlled his breathing, and began to pull the trigger. Just as he was about to fire, his scope was blinded by a brilliant flash of light. What the? The sniper jerked his head up. Boom! The hillside exploded. A powerful shockwave of shrapnel and debris engulfed the sniper. In an instant, he was flung backward like a ragdoll, his body riddled with holes and torn to shreds, dead before he hit the ground. In another direction, a brooding young man watched the explosion with wide eyes, stunned. He had witnessed the green projectile soar over 1,000 meters and still unleash such destructive force. The range, and it still had that much power. The youth removed his crackling earpiece, hesitating as he glanced toward Moro's location. Even for a nen user skilled in projection techniques, maintaining both power and stability over long distances was a rare feat. For the first time, the young man questioned whether he should continue approaching. Power Stones, 20 Advanced Chapters. Patreon.com/Milesan. 1 comments 0 vote. Fireplace. Using restrictions to break past the original limits of one's ability. This wasn't something every nen user could think of. The brooding young man didn't understand the deeper mechanics behind this, so he naturally assumed that the target was a powerful emission-type nen user. After all, he had seen it with his own eyes. That green, meteor-like nen projectile possessed speed, power, range, and most importantly, stability. When facing a long-range, precise emission-type NEN user, if you couldn't close the gap before they attacked, you were at risk of being played to death. This was a typical strategic judgment. It also indicated that the brooding young man was definitely not an emission-type or enhancement-type NEN user himself. However, the distance between them wasn't the reason for his hesitation. In fact, the type of NEN user he was most confident in dealing with was precisely emission-type users. That confidence came from his NEN ability. Fireplace. The young man placed his hand over his abdomen, glancing toward where Moro was hiding. His ability, Fireplace, was a composite of conjuration and transmutation NEN types. The ability allowed his abdominal area to transform into a fireplace containing a flickering flame. This fireplace, conjured from his own body, could absorb any damage within a certain range of intensity. Once absorbed, the damage was converted into fuel, causing the flame in the fireplace to grow stronger. When the fire reached its peak, the young man's NEN capacity would increase significantly, and his body would grow hotter and stronger over time. This was why he preferred fighting emission-type users. He could absorb their first wave of attacks with the fireplace, turning the tide in his favor. However, Fireplace wasn't invincible. It could only absorb damage within a certain threshold, determined by the strength difference between him and his opponent. After witnessing the destructive power of that green NEN projectile, the young man wasn't confident he could absorb an attack of that magnitude. That was why he hesitated. Should he press forward or wait and devise a new plan? He remained rooted in place, unable to make a firm decision. The car burned fiercely, its flames crackling and sending an acrid smell into the air. The firelight illuminated the road and cast long shadows across the forest. Moro stayed hidden within the shadows, his sharp eyes locked on the sniper's former position. The shooting star projectile, enhanced with double power, now had a destructive force greater than an RPG blast. Its impact point had minimal deviation. If it didn't kill the sniper outright, it would have at least gravely injured them. Either way, the sniper's threat had been significantly weakened. However, Moro was more concerned about other enemies aside from the sniper. When the shooting star hit the sniper's approximate location, he distinctly sensed a sudden spike in NEN aura from nearby. Although the aura quickly returned to normal after a second, it had already revealed the enemy's general position. It must be another NEN user. Moro's gaze swept across the forest shrouded in darkness. That sudden surge of aura felt like it was triggered by strong emotion. Most likely due to witnessing a comrade being attacked. And emotions were a critical factor in a NEN battle. The Hoshinryu school of NEN always emphasized mastering one's emotions for this exact reason. Of course, heightened emotions didn't always weaken one's aura. In some cases, intense emotions could even strengthen a NEN user's abilities. But most of the time, losing control of emotions was a detriment. Like now, thanks to the enemy's emotional outburst, Moro had obtained vital information in what should have been an unknown situation. Retreat or attack? In less than a second, Moro made his decision. Attack. Strike hard. This wasn't just about seizing an opportunity to grow stronger, it was about solidifying his resolve to never hesitate. Moro believed, if he chose to retreat now, how could he ever hope to gain the strength needed to defeat Phaeton within the limited time he had left? The strongest NEN users didn't reach their peak by playing it safe, they had all walked the razor's edge between life and death. Only by confronting mortal danger head-on could one truly discover their limits. The night when he ambushed and killed Pakunoda and Shalnark beneath Krollo's watchful gaze. That victory had been earned through sheer determination in the face of overwhelming odds. If someone had told him beforehand, "You've only trained in NEN for 6 months, but you'll assassinate 2 Phantom Troupe members right under Krollo's nose," he would have laughed out loud. Even Moro himself would have found such a claim ridiculous. But it had happened, he had done it. Sometimes, you never knew how far you could go until you gave it everything you had. And NEN, the power shaped by will, was the perfect response to such resolve. With his mind made up, Moro shifted into combat mode. He surveyed his surroundings. The forest wasn't very dense, with large gaps between the trees. In this kind of terrain, his shooting star ability was restricted. I need to move to open ground. Moro's gaze flicked back to the now quiet hillside where the sniper had been. The trees hindered the projectile's trajectory, while open ground would expose him to any remaining snipers. However, Moro firmly believed that the sniper was no longer a threat. With that confidence, he stepped out of the forest and into the open. The brooding young man's eyes widened as he watched Moro stride boldly onto the road. This guy, the memory of that kilometer-long, meteor-like Nen projectile was still fresh in his mind. Now he could clearly sense Moro's unwavering confidence. No wonder Zazan had been killed. The real problem was those incompetent idiots in charge of gathering intel. How could they classify such a powerful Nen user as a vulnerable target? They had practically handed him the perfect disguise. But what was this guy's true goal? Why infiltrate the transport operation disguised as a lowly piglet, only to reveal his strength and kill Zazan midway? Something didn't add up. The young man's mind raced, trying to piece things together. Then he noticed Moro's movements. He was approaching. The young man's expression shifted. Has he discovered my location? As Moro advanced steadily toward him, the young man found himself trapped between conflicting impulses. His assessment of Moro's strength versus his orders from above. The tension pulled his thoughts in two opposing directions. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milezan. 1 comments 0 vote. Offense and defense. The enemy's strength exceeded expectations. In such moments, the most rational choice is to flee immediately. So, despite the pressure from his superior's orders, after some internal struggle, Vaughn decided to retreat for now. Tonight's sniping mission would just serve as a reconnaissance operation. The cold-eyed youth named Vaughn convinced himself with this reasoning. His fighting spirit ebbed away like the tide as he turned to flee. When facing an opponent he believed was insurmountable, choosing to retreat wasn't something shameful. After all, as long as one stays alive, the clock continues ticking forward. And only by staying alive can one seize the next chance. When Moro saw Vaughn flee, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. But things had already reached this point. With his fighting spirit now fully ignited, there was no way he would let Vaughn escape. He heightened his vigilance and chased after him at full speed. About 300 meters. During the pursuit, Moro estimated the distance between them with his keen eyes. It was far, but not an issue. Flying star. Return arc. While running, Moro shot out 2 flying stars from both hands, launching them backward. He didn't even look behind him and kept his eyes firmly locked on Vaughn. His consistent training regime shone at this moment. Without even glancing back, Moro instinctively timed his movements and smoothly dodged the 2 returning flying stars from behind. Swish, swish, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, the 2 flying stars shot past Moro and flew straight toward Vaughn. Vaughn had already witnessed the range and power of Moro's flying stars, so he was prepared. When the 2 stars approached, he barely managed to dodge them. He then watched the 2 stars carve twin trajectories through the air before smashing into a boulder on the field. Boom! In an instant, the energy within the flying stars erupted, and the seemingly solid rock shattered into fragments. But in dodging those 2 flying stars, Vaughn had inevitably slowed his pace. At the same time, he understood Moro's relentless determination to stop him. Thus, Vaughn realized that trying to escape from such a battle would only lead to the worst outcome. Vaughn cursed under his breath but quickly adjusted his mindset, preparing for combat. Still, even though he'd resolved to fight, he didn't immediately stop running. As the gap between the 2 continued to close, Vaughn continued to flee, deliberately exposing his back to Moro. His goal was to force Moro to waste more flying stars in pursuit. This strategy did, in theory, force Moro to use up some of his aura reserves. However, if Vaughn knew the precise mechanics of Moro's flying stars, he would never have dared to gamble like this. Because the return arc enhancement allowed Moro to launch flying stars with double the power at the cost of only half the energy. This meant that Moro's aura consumption wasn't nearly as high as Vaughn had assumed. As a result, Vaughn's evasive tactics ultimately disrupted his own movements. A flaw appeared. Of course, even with this misstep, Vaughn could still regain his rhythm, provided that Moro couldn't launch flying stars consecutively. Unfortunately for Vaughn, the situation played out differently. While Vaughn took a calculated risk to deplete Moro's aura, Moro wasn't worried about the cost of firing more flying stars. Creating an opening, and striking it precisely. That was the result Moro aimed for. Even though his current level of didn't allow for seamless attacks, he had another weapon up his sleeve. As soon as Moro noticed Vaughn's pace falter and his movements lose rhythm, he drew his handgun. Gunfighting is a skill forged through countless rounds of practice. In this world, anyone with enough money can buy as much ammunition as they need. And Moro had both money and drive, so his marksmanship was exceptional. Bang, bang, Moro squeezed the trigger, firing off the entire magazine in rapid succession. The bullets burst from the barrel, spinning with deadly precision as they crossed 60 or 70 meters, aimed straight for Vaughn's weak points. Faced with this sudden barrage of gunfire, Vaughn's pupils contracted. He abruptly stopped running and spun around. Fireplace. Vaughn activated his ability. His abdomen transformed into a blazing fireplace, its hearth flickering with flames as he channeled the remaining aura to shield himself. The 12 bullets hit their mark. Splat, splat. Blood sprayed from Vaughn's cheeks, shoulders, and legs, where the bullets grazed him, leaving shallow wounds. Of the 12 rounds fired, some missed, while others were sucked into the fireplace on his stomach. Whoosh! Those bullets acted as fuel, causing the fireplace to erupt with a fierce blaze. Though not an overwhelming inferno, the flames strengthened Vaughn's aura significantly. Now, with his power temporarily boosted, Vaughn surged forward and charged directly at Moro. From the moment he stopped to block the bullets to when he launched his counterattack, only 1 second had passed. But in that fleeting second, Moro had taken note of Vaughn's ability. A fireplace manifested through materialization, flames fed by absorbed damage, noticeable spikes in aura. All of this pointed to a singular conclusion. A power that turns damage into strength. And judging by the fire's form, this enhancement clearly had a time limit. Understanding this, Moro shifted his focus to defense, ready to play it safe until Vaughn's power waned. Vaughn noticed Moro's swift reaction and couldn't help but admire his quick thinking. But admiration didn't stop Vaughn's assault. He used his enhanced agility to close the distance and reached Moro. With a sharp step forward, Vaughn launched a straight punch at Moro's face. Moro dropped the gun and raised his arm to block the blow. But Vaughn wasn't done. He stepped in further and launched an uppercut toward Moro's jaw. Moro had no choice but to step back to avoid the strike. However, Vaughn pressed the attack, twisting his body to deliver a powerful kick to Moro's stomach. Thud! The impact sent Moro flying. Despite the violent onslaught, Moro remained composed. He knew that the moment the fire in Vaughn's hearth dimmed, it would be his time to counter. That was the most stable course of action. And yet, Moro felt that merely defending was too passive. It felt restrictive. No, still airborne, Moro's thoughts shifted, and he decided to act. Before hitting the ground, Moro endured the pain and launched 2 flying stars at Vaughn. Vaughn immediately focused on the incoming stars. Then, Moro kicked his foot backward, launching a third, marble-sized flying star toward Vaughn while landing firmly on the ground. In what should have been a purely defensive situation, Moro made a bold move, laying down an unexpected trap. If this had been the Moro from before his resurrection, inexperienced in real combat, he never would have dared to make such a risky choice. But now, repeated combat experiences were filling in the gaps in Moro's foundation, nourishing his growth like fertile soil. This was the first and most critical step in Moro's combat evolution. Power Stones, 20 Advanced Chapters. Patreon.com/Milesan. 1 comments 0 vote. Conclusion. The human feet, in terms of function and flexibility, can never surpass the hands. So even if Moro could kick out a flying star, its strength in every aspect would be far inferior to those shot from his hands. But in the ever-changing chaos of battle, as long as the right amount of force is used at the right moment, it can yield unexpected results. Moro landed steadily, his gaze locked on Vaughn. He then noticed Vaughn dodging the 2 flying stars he had shot out right before landing. Moro was a little surprised by this reaction. The 2 flying stars were meant to slow down Vaughn's offensive rhythm. They were mostly for show, lacking any significant destructive power. Yet, Vaughn chose to break his offensive momentum just to dodge those 2 flying stars. From Moro's perspective, Vaughn could have chosen to take the hit from at least 1 flying star to maintain his attack tempo. After all, Vaughn had the ability to turn damage into power boosts, why not absorb one? When Moro released those 2 flying stars, he had already prepared himself to give away one without regret. Hence, he hadn't poured much nen into them. But things didn't unfold as expected. Vaughn dodged both flying stars and immediately sensed something was off. "What's going on?" he muttered. When facing the flying stars up close, he didn't feel the same level of threat. If he hadn't assumed that flying stars were always dangerous, he might have chosen to block them head-on or use his fireplace ability to absorb one. Instead, he had cut his attack short to play it safe. Though curious about the true nature of the flying stars, Vaughn didn't have time to think it through. After missing his opportunity, he reactivated his speed and charged straight toward Moro. Seeing Vaughn resume his offensive, Moro's eyes flashed as he raised his hand and released 2 more flying stars. Whoosh, whoosh, the flying stars shot forward like falling streaks of light and hit the ground in front of Vaughn. Vaughn's instincts made him slow down. Boom, boom. The 2 flying stars exploded upon hitting the ground. Their released energy burst out as shockwaves, throwing up dust and shredded grass into the air. In an instant, Vaughn was engulfed by the cloud of dust and smoke. In the thick haze, Vaughn was calmer than ever. Because he had figured out part of the flying star's mechanism, like how the first flying star that killed his comrade seemed to require a certain distance to reach its full power. When close range, the flying star's power and speed were noticeably reduced. Trying to hide your attack paths in the dust cloud. Such an unnecessary tactic, but it does prove that I was right. The fear Vaughn felt earlier finally faded away. His sharp eyes scanned the surrounding smoke, closely watching how it moved. Behind me. In a flash, Vaughn turned and raised his arm horizontally. Just then, Moro came in from behind and threw a punch, only for it to be blocked by Vaughn's arm. With the fireplace's power boost, Vaughn's aura level was higher than Moro's by a full tier. Even though Moro launched the first attack, the impact from Vaughn's defense pushed Moro back by a full step, leaving his fist slightly numb. Vaughn smirked silently and surged forward with a strong step, lifting his leg to deliver a kick. Moro remained calm, retracting his arm and crossing them in front of his body defensively. Boom! Vaughn's forward kick struck Moro's crossed arms like a cannonball, releasing a ripple-like shockwave and blowing away parts of the surrounding smoke. The force sent Moro sliding backward several steps. But just as he stopped sliding, he suddenly dropped into a crouch and planted his heels firmly into the ground. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 flying stars that Vaughn had dodged earlier shot back through the air from behind Moro. After their preset hover time had expired, they began their homing attack. The smoke parted as the 2 flying stars sliced through the air, heading straight for Vaughn's chest. When did that happen? Vaughn hadn't figured out the full mechanics behind the flying stars and was visibly surprised. But in this moment of surprise, his regained confidence did not waver. With focused concentration, he immediately made the correct decision, deploying a nen-based defense to absorb 1 flying star while activating the fireplace to absorb the other. It's over. For a moment, Vaughn felt victorious as the fireplace flared up and boosted his power again. He glanced at Moro, wanting to see his defeated reaction. Instead, Moro's face remained calm. That unsettled Vaughn. A second later, a fierce impact struck the back of Vaughn's head. His vision twisted, and he stumbled forward. What happened? Amid the chaos in his mind, Vaughn was utterly confused. But Moro knew exactly what had happened. The small flying star that Moro had kicked earlier had just completed its homing path and struck Vaughn from above. Since Moro had remained crouched, the flying star had landed right on Vaughn's unprotected head. At that moment, Vaughn had already focused most of his nen on defending his chest and maintaining the fireplace. So even though the flying star was small, it dealt devastating damage. But Moro wasn't done. Planting his feet firmly, he dashed forward. His nen-infused hand reached out and ripped out a chunk of flesh from Vaughn's throat. Gurgle. Vaughn's body convulsed, blood spurting wildly from his shredded throat. His mind began to fade, overwhelmed by the loss of blood and oxygen. Slowly, Vaughn collapsed to his knees. In his fading consciousness, a memory surfaced. A snowy night, his family huddled together after fleeing war, struggling to find a home. Nestled in his parents' arms, why did he only feel cold, hard stillness? Why couldn't he hear their hearts beating anymore? So cold. He longed to return to that small, soot-stained, ordinary square fireplace. Vaughn's eyes slowly closed, and his body hit the ground with a dull thud. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a phone began to ring. Moro glanced at Vaughn's corpse before taking out the vibrating phone from his pocket. It was likely Argos calling. Man, I'm exhausted. Moro sat down on Vaughn's back, panting as he answered the call. Hello, quote. On the other end of the line, there was silence before Argos finally spoke. My dear VIP, don't tell me, you're in bed with someone right now. Quote. Question mark quote. Dash. Power Stones, 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Milesan. 1 comments 0 vote. The menu. Hearing Argos' voice, Moro guessed there was some progress in the investigation. As for Argos' rather peculiar greeting, he didn't bother to respond. His silence caused an awkward pause in the conversation. Argos scratched her greasy hair and went straight to the point. Big spender, you're in a pretty bad situation right now. I noticed. Moro glanced down at the corpse beneath him. From Yorknew to the outskirts was roughly an hour's drive. For Argos to gather such key information in that short time proved she was quite skilled. With that in mind, Moro's gaze shifted toward the distant road. If he continued along that path, it would lead to a barren wilderness where his private shooting range was located. But given the current circumstances, that shooting range was most likely compromised and had lost its purpose. As for where to practice from now on, he'd have to come up with another solution. Argos was initially confused by Moro's comment but quickly caught on. You were attacked? Yes. I almost became your 20 billion gen windfall. That would have been so unfortunate. Well, actually, I'd rather you not die too easily. If you did, not only would the money burn a hole in my pocket, but I'd also be at risk of being implicated. Argos' rebuttal was surprisingly serious. After all, if her newest client, someone worth a fortune, died right after taking her services, it wouldn't bode well for future business. All right, get to the point. Moro was eager to know how much Argos had uncovered. Argos understood and immediately entered professional mode. The ones investigating you are the Gambino family and someone named Clyde. You've heard of the 10 Dons, right? I have. Moro's eyes gleamed slightly. Gambino is the surname of one of the 10 Dons. Quote. Moro was a bit surprised but soon calmed down. The 10 Dons, the 10 most powerful mafia leaders in the world, each controlled the criminal underworld of a different region across the 6 continents. These 10 Dons were also the hosts of Yorknew City's grand annual auction. If the Gambinos were involved, it would explain how someone had the authority to falsify death certificates and how Melina had connections to such illegal dealings. Moro recalled that 3 years from now, during Yorknew's infamous auction arc, Krolo would hire Illumi to assassinate the 10 Dons. In that mission, Illumi even enlisted his family's ancestor, Maha Zoldic. And to ensure they found the Dons' hidden meeting spot in time, Kaluto Zoldic was brought in due to his tracking ability. This alone showed how formidable the 10 Dons were. So, is Kaluto's tracking ability already active at this point in time? Moro wondered. If I could hire someone from the Zoldic family, would Silva or Zeno take a non-assassination related job like kidnapping? And speaking of trackers, a certain memory flashed in Moro's mind, Palm Siberia. Her deep sea fish of loneliness ability was highly effective for tracking. But whether Palm had activated her ability at this point was uncertain. Moreover, her mentor Nov was extremely wary of her using it without strict oversight. Convincing Nov wouldn't be easy, and money alone probably wouldn't persuade him. However, according to my findings, this whole situation wasn't ordered by Gambino himself but by his son, Nolan Gambino. Argos' voice pulled Moro back from his thoughts. The son of a 10 Don. Moro blinked, listening intently as Argos continued. Nolan has been using his father's influence to operate a secretive business in regions under the Don's protection. This business is called the Menu. The Menu. On the surface, Nolan has been establishing hospitals across various regions, but behind the scenes, they're running human trafficking operations. The Menu refers to a list that breaks a person down into items of value for sale. This way, clients can select specific products they need, organs, blood, and other parts harvested from the human body. Some clients even buy whole individuals to conduct experiments. And in such transactions, compatibility is everything. There was a brief pause before Argos' voice slowed down as if choosing her words carefully. Big spender. If you and Nolan don't have any personal feud, then the reason they're after you might be because you were matched with a client's request. Is that so? Moro murmured, his expression unreadable. From the beginning, it was likely that some buyer needed something from him, leading to him being added to Nolan's menu. But tonight's ambush, it probably wasn't just about meeting a client's needs. The most likely explanation was that his killing of the 2 delivery drivers had been discovered. However, Argos wasn't aware of that incident and assumed that Moro had been targeted purely for his market value. Yet another unsettling question lingered. When Jel intervened to free the captives, did she unknowingly escalate this entire situation? If Nolan had properly investigated and discovered that Jel was only involved by coincidence, not as part of an orchestrated attack, then anyone with half a brain wouldn't pursue vengeance over one shipment of captives. Unless those particular captives had exceptional value. If that were the case, Nolan must have thoroughly confirmed Jel's lack of connection and then refocused on tracking down the other escapees. Moro's guess was that Jel's actions had indeed bought him some time. But once Nolan's men found other captives, they would piece everything together, and Moro's role in killing the drivers would be exposed. Argos. Help me check something. To verify his suspicions, Moro needed information on the current whereabouts of the other escapees. 10 minutes later, Argos sent Moro a video. Moro opened it. A gut-wrenching scream of agony blared from his phone's speakers, echoing across the plains. It was a live recording of torture. Moro only watched briefly before silently closing the video. The victim in the video was one of the captives who had shared the same transport cage as Moro. Moro's face remained expressionless, but as his gaze shifted to the corpse of Vaughn, his eyes grew colder than ever. 1 comments 0 vote. Level up. Humans. They are the species most prone to developing twisted desires. On the foundation of pleasure, they often create countless ways to satisfy their perverse cravings. Unanimously, they name these actions indulgence, torture, cannibalism. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, these things are not uncommon. Hidden in the shadows where sunlight cannot reach, such acts abound. The only difference is that some people do these things secretly, while others feel an insatiable urge to share their deeds with others. Thanks to the communication revolution, global communication systems have become well established, and technology in phones and computers has grown ever more sophisticated. With the rise of the internet, people can now communicate and share content in real time over great distances. Thus, certain dark corners of the web have emerged, providing platforms for people with grotesque urges to showcase and discuss their exploits. The video Argos found came from one such site dedicated to sharing videos of torture. This footage helped Moro confirm his suspicions. If he hadn't coincidentally met Morlina after arriving in this world, as someone with no strength to resist, he might have suffered an even more gruesome fate than the person in the video. But what enraged him the most was that the menu behind this system was determined to eliminate them all. A fire of rage ignited within Moro. If not for the fraudulent star abilities restriction mechanics. Given his current mastery of Nen, how could he possibly have killed a sniper from a kilometer away? Without a strategy centered around the fraudulent star, how could he have successfully taken down the Nen user lying dead beneath him, despite being at a disadvantage? A single misstep in fate, and he wouldn't have lived long enough to answer Argos' call. This realization made him extremely thankful that he had chosen a path in the emission type focused on control rather than pure offense. If Moro had prioritized sheer destructive power, he wouldn't have gained the flexibility needed to survive the early stages of growth. Let alone using control techniques to circumvent his weaknesses and achieve victory through strategy. After this battle, Moro became even more certain of his chosen path in focusing on emission and manipulation. Pure offensive strength through enhancement and emission was too one-dimensional, strong but lacking versatility. Sure, at the mid to late stages, emission enhancement abilities became much more deadly. But if he couldn't survive the early stages, raw offensive strength alone wouldn't matter. He needed flexibility, and once his fraudulent star ability was perfected, Moro could create mobility-based sub-abilities from the same foundation. That was something pure enhancement abilities could rarely achieve. And when it came to raw power, his fraudulent star's secondary phase of return shot doubled his attack output to compensate for any lack of strength. Step by step, the path forward had to be walked one step at a time. Nen was not a power to be handled recklessly. It had to be built piece by piece like a house of bricks, deliberate and methodical at every stage. With that in mind, Moro would continue to make the most of the level-up system granted by his wheel-shaped tattoo. His thoughts wandered and slowly settled back as time passed. He lowered his gaze to his hand. LV.5. After killing 2 people, his level had jumped from LV.2 to LV.5. The experience boost from fighting stronger enemies was palpable. He could clearly feel the increase in his aura capacity and latent potential. It seems that leveling efficiency is directly tied to the strength of my opponents. Leveling up from battling strong opponents. It was expected, but still surprising. That's why the attempt to forcibly awaken someone's Nen had failed earlier. The Nen user beneath him had far superior aura and a more well-rounded ability compared to the knife-throwing man he'd fought before. That difference led to a much bigger leap in experience. Moro pressed his palm against the tattoo on his hand. This tattoo was the very reason he could disregard the limitations of natural talent and continue pushing forward without hesitation. He took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions. He picked up his phone again. After some hesitation, he chose not to delete the disturbing video. Instead, he redialed Argos. When the call connected, Moro had already stood up. He faced the cool night breeze sweeping across the plains and said, "Argos, I need to take care of some trash. Could you compile everything you have on this other person, Clyde, and send it to me in text form?" "No problem, Argos." Voice on the other end sounded quieter than usual. After digging up this intel, she had seen far too many horrific videos. After a brief pause, she spoke again in an even tone, "Big spender, there's another update. I've also found new information about that Phantom Troupe bounty. I'll send it all together, but I need to warn you about something first." "I'm listening." "Regarding the Phantom Troupe, I'm not too worried about my safety even if I investigate further. Those people aren't normal, they don't seem to care if someone buys information to track them down. But the Mafia, that's a different story." Her voice grew cautious, an unfamiliar wariness that hadn't been there when she first accepted the Phantom Troupe job. "The Mafia doesn't just retaliate. They obliterate. They'll kill their enemies' friends and family and post videos of the slaughter online. You can say I'm scared if you want, but I'm not risking my neck over this. I won't dig too deep into the Mafia side of things." Moro stayed silent for a moment but didn't press the issue. "All right, just do what you can handle." He ended the call, pocketed his phone, and bent down to grab the body. After all, corpses could reveal a lot of information. An experienced Nen user could glean key details, such as aura type or specific ability features, from examining a body. Even though Moro doubted that Nolan's subordinates were on the same level as someone like Biscuit, a seasoned master, it was still best to get rid of any evidence. It was simply a good habit to have. Dragging the body over to the burning wreckage of his car, Moro suddenly remembered something. If this guy had been wearing a live feed camera or some kind of listening device. Damn, I overlooked that. Moro furrowed his brows and dropped the body onto the ground to check it thoroughly. After searching every inch, he found no surveillance equipment or transmitters. He let out a sigh of relief, silently resolving to be more cautious in the future. Argos' call had come in right after he'd killed his enemy. In his exhaustion, he had sat directly on the body to take the call without immediately considering that there might be hidden devices. If their conversation had been intercepted, forget about anything else, Argos could have been in serious danger. Moro shook his head, picked up the corpse, and tossed it into the flames. Then he went to retrieve the sniper's body and disposed of it the same way. 2 comments 0 vote. Transfer. Boom. A 1-meter-high boulder suddenly shattered, turning into fragments that scattered on the ground, producing a series of resounding crashes. Moro looked at the rock that had just been smashed into pieces by one of his flying stars, and showed a hint of surprise in his gaze. Just by leveling up from LV2 to LV5, the power of his flying stars had increased by about 10%. This was unexpected and could definitely be considered a pleasant surprise. Moro withdrew his Nen energy and began thinking about the fireplace ability of the Nen user from the previous night. The ability to convert damage into fuel that could enhance one's own strength was far more complicated than merely transferring damage. It definitely came with at least 2 restrictions. For example, the maximum amount of damage it could absorb had to be limited to a value lower than the user's overall defense strength. Based on that premise, Moro believed that with his current LV5 power, if he faced that same Nen user again, he wouldn't need to worry about his attacks being absorbed. That's the absolute advantage brought by increasing his visible aura output energy. As his thoughts turned, Moro couldn't help but glance at the hourglass tattoo on the back of his hand, his feelings complicated. After dying and being reborn, he had obtained a Nen ability that allowed him to control his destiny at this crucial moment, placing him at a new crossroads. The path he would choose from here was obvious. Even though he was deeply grateful to Morlina for saving him initially and for her unwavering help afterward, he could never accept her goal of annihilating humanity and destroying the world. That's why he had chosen to sever all ties with her. Yet, when he directly experienced the benefits of leveling up multiple times, he couldn't help but recall Morlina's face. Moro didn't know the origins of the hourglass tattoo, but this leveling ability must have originated from Morlina's Nen ability before his rebirth. Like a soul-bound imprint, it had somehow carried over into this new life. Thus, as he moved toward LV10, LV20, LV30, he would inevitably think of Morlina again and again. Moro sighed softly. If only. No, there were no ifs. Their opposing views of the world made it impossible for them to walk the same path. In the future, they would only be strangers walking separate roads. Moro shook his head, forcing Morlina out of his mind, and turned his thoughts to the mechanism behind the hourglass tattoo's level-up system. The original love training song allowed for rapid leveling. Killing one ordinary person would raise the level by 1, while killing one Nen user would raise it by 10 levels. However, the hourglass tattoo was different. It didn't allow for level-ups by killing ordinary people, and the levels gained from killing Nen users varied depending on their strength. A standard level Nen user would typically only grant 1 level. The difficulty of leveling up was completely different compared to the original love training song. However, the benefits of leveling up with the hourglass tattoo far surpassed those of the original. The reason for this difference seemed clear. The original love training song focused on expansion, so it had a lower level-up difficulty to allow faster progression to level 100, where the ability to recruit new subordinates would unlock. In contrast, the hourglass tattoo focused on individual enhancement, making it much harder to level up and nearly impossible to reach level 100. But since the rewards for leveling up were much greater, the system compensated by raising the maximum potential of each level up. From this, Moro inferred that the difficulty of leveling up would only increase exponentially. At some point, only an opponent as powerful as Netero might be able to grant him enough experience points to level up further. And even if he reached level 100, it was unlikely that he would gain the ability to recruit subordinates. Having figured out the general mechanics of the hourglass tattoo, Moro was still hopeful about reaching level 21. Maybe, like the original love training song, the tattoo would grant him a new Nen ability once he surpassed level 20. If not, he wouldn't force it. I need to reach level 21 as soon as possible. Moro ran his fingers across the hourglass tattoo. When it came to killing Phaeton, he held the initiative and only had to worry about the time limit bearing down on him. But the ambush last night had been a real threat that came knocking at his door. Even though he now understood who was behind the attack and their motives, with his current strength, he couldn't act freely without limitations. Even if he were powerful enough to kill Nolan Gambino, he wouldn't do it immediately. He had to consider the inevitable retaliation from the 10 Dons. Therefore, his top priority was ensuring that when he made his move, he had the strength to take down the 10 Dons along with Nolan. Yes, after deciding that Nolan must die, Moro had also added the 10 Dons to his hit list. BZZZ, BZZZ. The phone in his pocket vibrated softly. It wasn't a ringtone this time, just an incoming call. Moro took out his phone and pressed the answer button. Big client, I have new updates regarding the Phantom Troupe bounty. Argos's voice came through the receiver. Oh, Moro waited to hear more. Last night, Argos had sent him a detailed report of the information she'd gathered. The man named Clyde was indeed connected to the murder of that wealthy collector, and Moro's purchase of the Senra blade was now linked to the event. But Moro wasn't too concerned about it. In that situation, he was merely a buyer who had resold the item almost immediately, with no direct connection to the murder. The more intriguing part of the report was about the Phantom Troupe bounty. Argos had discovered the bounty's target, the number 8 member of the troupe. Additionally, the bounty had been made public, with several people already accepting the mission. If Argos had new updates, it likely meant the Zoldic family was involved. I found out that the person who posted the bounty paid a hefty price to hire one of the Zoldic assassins. As expected, Argos revealed that Silva Zoldic had accepted the assassination request. Got it. Moro's response was calm. You don't sound surprised at all, Argos remarked with curiosity. Should I be? Argos was momentarily speechless. Moro walked toward his off-road vehicle, parked by the desolate roadside, and said into the phone, keep your eyes peeled over the next few days and see if you can track any movements from the Phantom Troupe. If nothing else, I believe the troupe will have a large-scale operation soon. Big client, where are you getting your intel from? Argos couldn't hide the surprise in her voice. She even wondered if Moro had hired another informant behind her back. It wasn't about the money, she couldn't care less about that. It was the sense of distrust. Moro, unaware of Argos's thoughts, sat in the driver's seat and replied casually, that's not important. Just contact me if you find anything. Yes, sir, Argos responded playfully but was about to ask more when the call ended abruptly. Seriously, Argos stared at her phone in exasperation. Why does he hang up like he's always late for a date? On the long, empty road, Moro drove the off-road vehicle along the straight highway. After what happened last night, he shifted his focus entirely to growing stronger. There was no way he could keep scavenging for bargains in York New City anymore. His destination, Sky Arena. That place was outside of the Gambino family's sphere of influence, making it easier to operate there. Most importantly, it was the perfect place to grow stronger. However, Moro didn't plan on hiding or keeping a low profile. Once he reached Sky Arena, he would reveal his presence for all to see and send a message to Nolan. Want me dead? Then come at me. Moro wanted to see for himself. Would Nolan's people be able to kill him, or would their failure only make him stronger? Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. Miles. Download app now. The Orchardist. 10 days later. Moro arrived in the city where the Sky Arena was located. In this world, the primary mode of long-distance transportation was airships, and their efficiency paled in comparison to planes from his previous life. Traveling from York New City to another continent across the sea took Moro a full 10 days. Luckily, the country where the Sky Arena was located had low entry requirements. Otherwise, he would have had to waste even more time. It seemed that this nation had positioned the Sky Arena as its primary economic pillar. Most of the tourists entering the country came for the Sky Arena. Moro stepped into the city, and his first impression wasn't of the towering, cloud-piercing structure in the city center. Instead, it was the sheer number of people everywhere. No matter where he looked, shops, souvenir stalls, food kiosks, or even the clothes and bags people wore, there were elements related to martial arts and fighting. Immersed in this atmosphere, Moro immediately understood why this place was called the Fighting Paradise. It was no wonder that over 4,000 fighters registered at the Sky Arena every day. That towering structure was like a pyramid built from fame and fortune, luring people to climb it at all costs. You didn't even need to reach the top. As long as you reached a certain height, you could bask in waves of flowers and cheers. This level of attraction was something few could resist. As he took in the unique atmosphere of the city, Moro sighed inwardly and headed toward the city center. The Sky Arena was a tower-shaped building that reached a height of 991 meters. It had 251 floors, making it the fourth tallest building in the world. Every year, over 1 billion spectators came to watch the matches, and ticket sales alone generated unfathomable amounts of revenue. Moro walked purposefully to the registration area for participants. At the moment, the registration area had a long line of people. Moro roughly estimated that there were at least 2,000 people waiting. Around the registration area, there was a plaza with various facilities, including statues that had become popular photo spots for tourists. As a result, whether at the registration desk or around the surrounding areas, crowds of people gathered, forming a sea of heads. The loud chatter from all directions filled Moro's ears, and he had no patience to wait obediently in line. He left the queue and walked straight toward the registration desk. As he walked, he glanced sideways at the people in line, his eyes sharp, almost like scanners inspecting streams of energy rising from the crowd. Ordinary person, ordinary person, ordinary person. All the way down, he didn't detect a single NEN user. Of course, there was always the possibility that some NEN users were concealing their power to blend in with ordinary people. But that likelihood was extremely low. In no time, Moro reached the registration desk. Out of the 2,000 people he'd passed, not one was a NEN user. NEN. Despite being a power anyone could learn through training, the number of NEN users was astonishingly small compared to the world's population. Based on this, it was likely that the Sky Arena's NEN users were concentrated above the 200th floor. Speaking of which, Moro stood beside the line, raising his hand to rest on his chin as he contemplated an idea. Since even in this fighting paradise, NEN users were scarce, why not become an orchardist and give suitable participants a baptism? In this way, he could manually grow NEN users. Then, once these apples matured, he could pluck them in the arena. As Moro contemplated this plan, the registration staff and those in line cast strange glances at him. Moro's blatant scrutiny of the participants had already caught many people's attention. Some hot-tempered individuals were initially eager to step out of line and teach him a lesson. However, when their eyes met Moro's, they felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. Their instincts warned them against acting recklessly. Ultimately, they suppressed their impulsiveness but silently remembered his face. At the front of the line, people watched in confusion as Moro walked right up to the registration desk and stood there in deep thought. The staff at the desk also glanced at him curiously. Moments later, Moro's contemplation ended. He decided that the orchardist plan was feasible and that he would consider implementing it after officially entering the tournament. Let's register first. Moro raised his head and walked toward a bearded man who was filling out his registration form. The bearded man noticed Moro's approach and instinctively tensed up, looking at him warily. "What do you want?" As soon as he spoke, the bearded man realized he was overreacting. This was the Sky Arena's registration area. No one would be foolish enough to cause trouble here, right? Moro stopped in front of him, took out a stack of cash, and politely said, "Hello. I'd like to buy your spot for 1 million jenny. Would you be willing?" Huh. The bearded man was stunned, his pen frozen in midair. The registration staff remained calm and didn't urge them to hurry. The people behind the bearded man, however, widened their eyes in shock. 1 million jenny. Not too much, not too little. But at the Sky Arena, you'd need to win enough matches to reach the 100th floor to earn that kind of prize money. The bearded man quickly regained his composure. All he had to do was move to the back of the line, far easier than fighting through 100 floors. Deal. The bearded man handed Moro the pen, took the cash, and walked straight to the back of the line without hesitation. Moro took the pen and naturally stepped up to the registration desk. "Welcome to the Sky Arena. Please fill out your information here." The receptionist efficiently replaced the bearded man's form with a new one for Moro. "Thank you." Moro smiled at the receptionist and quickly filled out the form. When it came to fighting experience, he didn't make anything up, he honestly wrote, none. In truth, he didn't have much formal combat experience. One of his goals at the Sky Arena was to gain precisely that, so there was no need to take shortcuts. After registering, Moro headed straight to the first floor of the Sky Arena. As a tower-shaped structure, the first floor had the largest surface area, with 16 fighting arenas set up. Every day, participants who registered had to undergo preliminary matches here. Moro found a random seat and sat down. His arrival immediately drew attention from some people. These were participants who had noticed Moro's odd behavior before registering. They hadn't expected him to cut the line and succeed. Moro ignored their stares and focused on watching the matches in the arena. Not bad, these guys have some skill. Watching two participants exchange fierce blows on one of the stages, Moro's interest was piqued. Aside from Nen, this world's martial artists were quite capable. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. Martial arts X contemplation. 16 arenas were simultaneously hosting matches. Some fights were intense, while others ended almost instantly. Moro kept his eyes locked on one of the arenas. The two competitors facing off seemed to be martial artists who had mastered particular fighting styles. Their offensive and defensive maneuvers were deliberate and strategic. After observing for a while, Moro noticed that one was skilled in kicks, while the other excelled in punches. However, after exchanging dozens of blows, the one specializing in kicks gradually gained the upper hand. Impressive. At first, Moro watched out of interest, but after dozens of rounds, he couldn't help but feel excitement stirring within him. The two fighters on the arena displayed strength and speed with every strike. Each attack was decisive, imbued with an intent to finish the fight with the next move. Their techniques demonstrated precision, aimed at exploiting any openings. This level of expertise was clearly the result of intense and prolonged training. If these two fighters could use Nen, what kind of scene would unfold on the arena? Moro was contemplating this possibility when he noticed the situation in the arena change abruptly. The fighter specializing in kicks had the upper hand, but the one using punches suddenly decided to take a risk. He endured a heavy roundhouse kick to the body in exchange for a chance to get in close and land a straight punch to his opponent's chest. That punch was a game changer. The kicker collapsed on the ground, defeated. Seeing this, Moro's pupils narrowed slightly. He noticed the aura around the fallen opponent beginning to dissipate. The referee on the arena quickly realized the severity of the situation and checked the fallen contestant's breathing before immediately calling for the medical team on standby. The victorious fighter merely glanced at his fallen opponent before looking away, indifferent to his condition. This was the harsh reality behind the cheers and applause. Anyone who chose to fight in the Sky Arena knew they needed to be prepared for the possibility of death. In this regard, the Sky Arena was somewhat reminiscent of the Hunter exam. The Hunter Association, which organized the exam, maintained a rather indifferent attitude toward candidates who died during the test. Similarly, those who signed up for the Hunter exam knew exactly how dangerous the path ahead could be. The Sky Arena was no different. Contestants not only had to be mentally prepared but also had to sign a liability waiver acknowledging the risk of death. And the matches in the arena weren't mere performances for spectators. If a fighter encountered a ruthless opponent, they could only blame their bad luck. However, deaths during preliminary matches were relatively rare. Weapons were banned during matches from the preliminaries to the 200th floor, and preliminary matches were limited to 3 minutes. If neither side secured a victory within that time, the referee would determine the winner based on their performance. As a result, most fighters avoided fighting to the death and instead focused on tactical exchanges of blows. But this time, the arena had matched two martial artists who were both trained in deadly combat styles. Moreover, their strength was evenly matched. This pushed one of the fighters, relying on their combat experience, to decisively seize a fleeting opportunity to strike. The puncher may have anticipated that his move could kill his opponent, but he showed no hesitation. This was the essence of martial arts, a pure warrior's resolve. In the Sky Arena, the paradise of combat, this was the norm. Even in other places, when two martial artists clashed, most duels between martial artists were not just about winning but also about life and death. I could defeat him easily. Moro's gaze followed the victorious fighter as he walked down the tunnel leading out of the arena. But if he awakened Nen, Moro watched the man disappear into the hallway and let out a soft sigh. I wouldn't stand a chance. After a brief moment of silence, Moro leaned back in his seat, furrowing his brow. Martial arts. Whether before learning Nen or after, he had never received formal training in martial arts. Yet, it was undeniable that martial arts were crucial in Nen battles. But how could someone with no martial arts foundation confidently face a martial artist who had spent years mastering their craft? If he had to rank them by importance, which was more vital, Nen or martial arts? Moro recalled the fight between Kahlua and Zushi from the original story. At that time, Kahlua didn't know Nen, but his superior footwork and martial arts skills allowed him to dominate Zushi. However, if Zushi had fully developed his Nen abilities, the outcome might have been different. Moro then thought of Bisky, a master of martial arts with decades of experience in the Shingen Ryu school. Bisky didn't need any offensive Nen abilities. Her martial arts expertise alone made her a formidable force. So, what was the answer? Moro found himself at a loss. He also thought of Phaeton and his deadly speed-focused combat style. Compared to Phaeton's pain packer ability, Moro was more wary of Phaeton's speed-based assault. Could Nen mastery alone counter such swift attacks? Moro's head began to ache as he contemplated the question. If the Phantom Troupe didn't exist, he wouldn't need to delve into this. Nor would he feel the constant pressure of a ticking clock. His previous vision of the future had been simple. To gain basic Nen skills for self-defense and earn enough money from the antiques business to live comfortably. A future where he had wealth and didn't have to fear for his life. That would have been perfect. But the Phantom Troupe had destroyed that dream. Contestants 2688 and 2792, please report to Arena C. Contestants 2688 and 2792, to Arena C. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, interrupting Moro's thoughts. 2792, his number. Moro put his thoughts aside and headed toward Arena C. When he arrived, he saw his opponent, contestant 2688, a woman wearing a tight-fitting suit with a long ponytail. The long ponytailed woman noticed Moro and furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly surprised by how young he was. Both contestants, please enter the arena. The referee signaled for them to step onto the platform. Moro and the long ponytailed woman climbed up. Matches on the first floor prioritize performance. Please demonstrate your full strength within the 3-minute time limit. The referee briefly explained the rules. Begin. The referee quickly signaled the start of the match. The long ponytailed woman sprang into action, her steps light as she swiftly circled behind Moro. Sorry, kid, she raised her hand, aiming to strike the back of Moro's neck. This scene caught the attention of some of the contestants in the audience. These were the people who had been observing Moro since the registration process. Now, seeing Moro remain motionless in the face of the woman's attack, their reactions varied. Thud, a dull sound echoed across Arena C. A sharp intake of breath followed as the long ponytailed woman withdrew her hand, her expression twisted in pain. What just happened? The spectators were shocked. Meanwhile, the young contestant, who looked no older than 16, stood completely still. Wearing an expression of deep contemplation. Power Stones, 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. Reaction. The urgency imposed by time. For someone like Moro, who must kill Phaeton in 10 months, where should he place his focus? Moro didn't have Gon and Killua's luck, meeting Wing first and then Bisky. If he could pose this question to Bisky, he'd probably get an immediate answer. But Moro didn't have Bisky, so he could only rely on himself to figure out the answer. He wondered if there was any real need to stay and sharpen his skills in the fights below the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena. The answer was yes. He wasn't lacking money, so there was no need to rush through the floors like Gon and Killua did to quickly reach the 200th floor. What he lacked was combat experience and knowledge in martial arts. In fact, compared to the battles above the 200th floor that were heavily Nen-centric, the fights below the 200th floor were where you were more likely to encounter highly skilled martial artists. Originally, Moro had come to Heaven's Arena for the Nen users there. But after seeing an intense fight that could determine both victory and death, his perspective shifted. Since his rebirth, everything he had done was to lead to one outcome, Phaeton's death. When it came to getting stronger, Moro couldn't ignore Phaeton's particular combat style. So Moro naturally concluded, learning how to counter Phaeton's speed-based assaults was likely the key to defeating him. Even if he couldn't yet fully adapt to Phaeton's combat style, at the very least, he needed to train himself to see and react to Phaeton's lightning-fast sword strikes. Moro drew from his own thoughts and reached a tentative conclusion. Without a teacher like Bisky to guide him, he didn't know if his decision was correct. What he did know was that he had to align his actions with his beliefs. Once he chose a direction, he couldn't afford to hesitate. And the matches in Heaven's Arena would help him address his weaknesses. Come at me again. Moro's thoughts returned to the present as he turned to face the long-haired woman nursing her injured hand. Hearing Moro's words, the long-haired woman's brow furrowed deeply. She wanted to ask something but stopped herself. Biting her lip, she forced herself to suppress her confusion and the throbbing pain in her hand. She launched another attack toward Moro. Once again, she relied on her nimble footwork, quickly maneuvering into Moro's blind spot. If he's dodging, that means. As she struck, she noticed Moro attempting to shift slightly to dodge her. This observation calmed her nerves. Her strike suddenly changed direction, lowering her hand mid-swing, before slamming into Moro's shoulder. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the arena. Immediately. Hiss! The long-haired woman sucked in a sharp breath as a wave of pain surged through her arm. It felt as though she had struck solid iron. Wincing, she quickly withdrew, holding her trembling hand. So hard. How could his body be this hard? Even hardening techniques like iron body shouldn't make someone's muscles this solid. A sheen of cold sweat formed on the woman's forehead. The first time she struck Moro, she'd held back out of concern for his age. The second time, fully aware of his abilities, she had attacked with full strength. But ironically, her stronger strike only resulted in more severe backlash. Holding her now swollen hand, she felt sure her bones had fractured. Her expression grew grim. She stared at Moro in disbelief. Only to see. He was in deep thought again. The long-haired woman's face twitched. Meanwhile, Moro was processing their recent exchange. Although he hadn't anticipated her sudden change in attack, his nen had instinctively reacted faster than his body. However, because he reacted too abruptly, he hadn't controlled the strength of his nen properly. As a result, she'd taken more damage than intended. That wasn't Moro's goal. He could tell the long-haired woman was trained in martial arts. Leaving physical strength aside, the way she had deftly moved behind him reminded him of Killua's agility. Moro wanted to fully experience her attack style during the brief 3-minute match, hoping to learn something from it. But judging by her expression, he might have scared her. Moro ended his reflection and looked at the long-haired woman, who was now pale and sweating. He said earnestly, "Come at me again. This time, I'll be careful, and I promise I won't hit back." Quote. The long-haired woman bit her lip in silence. Her swollen hand made her seriously consider forfeiting. Yet, Moro's attitude stirred her unwillingness to give up. In the audience, even the experienced referee couldn't hide his surprise at Moro's behavior. As for the spectators watching the match, he's still thinking while fighting. Does he even take his opponents seriously? He's acting so cocky. I'd wipe the floor with him if he faced me. The audience whispered among themselves. Among them, a handsome young man remained silent, his eyes fixed solely on Moro. Back in the ring, Moro watched the long-haired woman intently. She clenched her jaw and, in the end, chose not to give up so easily. Hiya! Abandoning her footwork, she adjusted her breathing and used all her strength, activating every muscle in her body as she closed the gap. A straight punch. She assumed a solid stance and drove her fist toward Moro's abdomen. Moro's eyes dropped slightly, focusing on her punch. Strength, speed, angle. Every component was integrated perfectly into that punch. It was sharp yet fluid, a sign of someone who had undergone countless rounds of specialized training. And yet, he could see it clearly. Footwork really does make a difference. If this punch had been delivered alongside precise footwork, my lack of experience wouldn't have been enough to block it. In a split second, Moro's thoughts stretched longer than usual, allowing him to reflect deeply. Then, Moro raised his hand, palm open, aligning it with her incoming fist. He deliberately controlled the nen surrounding his palm. Thud, her fist collided heavily with his palm, but instead of feeling resistance, it was as if her punch had been absorbed by something soft and unyielding, like water. Moro remained unmoved, while the long-haired woman stood frozen, her punch hanging midair. The smooth, almost soothing resistance from Moro's palm left her bewildered. It felt like she had glimpsed a higher realm of mastery that she couldn't understand. She slowly raised her eyes to meet Moro's gaze. To her relief, she didn't see him lost in thought this time, only a serene smile. "Thank you," Moro said warmly as he withdrew his hand. "I can learn so much from this place." In that moment, Moro felt absolute certainty. The long-haired woman opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Her shoulders slumped as her strength drained away. "Referee, I forfeit. Power Stones, 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Mileson. 1 comments 0 vote. Moro the Thinker. With the long-haired woman admitting defeat, the referee immediately announced the result. The referee then took out a machine resembling a card reader and printed a paper pass for the victor. Contestant 2792, although your registration shows 0 combat experience, based on your performance in this match, I believe you can directly advance to the 50th floor. This is your pass to proceed to the 50th floor. Please take it. The referee handed the paper pass to Moro. Every referee had their own judgment system. Based solely on the techniques displayed during the match, the C-ring referee would have initially assigned Moro to the 20th floor and the long-haired woman to the 50th floor. However, based on the outcome, the long-haired woman stood no chance against Moro. The C-ring referee believed that results outweighed process and ignored the initial registration details, granting Moro a promotion to the 50th floor. However, Moro didn't take the pass but instead asked, "Excuse me, referee, may I choose to advance to the 10th floor instead?" "Of course, that is your right." The referee nodded. The Sky Arena held at least 2,000 preliminary matches daily, and among the participants, there were always those like Moro who, for personal reasons, opted to climb slowly. This wasn't unusual. Moro smiled and said, "Then please give me a pass to the 10th floor." One moment. The referee swiftly printed a new pass. "Thank you." Moro took the paper pass and stepped off the ring. On his way from the ring to the hallway, Moro could feel the numerous gazes directed at him from all sides. One of these gazes belonged to the long-haired woman who had just admitted defeat. But he paid no attention and calmly walked into the hallway, heading directly for the 10th floor of the Sky Arena. Rather than rushing to register for promotion, Moro entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 15th floor. A few moments later, Moro arrived at the 15th floor and followed the signs along the hallway until he entered a room with a central arena. Inside the room, a match was already in progress. The spectator stands around the arena were sparse, occupied by only a few people. The Sky Arena had 251 floors. Floors like 11 through 19 and 21 through 29 contained arenas and provided services for matches. Though the arena boasted over 1 billion spectators annually, the lower floors didn't attract much attention from the audience. When Moro entered, there was no one to check or scan his pass. He found a seat and watched the ongoing match in the ring. The two participants were aggressively attacking each other. However, there was no technique, just wild punches and kicks relying on physical strength. Moro only watched for about a minute before standing up and leaving. Compared to the two fighters with deadly martial arts prowess he had seen earlier, and even the long-haired woman who had fought him, these two contestants were no different from street thugs brawling. Yet, they had made it to the 10th floor, while that nimble, long-haired woman had lost in the preliminaries, and the man with powerful legwork had died on the ring. It was a grim reminder of how unpredictable life could be. But most sobering of all, Moro saw his former self in those street brawler-like contestants. Thankfully, he still had a chance to change. Walking down the hallway after leaving the arena, Moro was filled with introspection. He wondered, would martial artists who had poured 10 or 20 years of their lives into their craft despair if they suddenly encountered the power of Nen? A few minutes later, Moro returned to the 10th floor to register for his next match. The Sky Arena allowed contestants to fight 2 matches per day below the 200th floor. Confident contestants who wanted to rank up quickly would always opt to fight 2 matches a day. Moro sat in the contestant waiting room for a while before being assigned to a match on the B ring of the 17th floor. The Sky Arena's matchmaking system was highly efficient. The countless arenas within the tower operated like constantly turning gears, hosting victories and defeats every second of the day. While walking toward the B ring on the 17th floor, Moro thought to himself, if there were a cheat ability that allowed me to grow stronger by absorbing the will to win, I could become unbeatable by staying here for a while. But then another thought crossed his mind. Even if I became unbeatable, someone like the wishing machine could still casually tell me to die, and I'd become a puddle of mush. In its own way, this world had its share of absurdities. Just like him, a man who, due to some mysterious power, had been lucky enough to get a second chance at life. Upon reaching the 17th floor B ring, Moro saw his opponent, a towering man built like a bear. This looks promising. Moro smiled in anticipation. However, once the referee announced the start of the match, Moro's excitement quickly waned. The opponent was strong, but he was all brute force. Even so, Moro didn't finish the fight immediately. Instead, He observed the man's attack patterns and tried to understand the underlying thought process behind his movements. Nen's defensive properties allowed Moro to analyze without fear of injury. He didn't consider this pointless at all. In fact, he believed that the power of thought was crucial. Even though he was still a novice at applying this concept in battle, Moro believed he could cultivate it over time. Just before the 3-minute mark, Moro finally made his move, casually striking his opponent with his palm and sending the burly man flying out of the ring. The fight ended instantly. The referee was surprised and issued Moro a promotion slip. Moro accepted it with his usual thanks and left the room. Each opponent Moro faced, and every thought he processed on the ring, felt like adding pieces to a growing database. When that database became full enough, his habit of thinking in battle would become like an AI system, capable of quickly and efficiently providing the best course of action. Moro wasn't sure if this method was the right one. The reason he chose to approach things this way was because of something Biscuit once mentioned in the original story. The explosive power of thought during combat. Over the following days, Moro continued to advance through the ranks using this method. By the time he reached the 80th floor, many spectators had begun to notice him. He gradually earned himself a nickname in the Sky Arena. Moro the Thinker. -- Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 3 comments 0 vote. The meaning of killing. In the Sky Arena, the most popular fighters often get nicknames from their fans. This phase marks the transition from an ordinary audience to a loyal fanbase. These nicknames are typically inspired by the unique traits fighters display in the ring. Moro's common behavior during matches was to pause, reflect on his failures in counterattacks, and immediately work on a better response to lead his opponent into repeating their previous moves. When facing opponents with impressive martial skills, Moro's bouts were marked by noticeably longer contemplation intervals. Within days, the spectators who followed his matches unanimously accepted the nickname, the Thinker. They even discovered an interesting pattern. The longer Moro's thinking time, the stronger his opponent. During this period, Moro, now at the center of attention, began hearing fans cheer for the Thinker during matches. Many fans even approached him after fights asking for autographs. The Sky Arena was famous for this, an environment brimming with fan adulation. Given that matches often had live betting, many avid gamblers would naturally become die-hard fans of consistent winners. Despite the noise, Moro remained indifferent to all the fanfare. The nickname, the Thinker, felt more refined than something like Hand Chop Kalua or Palm Strike Gone from the original story. Yet, while Moro didn't care about the title, he was highly aware of the dangers of his growing fanbase. Imagine a massive crowd of frenzied fans suddenly rushing toward him. Such chaos would be the perfect opportunity for an assassin to strike. If someone in the crowd pulled out an RPG launcher, Moro wouldn't even be surprised. Moro had come to the Sky Arena for 2 reasons. To sharpen his combat skills. To openly invite retaliation from Nolan's forces. However, that didn't mean he intended to give anyone a clear shot at his life amidst a crowd. 5th day. After completing 10 matches, Moro effortlessly reached the 100th floor. The Sky Arena had several significant milestone levels. First to 100th floor, the first threshold for fighters to overcome. At the 100th floor, the average fighter's strength significantly increased, and the benefits offered to contestants improved drastically. Consequently, many fighters would use any means necessary to secure their place above the 100th floor. Moro was fully aware of this. However, over the next few days, as he steadily rose to the 160th floor, he encountered no interference or dirty tactics. Perhaps his impressive display of unbreakable defense in the ring had intimidated the more unscrupulous fighters. "I've gained a lot in just a short time." After winning his match on the 180th floor, Moro returned to his room. In less than 10 days, he had fought 18 matches. Each opponent was different, and Moro learned new offensive and defensive techniques from each bout. Most importantly, his understanding of martial arts broadened, and he accumulated invaluable combat experience. Interestingly, the observational skills Moro had honed in the antique trade were subconsciously applied in his matches. By carefully watching his opponent's micro-expressions and body movements, Moro could predict their next moves based on subtle cues. 10 days wasn't a long time, but Moro felt his growth was immense. As someone who started with zero martial experience, he could fully appreciate his rapid progress. The next day, Moro stepped onto the 190th floor arena. Now that he had reaped significant benefits, he shifted his focus to reaching the 200th floor. If he won 2 more matches today, he would ascend to the 200th floor. Thinker, ha ha ha, Thinker Moro, I'm betting on you again, don't let me down. Go, Moro. The stands were packed, and most of the crowd was there specifically for Moro's fight. Ticket prices had skyrocketed, with scalpers selling them for dozens of times the original price. Typically, such fan frenzy only occurred in matches on the 200th floor and above. Yet, Moro had sparked this level of excitement in just 10 days. This perfectly illustrated why countless ambitious fighters flocked to the Sky Arena. It was the fastest way to fame. The moment we've all been waiting for. This highly anticipated showdown is about to begin. The commentator's enthusiastic voice rang through the arena, drowning out the clamor of the crowd. Entering the ring is the undefeated Thinker, Moro. And his opponent, who has also maintained a flawless winning streak, Sonic Fist Tagore. The moment the announcer mentioned Sonic Fist Tagore, the audience erupted into deafening cheers. Tagore, crush him, you've got this, screw the Thinker. Tagore, use your sonic punches to send him straight to hell. In the world of martial arts, strength commanded respect, and Tagore clearly had a devoted following of his own. On the left side of the arena, Moro stood calmly, gazing toward the entrance. A muscular man with a buzz cut emerged from the corridor, striding confidently toward the arena. He was bare-chested, wearing yellow trunks and white bandages wrapped around his fists. Moro observed Tagore intently. For a brief moment, surprise flickered across his usually composed face. Tagore was a Nen user. Moro's gaze shifted over Tagore's body, catching sight of the steady aura wrapped around his frame, a well-maintained Ten technique, indicating solid foundational training. As their eyes met, Tagore's expression remained cold as he stepped into the ring. The Thinker. Tagore raised his right fist, emphasizing the word, ordinary, as he sneered, those ordinary people are blindly cheering for you because they don't understand the truth behind your performance. His voice grew colder. But after today, your corpse will help them see reality. Corpse. Moro arched a brow, bewildered by Tagore's hostility. For a moment, he wondered if Tagore had been sent by Nolan. Tagore noticed Moro's puzzled expression and let out a sinister laugh, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Don't overthink it. I don't discriminate. On the arena, I only do one thing, kill my opponents. Is it really necessary to go that far? Moro's voice remained calm. In response, Tagore slowly released more of his aura, which enveloped his muscular frame like a dense mist. If strength isn't used for killing, then it's meaningless. And the arena legitimizes that act. Moro frowned in silence for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Tagore's eyes grew even colder. In the stands, many fighters who had previously lost to Moro, including the long-haired woman from the preliminary rounds, were present to watch the match. They hadn't managed to maintain their winning streaks, so they paid special attention to fighters with rising momentum. And they all knew about Sonic Fist Tagore, a ruthless, bloodthirsty competitor who never spared his opponents. Come on, Moro, wipe the floor with that maniac. Even though they had all lost to Moro, they wholeheartedly cheered for him. Moro's contemplative demeanor in the ring may have been frustrating to them, but compared to Tagore's murderous intent, they'd rather face Moro any day. Meanwhile, amid the sea of cheering fans, one handsome man sat silently, his gaze fixed on Moro. Power Stones, 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. How can he? The Nen aura surrounding a person reflects their thoughts and emotions through its flow and shape. Similarly, a person's Nen ability directly reflects their personality and past experiences. This demonstrates a subtle but significant connection. The more one's Nen ability is developed, the more it amplifies their strengths, weaknesses, and moral views. The benevolent become more benevolent, while the malevolent become more evil. Therefore, those who disregard human life often feel no remorse for treating others as mere ants. In the original story, this was best exemplified by those infected by Melina's love training song. Their common goal was murder. When killing others, they displayed not even the slightest emotional disturbance. In their eyes, human life was nothing more than experience points for leveling up. Nen amplifies their beliefs and makes their worldview unshakable. In this world of Nen users, those who choose evil often descend into unimaginable depths of depravity. The man in front of Moro, who stood on the stage with open killing intent, was undoubtedly one of those who reveled in slaughter. For such people, once they awaken Nen, their powers always increase their lethality. Moro wasn't interested in Tagore's backstory or motivations, nor was he about to lecture him on why his actions were wrong. He only confirmed one thing. When Tagore revealed his killing intent, he made it clear that this battle was a fight to the death. With nothing more to say, Moro stood in his designated position after the referee's signal. Moro then released his aura at full capacity. The aura surrounding him flickered like flames. Opposite him, Tagore openly imbued his aura with pure killing intent. The oppressive atmosphere had an immediate impact on the referee. As an ordinary person unfamiliar with Nen, the referee felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat. His face grew pale with sweat. If it weren't for his professional training, he would have fled the arena on the spot. "Referee, I'm sure you heard what Tagore just said." Moro spoke calmly. "In response to Tagore's request for a deathmatch, I accept. Therefore, this match is officially a battle to the death, and your presence as referee is no longer required." "Understood." The referee's face lit up with relief. But he didn't immediately leave the arena. Instead, he looked toward Tagore to confirm his agreement. Without even sparing him a glance, Tagore coldly said, "Get lost." The referee fled the stage without hesitation. In the commentary booth, the young female announcer received the updated information and excitedly announced, "What? Moro and Tagore have agreed to a deathmatch. This means that the match is now a no-holds-barred, life-or-death duel where only one fighter will walk away alive." The announcer's declaration reverberated throughout the arena. The crowd, already excited for the match, became even more frenzied upon hearing the word, deathmatch. The stadium erupted into deafening cheers, as if the roof was about to be blown off. On the stage, as the referee exited, Tagore wasted no time in launching his attack. He raised both fists in front of his chest and advanced toward Moro with quick, shuffling footwork. The arena was small, and Tagore quickly closed the gap. Without any probing or hesitation, he confidently threw a straight punch at Moro's face. The punch was so fast that it left a sharp sound in the air and a fleeting blur of white. Prepared for such an assault, Moro stepped back just in time, dodging the punch while preparing to observe Tagore's fighting style. But in that instant, a force Moro couldn't see struck his cheek. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the arena. Moro staggered from the blow, his cheek rippling as though hit by a shockwave. His aura extended. As the hit landed, Moro noticed that the aura around Tagore's extended fist had rapidly expanded outward. It was this sudden extension of aura that struck him in the face like a physical punch. And based on the impact, this wasn't just a regular aura extension. If it were, the aura alone wouldn't have been powerful enough to cause such damage. The aura had been imbued with some kind of forceful, striking property. It was a manipulation-based ability. Moro staggered back, his right foot digging into the ground to regain his balance. The crowd erupted in various reactions, gasps, cheers, and shouts. They couldn't see the invisible aura extension but could clearly see Moro being hit even after dodging the punch. This bewildering spectacle was the reason for Tagore's nickname, Sonic Fist. On stage, Tagore pressed his advantage, refusing to let Moro catch his breath. With quick steps, he closed the distance once more, his killing intent pouring into his punches aimed at Moro's upper body. But Moro, instead of reinforcing his upper body's defense, channeled most of his aura into his legs. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Moro pushed off with his toes, leaping backward like a gazelle. Then, as his heels touched down, he pivoted sharply and dashed sideways at high speed. Tagore's follow-up punch hit nothing but air. Realizing this, Tagore didn't retract his punch but instead followed through with a sharp elbow strike aimed at Moro, unleashing an aura blade-like extension. But once again, Moro outpaced him, tracing a half-arc around the stage and ending up on the opposite side of the arena. Tagore halted near the edge of the platform, his brows furrowing. He had nearly cornered Moro at the edge and believed he could have delivered a decisive blow. But Moro had slipped away with surprising footwork. In the audience, Among the spectators was the long-haired ponytail woman who had lost to Moro during the preliminaries. Her eyes widened as she whispered in disbelief. How does he know my gazelle step? And, he's even faster than me. The footwork Moro had just used was exactly the same as hers. But how could it be? Not only had he copied her technique, but he executed it at a speed and precision she herself couldn't achieve. The long ponytail woman was stunned. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. The fearsome other side. The gazelle step. Moro didn't even know the name of this footwork. After all, he picked it up from the long ponytail woman. However, it wasn't as though he deliberately set out to copy her. It was just that, across the 18 matches he'd fought so far, the long ponytail woman was the only opponent who had used a formal footwork technique. So technically, this was the only skill Moro could steal by observing and thinking during the fight. The footwork involved using the toes to generate force, making the user's movements light and nimble as they darted forward or retreated. The heel would then act as a pivot point, enabling a rapid directional change, much like a bounding gazelle. Learning the mechanics of this technique wasn't difficult, the hard part was generating explosive power between moments of stillness. However, that issue could be resolved with the augmentation provided by Nen. This was why Moro, who had only recently stolen the footwork, could use it even more effectively than its original user. Quite confident, aren't you? Standing at the center of the arena, Moro raised a hand to touch his slightly swollen cheek, his gaze calm as he looked at Tagore standing at the edge of the platform. After several exchanges, he'd already figured out Tagore's Nen ability. It was a type of power that infused shockwave properties into Nen, enhancing its ability to break through defensive Nen fortifications. Because the enhancement type of Nen didn't lend itself to ranged attacks, Tagore relied on close-range combat to maximize the effectiveness of his strikes. The crucial detail was that Tagore could project this shockwave-like Nen through his fists, elbows, and perhaps even other parts of his body. It was a pure combat-oriented ability, perfectly tailored to Tagore's brutal fighting style. But what caught Moro's attention was how recklessly Tagore had revealed his ability up front. Most Nen abilities carried what was known as first strike advantage, meaning they were most effective when used as a surprise. Moro's deceiving meteor ability was a perfect example of this concept, and Tagore's shockwave-infused strikes were no different. If Moro had been in Tagore's position, he would have masked his ability, striking with normal punches to lure the opponent into a false sense of security. Only after creating an opening would he unleash a devastating surprise attack using the shockwave-enhanced blow. With the element of surprise, there was a high chance he could have ended the match with a single blow. But Tagore had wasted this tactical advantage by showcasing his ability right away. It was blind confidence. However, in a competitive arena like Sky Arena, where glory was earned through public display, most fighters couldn't afford to hold back their abilities for long. As for Moro, he had no choice but to be cautious. Any unnecessary exposure of his abilities would only make him more vulnerable to assassination attempts. Tagore should be thankful for that. Moro mused inwardly. If exposing his ability wasn't an issue, Moro was confident he could easily set up a finishing strategy that would make Tagore pay dearly for his overconfidence. But there was no what if. Moro's face remained calm as he focused on Tagore's movements. In the midst of his thoughts, an idea crossed his mind. Why not use this fight to practice the gazelle step footwork? Tagore, unaware of Moro's inner calculations, advanced again, his desire to attack radiating off of him like heat waves. Sharp whooshes of air accompanied his fists as he launched a barrage of strikes, each one laced with lethal intent. Moro's concentration reached its peak as he dodged each attack. Despite evading several punches, he was forced to continue retreating step by step. Within moments, Tagore had thrown hundreds of punches. Despite Moro's focus on defense, some of the punches, augmented by the shockwave-like Nen, still managed to land. Fortunately, Moro had distributed most of his Nen defensively across his body and employed his footwork to absorb some of the impact, so the hits didn't impair his physical condition. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time dragged on, Tagore's fists blurred into a continuous storm of attacks. But Moro's defensive maneuvers grew more precise and intuitive, until it became impossible for Tagore to land another solid blow. I see it clearly now. Through the high-speed chaos of the battle, Moro gradually attuned himself to Tagor's attack patterns. With his footwork becoming more fluid and natural, Moro was no longer trapped by the overwhelming pressure from before. By this point, no matter how Tagor adjusted his attack angles or extended his nen, his strikes continued to miss their mark. Tagor noticed this as well. His overconfident expression from the start of the fight had completely faded, replaced by mounting frustration. Damn rat, is dodging all you can do? Fueled by anger, Tagor's movements became even faster, but also more erratic. Moro paid no mind to Tagor's taunts. He wasn't sure how to describe what he was feeling at that moment. Every time he avoided one of Tagor's punches, every time he watched the extended nen wave pass harmlessly in front of him, he felt an odd kind of exhilaration, like the thrill of drifting around the edge of a tight curve at breakneck speed. Maybe it was the sense of accomplishment. Or maybe it was something else entirely. But this feeling, it was enjoyable. Moro realized something else, too. Even though he was in the middle of a furious barrage of attacks, he could still think clearly. It was as though a part of his mind had stepped back to observe the fight from a third-person perspective. The arena lights above illuminated the stage below, casting every dust particle into view. And within the swirling nen aura surrounding Tagor, Moro could read it all. The tension, the rage, the growing desperation. He's losing control, Moro thought calmly. On the stage, the battle raged. In the audience, the crowd roared with excitement. To most spectators, especially Tagor's supporters, it looked as though their champion was dominating the fight. The cheers grew deafening. However, those without nen could not see the subtle truths unfolding on the stage. Moro. Among the spectators, several seasoned 200-level fighters watched in stunned silence. The way Moro evaded the attacks, his calm adaptability, it was something rarely seen. He's getting stronger. He's improving during the fight. One fighter in the crowd couldn't believe his eyes. The audience could only see Tagor's overwhelming aggression, but the seasoned fighters saw something more terrifying. Moro was rapidly mastering the very techniques that had been used against him. Tagor is done for. A fighter with 9 victories at the 200 level stood up, shaking his head. When a blade loses its edge, when a punch loses its impact, defeat becomes inevitable. On stage, Tagor's rhythm faltered, his fury reaching its peak. Moro, who had been conserving his strength, seized the perfect moment. And with a single precise strike, sent Tagor crashing to the floor. The arena fell silent. Gasps echoed through the stands as the spectators stared in shock. How could Tagor, who had been so dominant, be taken down with a single blow? At the edge of the audience, the handsome man who had been silently observing Moro suddenly stood. His eyes, brimming with curiosity and longing, fixed on the young fighter standing victorious on the stage. There's something there, the man murmured. Some kind of power beyond anything I've known. Power Stones, 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Mileson. 2 comments 0 vote. Why they came. A death match on the arena means only one person can walk away alive. Tagor had fallen, but he wasn't dead yet. So, the match wasn't over. The spectators who supported Tagor screamed like mad, urging him to get up and continue fighting. They didn't care about Tagor's condition, they only cared that if he didn't get up, they would lose a lot of money. But no matter how loud they shouted, Tagor remained on the ground, unable to stand. Moro's decisive blow had deprived Tagor of any chance to fight back. He lay there like a newborn foal, struggling to rise, only to collapse again, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tap, tap, Moro walked toward him. The soft sound of footsteps echoed in Tagor's ears like the deafening beat of war drums, or the roar of death approaching. Tagor groaned and strained with all his might to rise, veins bulged from his forehead to his temples. But then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed again. When a strike imbued with nen hits a weak point, it can cause devastating damage in an instant, often ending the fight altogether. Tagor knew this all too well. Length of life, his enhancement type ability, focused on delivering precise, devastating blows to weak points. He understood better than anyone what it meant to be hit in a weak spot. Still, even knowing this, he couldn't accept the outcome. I give up. I surrender. As Moro drew near, Tagor's hoarse voice rang out, trembling with fear. Not far from the ring, the referee heard Tagore's words but remained silent. It was a death match, there was no need for a referee's judgment. Moro stopped in front of Tagore, watching his futile struggles, seeing the fear in his eyes. No resolve, not even a little. Moro murmured softly and then reached out, swiftly severing Tagore's last breath. The number on the annular tattoo on Moro's hand changed from LV5 to LV7. His level had risen by 2. But Moro paid no attention to it. He straightened slowly. Tagore lay motionless on the stage, his body rapidly losing warmth. The spectators who had bet on Tagore erupted into despairing screams and unleashed curses at Moro. Moro ignored the noise as he stepped down from the arena and headed toward the contestants' tunnel. Even if someone accused him afterward of unnecessary brutality, Moro wouldn't feel anything. He had killed Tagore deliberately. Not because it was a death match or for the sake of leveling up. He did it because Tagore had wanted to kill him. That reason alone was enough. As the chaotic uproar from the arena faded behind him, Moro strode into the tunnel. Yet countless gazes remained fixed on the tunnel's entrance. That rookie, he's dangerous. One of the contestants from the 200th floor stared at the tunnel where Moro had disappeared. He had watched the entire fight. Although he had noticed Moro's incredible ability to grow stronger during the battle, he still felt confident that he could defeat Moro in the arena. But deep down, his instincts warned him not to provoke Moro. Forget it, I'll focus on other rookies. The 200th floor contestant made up his mind. He had come down to observe promising fighters like Moro and Tagore, hoping to gather intelligence and gain an edge. Such preparation could secure the critical victory needed for survival on the 200th floor. This strategy was not uncommon. There had been more than 30 contestants from the 200th floor in the audience that day, all watching the match closely. Some concluded that Moro was not someone to mess with and shifted their attention to other rising stars. Others believed that Moro's skills were still raw and that they could take a win from him. For the contestants on the 200th floor, there was no shame in hunting rookies. In the ruthless world of the Sky Arena, if you didn't want to be eliminated and lose everything, you had to do whatever it took to win. And if they were ever backed into a corner, they wouldn't hesitate to resort to underhanded tactics. You're not here to ask for tuition fees, are you? In the corridor leading to the 190th floor waiting room, Moro looked at the long ponytail woman in front of him and joked. The reason for his remark. The woman had introduced herself and mentioned she had watched the earlier fight. Naturally, this meant she had seen Moro use the same footwork she had demonstrated before. No way, I wouldn't dare, the long ponytail woman, Callista, waved her hands in denial. Moro chuckled, easily guessing her true thoughts. You're here to ask how I learned your footwork, aren't you? Yes, but not entirely. Callista shook her head. After losing to you, I've watched all your matches. I've noticed that you're always learning, always absorbing something during your battles. When I saw you use the antelope step earlier, I was shocked. But what I'm even more curious about is. She stared at Moro, her expression suddenly serious. How you can use the antelope step so perfectly. I can feel it, you've grasped something I can't name but that I know exists. Quote. Moro was surprised but nodded. I won't deny it. Then could you? Is this why you're here? Moro interrupted Callista mid-sentence, turning his head toward the corridor's corner. The brief silence was broken. A young man with silver hair and striking features emerged from the corner. He didn't seem surprised that Moro had noticed his presence. In his eyes, Moro's image had grown so imposing that he couldn't help but approach, no matter how much it might bruise his pride. Yes, I'm also curious about that wall-like force. The silver-haired man replied bluntly to Moro's question, his voice sincere. My name is Washidoyuro. If Moro-san could enlighten me, I'd do anything in return. Whatever you ask, I will do my best to fulfill it. Oh, Moro raised an eyebrow, surprised. Beside him, Callista glared at Washidoyuro. I should have declared my determination earlier. She thought, frustrated. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Mileson. 0 comments 0 vote. Motives. Unfamiliar with the existence of Nen, yet sensitive enough to detect its traces. Callista realized the presence of Nen only after fighting Moro and seeing him use her gazelle step. As for Washidoro, he merely observed Moro during combat and noticed how his body seemed to be protected by an invisible suit of armor, like a wall that blocked all incoming attacks. He believed this must be some kind of internal energy. Though clueless about it, he longed for this mysterious force that could greatly enhance martial prowess. Thus, following his instincts, he approached Moro directly and straightforwardly expressed his determination. Moro glanced at Washidoro, then at Callista. To be honest, he was far more surprised by Washidoro's sudden arrival than by Callista seeking him out. This was the same Washidoro who, in the future, was meant to be tested by Hisoka, and ultimately killed by him. Had Washidoro unknowingly diverted himself from his destined death by pursuing knowledge of Nen? Of course, that depended on whether Moro was willing to teach him. And even then, it didn't guarantee that Washidoro would avoid catching Hisoka's attention later on. But Moro's gaze rested on Washidoro. He had the ability to help Washidoro evade his death entirely, it was simply a matter of whether or not he wanted to do so. Would teaching him Nen here and now be like stealing Hisoka's apple? Washidoro, noticing Moro's prolonged stare, immediately assumed a determined expression. He wasn't the type to badger others, and he understood that the Sky Arena was full of remarkable talents. Even if Moro refused, he could still find another way. But he had already made up his mind to learn from Moro and was prepared to persist for as long as it took. Callista, seeing Moro and Washidoro lock eyes, grew anxious. She had arrived first. In a panic, Callista abandoned any concern for etiquette and grabbed Moro's arm, exclaiming, "Moro, I'm willing to do anything, anything at all. And he's a man. There are some things he simply can't do." Quote. Moro and Washidoro both stared at Callista, puzzled. Realizing how inappropriate her words sounded, Callista felt suffocated with embarrassment. She quickly let go of his arm and stammered, I meant things like cooking and cleaning. There's a 24-hour laundromat in the arena. As for cooking..." Washidoro smiled warmly at Callista and replied, "I'm a certified chef. I can probably meet most of Moro's daily needs." Callista stared at Washidoro in disbelief. Washidoro maintained his kind smile but had a resolute look in his eyes, he wasn't backing down. A silent clash ensued between the two as their gazes met, sparks practically flying. Both were martial artists and knew the significance of being a private disciple. They also understood the immense value of one-on-one training. That was the root of their rivalry. Callista hadn't expected another contender to show up out of nowhere, and certainly not someone so decisive and direct. She had underestimated the competition. Now that the initiative had slipped from her grasp, she decided to go all in. "Well, at least I have a chest," Callista said, puffing out her chest proudly. Washidoro's smile froze. Beauty only slowed down a fighter's punch. Washidoro had never been interested in women. However, as he objectively studied Callista's appearance, he had to admit that she wasn't unattractive. Her body, honed from years of martial training, lacked softness but displayed a sharp, elegant athleticism. Unsure how Moro might react, Washidoro cast a hesitant glance toward him. "However, I'll decide after my next match," Moro said, leaving the two behind as he headed toward the fighters' lounge. Washidoro held his composure and refrained from saying anything further. Callista, though tempted to speak up again, swallowed her words as she noticed Washidoro's serene yet determined demeanor while watching Moro leave. "I came here first," Callista huffed, glaring at Washidoro. Washidoro slowly shook his head. "The day you fought Moro, you hurt your hand trying to attack him. Thanks to you, I noticed Moro's potential. What I mean is, I was there that day. I owe you my gratitude." Quote. A vein popped on Callista's temple. Inside the fighters' lounge, Moro sat on a chair, deep in thought. Should he teach Washidoro Nen? He pondered the matter carefully. Though he'd entertained the idea of a fruit farmer plan during his time at the Sky Arena, he didn't see himself as a ruthless opportunist. Even if he were to cultivate apples himself, they'd have to be the kind of people he wouldn't feel guilty about using. Like Tagore, for example. Moro firmly believed that while a person's moral baseline could be lowered, there had to be a limit. Based on the original story, Washidoro didn't seem like a bad person. Moro didn't want to exploit him as part of his plan. That raised the question, what motive did he have to teach Washidoro? Lost in his thoughts, Moro almost didn't notice the time for his next match approaching. Putting the matter aside for now, he headed to the arena for his 20th match at the Sky Arena. The stands were packed once again. Nearly all the spectators had come to witness Moro's ascent to the 200th floor. That's right, in their eyes, the result of the match had already been decided. Moro was bound to win. Because Moro had never let them down. And sure enough, Moro effortlessly defeated his opponent and received the pass to ascend to the 200th floor. The audience erupted in cheers, their faces flushed with excitement as they shouted Moro's name at the top of their lungs. It wasn't just because Moro had won them money through their bets. It was because watching his matches gave them a profound sense of satisfaction. Moro listened to the thunderous roars from all sides of the arena. When he first arrived in this city, he couldn't comprehend this almost frenzied level of passion and excitement. But on the day of the preliminary matches, when he witnessed two skilled fighters engage in a brutal, no-holds-barred battle, even his heart had raced with anticipation. Now, he could understand it. As the crowd's fervent cheers enveloped him, Moro stepped into the passageway for fighters. The Sky Arena was but a small corner of the world. Yet it had allowed him to experience a unique and unforgettable part of life. And the world was vast, which meant he had to survive and keep moving forward. Unsurprisingly, Moro spotted Washadoro and Callista waiting for him on the way to the 200th floor. "Follow me," Moro said before stepping into the elevator. This time, he gave them a response. Washadoro and Callista exchanged a brief glance, before quickly turning away, refusing to acknowledge each other. Power Stones, 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. Conditions X spiders X movements. Should Moro invest time and effort into Washadoro and Callista? From the end of his match until now, Moro had already made his decision. He was willing to invest his time and effort, provided there was a return. Moro walked ahead, leading Washadoro and Callista directly toward the 200th floor. Upon reaching the 200th floor, contestants had to register before midnight that same day, or they would forfeit their qualification. They took the elevator up to the 200th floor, following the signs along the walls toward the registration desk. However, after walking only a short distance, they were met with a wave of killing intent. The killing intent wasn't overwhelming, but it was clearly directed at Moro. Despite this sudden wave of hostility, Moro's expression remained calm as he continued forward. It was clear that more than one person was emitting this killing intent. However, it wasn't too aggressive, more like a subtle warning shot. Of course, if Moro hadn't been a Nen user, there wouldn't have been any Nen-infused killing intent at all. After all, a newcomer who didn't know Nen was nothing more than a free win for the seasoned fighters here. They would have welcomed him with open arms, not scared him away. Like smoke, the oppressive aura of killing intent flowed from both sides of the hallway corners, completely filling the path to the registration area. To Moro, this level of hostility was as insignificant as the air around him. However, for Washadoro and Callista, it was an entirely different experience. Although they weren't the direct targets, they felt as though they'd been thrown into the depths of an icy ocean. "What is this?" Washadoro and Callista felt chilled to the bone. Every step forward felt as if their legs were weighed down with lead. But they had to push forward. Seeing that Moro had no intention of stopping, the two of them grit their teeth, forcing their trembling legs to keep up. Moro never looked back, but he could hear their labored breathing. "Not bad," he whispered to himself and slowed his pace slightly. If he were in their shoes, he might not have done any better. Soon, they reached the lobby where the registration desk was located. Moro's eyes swept across the room. Several people were gathered at hallway intersections and near the vending machines along the walls. All of them were staring directly at Moro. Moro ignored the Nen users who were clearly watching for any opportunity and walked straight to the registration desk. Following the receptionist's instructions, he signed his name and completed the process. Matches above the 200th floor followed a match request system. Contestants had a 90-day window to choose when to fight. Moro had no intention of requesting a match just yet. Once the registration was complete, he led the sweat-drenched Washadoro and Callista to their new room. "How do you feel?" Inside the new room, Moro turned to Washadoro and Callista, whose faces were pale. For ordinary people, even the slightest trace of Nen-infused killing intent was an unavoidable mental assault. Washadoro's expression was grave. It felt like I couldn't breathe. With every step forward, I felt resistance pushing me back. I felt the same, it was like walking underwater. Callista wiped the sweat from her neck, frowning. Was it those people near the registration desk? Yes, they were the ones behind it. Moro's gaze was calm as he explained. However, they weren't targeting you, they were targeting me. Nen is simply so dangerous to ordinary people that even the residual effect was enough to make you feel paralyzed. Nen. Washadoro and Callista's eyes lit up with realization. The first-hand experience of being overwhelmed by something invisible made them crave this mysterious power even more. At this moment, they only had one thought, whether or not they could learn it. Moro, can I learn? You can. Moro cut them off, already knowing what they wanted to ask. With the right training, anyone can master this ability. Ignoring their reactions, Moro's tone suddenly grew serious. I can help awaken this power within you, but I have one condition. Condition. Both Washadoro and Callista stared at Moro, their full attention focused on his next words. Meeting their gazes, Moro stated, I need to kill someone within a year. This person is extremely powerful. Therefore, I will teach you Nen, but you must help me kill that person. And doing so may cost you your lives. Moro paused to observe their reactions. Neither of them showed any hesitation. Of course, he added, even if you refuse, I'll still tell you the secret of Nen. But if that's the case, you'll have to figure out how to awaken your power on your own. I'm in. Before Moro had even finished, Callista immediately expressed her determination. This time, she was faster than Washadoro. Washadoro quickly followed. I agree too. To them, the moment Moro offered to lead them into the world of Nen, it already felt like they were forming a master-disciple bond. And when a master gave their disciple a task, there was no room for refusal. Good. Moro smiled. Compared to Callista, Moro was more familiar with Washadoro's personality. But in his eyes, Callista's character didn't seem bad either. His reasoning stemmed from the preliminary match, when Callista had shown restraint during her first attack because she saw that he was young. Moro rested his fingers against his chin, thinking. Washadoro is probably an enhancer, while Callista might be an emitter. I'll need to use water divination to be sure. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Moro skipped the lengthy explanation of Nen and instead asked them a sudden question. Are you afraid of death? Faced with Moro's unexpected inquiry, both Washadoro and Callista answered without hesitation, they weren't afraid. So, Moro immediately used the forced awakening method to open their aura nodes. In an instant, a rush of steam-like aura erupted from Washadoro and Callista, spiraling upwards before quickly dissipating. This is the power hidden within me. Washadoro stared at the radiant glow of aura, unsure if it was from his Nen or the light in his eyes. Callista, however, was more composed. She glanced at the rapidly dissipating aura above Washadoro's head and muttered. If we don't control it before it's all gone, we'll die. Moro stood nearby, observing their forced awakening with a calm expression. In truth, having their aura leak out wouldn't immediately kill them. However, if they failed to learn how to control their aura and allowed it to leak for an extended period, they risked severe exhaustion, or even death from overexertion. Still, this scenario was highly unlikely. Moro had deliberately told them that the uncontrolled outflow of aura would lead to death. Because he wanted them to learn the basic technique of 10 aura cloak under the pressure of survival. There was no other way. After all, his time was precious. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Moro's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a message from Argos. The Phantom Troupe has made their move. They've raided the Navis National Museum. They've begun. Reading the message, Moro's eyes narrowed slightly. Dash 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 dash. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Mileson. 0 comments 0 vote. Download the app for greater interaction. You can chat with me about my writing experience apart from the comments section. Miles. Download app now. Action. This was likely the Phantom Troupe's first full gathering before the main storyline began. Moro wasn't certain about the exact timing of the spiders' gathering, he only knew it was around July or August. It was also possible they had been assembled long ago but only started taking action now. Raiding the Navis National Treasure Museum. Moro vaguely remembered the name, Navis, an ancient and renowned civilization that once thrived. However, after a 38-year-long war, the nation was weakened and eventually fell into decline. Though the nation of Navis survived in modern times, the far-reaching effects of that war caused it to lose much of its former glory. Ironically, the once prosperous cities that fell to invaders left behind countless treasures in their ruin. Despite its weakened state, the modern Navis had made tremendous efforts over the years to recover the nation's lost relics. These recovered artifacts were kept in the National Treasure Museum in Navis, capital. The Phantom Troupe's raid was a devastating blow to the people of Navis. They're probably upgrading. Skill Hunter, huh? Upon hearing the phrase, National Treasure, Moro's first thought was that Crollo was enhancing his ability. Skill Hunter was a conjuration-based Nen ability that could be upgraded. In a way, it shared similarities with the Love Training Song ability. In a sense, Moro's Time Rewinding, Year Wheel Tattoo ability was also like a specialization-type Nen ability. The upgrade conditions for Skill Hunter were likely related to stealing national-level treasures. Of course, calling it stealing was generous, it was usually just outright plundering. When the troupe attacked the York New City auction in the main storyline, they seemed to target valuable national treasures as well. Come to think of it, the Year Wheel Tattoo's ability to absorb Nen from crafted artifacts bore some resemblance to Skill Hunter. After all, national treasures, by their nature, likely carried an intense amount of Nen. Moro glanced at Washadoro and Callista, who were still struggling to close their aura nodes, and then sent a short message to Argos. "I'm here." About a minute later, Argos replied. The Phantom Troupe attacked the Navis National Treasure Museum and stole all the treasures. The Navis government sent the military to hunt them down, but they failed. The troupe has already crossed Navis borders and entered the neighboring ancient state of Guganu. Also, the Zoldic assassin has arrived in Guganu as well. He isn't even bothering to conceal his movements. As Moro read the message, a strange sense of unease struck him. Frowning, he recalled the image of Copy, the troupe's number 12 member. Considering Crollo's meticulous planning habits, he would likely have factored in Copy's ability to copy objects before deciding to target the Navis Museum. Yet, the troupe had chosen the most direct and brutal approach. Forget it. Moro shook his head. It doesn't matter. What mattered more was whether he should head to Guganu himself. He had to kill Phaeton. But at this point in time, Phaeton, and the entire Phantom Troupe, had no interactions with him whatsoever. Normally, as long as he didn't approach the troupe, there wouldn't be any significant risk. Moro sent another message to Argos. "Can you track the Phantom Troupe in real time?" "I should be able to." The Phantom Troupe members are incredibly bold. Although they entered Guganu as smugglers, they haven't bothered to keep a low profile. As long as they don't disappear into remote mountains or forests, I can continue tracking their movements. Understood. One more question, can you contact the Zoldic assassin? I can try reaching out through the client who hired them to see if I can get their contact info, but I can't guarantee I'll reach them. That's good enough. I'll wait for your update. Alright, but as your intel provider, I have to warn you, don't act rashly. Moro stared at Argos, final message for a few seconds before silently putting away his phone. His request to contact the Zoldic assassin must have already hinted at some of his intentions to Argos. I won't rush things. I don't have much time left, but that doesn't mean I can waste it. What's important is how I use the time I have. Moro muttered to himself and shifted his focus to Washadoro and Callista. Perhaps it was the pressure of impending death. In just a few minutes, Washadoro had already managed to slow the flow of aura escaping from his nodes. Moro estimated that, in another minute or two, he would be able to stabilize it completely using 10. In terms of talent, Washadoro might not be on the level of Kahlua or Gon, but he wasn't far behind. On the other hand, Callista was slower, her aptitude was slightly weaker. However, she had already grasped the basic concept and was just one step away from success. Callista, use your imagination. Moro walked over to Callista and spoke calmly. Imagine that your aura is like blood circulating through your body, from your head, down your shoulders, arms, waist, legs, and back to your heart. Imagine your head is bleeding profusely, and you need to press down hard to stop it. If you don't, you'll bleed out and die. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. Callista's tightly shut eyes twitched. Slowly, she followed the mental framework Moro gave her, gradually suppressing the aura escaping from her body. A few minutes later, Washadoro and Callista both managed to stabilize their aura flow, officially mastering the basic technique of 10. Moro observed them for a moment and asked, "How do you feel?" Washadoro stared down at his hands and murmured, "It's like, I'm covered in a layer of thick paper. I don't feel much different." Callista lifted her legs a few times and saw the faint glow of her aura. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "If anything, I feel like my body has gotten a lot lighter." That's the power of 10, the most fundamental of the 4 major principles of Nen. From today onward, you must maintain this state as often as possible. Moro studied the unstable aura swirling around them and gave a simple reminder. Then, without warning, he added, "I'll be leaving for a while, before the day's over." "What? Huh?" Both Washadoro and Callista were stunned. Moro ignored their reactions and continued. "Listen carefully. I'm going to explain the basic training methods for Nen only once. You must memorize them and achieve the set goals before I return. If you can't, then don't bother showing up in front of me again." Washadoro and Callista's expressions became serious as they nodded firmly. An hour later, Moro left the Sky Arena and headed for the nearest airport. He was heading to Guganu. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. The 12 zodiac signs, Tiger of the Zodiac. In this world, the map is divided into 6 continents. Although there are hundreds of countries, only 5 nations truly represent the 6 continents. These 5 nations are the Akima Federation, the Bagros United Nations, the Sahirta Union, the Mingbo Republic, and the Guganu Kingdom, which is where Moro is heading. These 5 world powers are referred to as V5, wielding absolute influence in international affairs and holding the power to shape the global order. In the face of the strength of these global superpowers, even the world's most powerful Nen users appear as insignificant as the moon to the stars, or an elephant to an ant. From the names of these V5 nations alone, one can discern key differences. The first 4 nations have adopted democratic systems, while the Guganu Kingdom still upholds a monarchy. For Moro, the Guganu Kingdom exudes a kind of indescribable mystical aura, distinctly different from modern society. To be more precise, the world of Hunter x Hunter is a place that accommodates a bizarre and diverse worldview. In this world, you can see skyscrapers born of industrial civilization, as well as quaint villages that live in harmony with nature. You can encounter soldiers armed with sophisticated firearms, alongside armored knights wielding swords and shields. Here, modern civilization and ancient cultures coexist. You can witness airships carving paths through the sky, as well as endless demon realms and mysterious domains. You can even come across the infamous Zoldic family of assassins, recognized as part of a legitimate, tax-paying profession. Simply put, anything you might consider strange or fantastical could very well be ordinary in this world. So when Moro came across a travel brochure for the Guganu Kingdom while waiting in the airport lounge, mentioning how the royal family could execute civilians on the spot for crimes of blasphemy, he was not surprised. After closing the brochure, Moro did not return it to the rack but instead kept it close, intending to read it later while aboard the airship. As an Nen user, Moro was considered a being akin to a superhuman in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in the face of these powerful nations, he was still but a speck of dust. This was why he had to follow the rules and laws set forth by these world powers. Even Netero, a renowned and powerful figure, was no exception to this. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the Phantom Troupe. This group dared to tear apart what little dignity remained of the Navis nation, a starving camel that was still bigger than a horse. What wouldn't they dare to do? In the eyes of the Phantom Troupe, laws and regulations were nothing more than ornaments. To outsiders unaware of the full story, it was impossible to comprehend the troupe's audacity. Yet, this S-rank criminal organization continued to stand tall. Was it sheer luck, a miracle, or pure strength? No one could say for sure. What was certain was this. This group of criminals, all claiming to hail from Meteor City, frequently captured the world's attention, leaving a lingering sense of awe and fear toward their birthplace. 10 minutes later, Moro boarded the airship. This luxury airship, intended for civilian use, was larger than standard airships. The airship had 2 levels. Apart from the cockpit, the layout was circular. The central area housed passenger rooms and amenities such as dining areas and bars, which were surrounded by a corridor lined with observation windows. On the outermost ring were several open-air observation decks. The VIP cabins and the cockpit were located on the upper level. In terms of privacy and spaciousness, the VIP cabins offered unrivaled comfort, though at an equally high price. Moro reserved 3 adjacent VIP rooms. After boarding, he planned to head straight to his room and remain there until the airship reached its destination. At this moment, the boarding area was bustling with passengers. Dressed in all black, Moro had no intention of mingling. Instead, he stood in an inconspicuous corner, waiting for the crowd to disperse. As he waited, his gaze habitually swept over the crowd and suddenly paused, focusing on the end of the boarding line. There, 3 people stood. The person in the middle wore loose clothing, a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, though it was faintly evident she was a woman. The other 2 were quite different in appearance. One was tall and muscular, at least 2 meters in height, wearing a black suit reminiscent of a bodyguard's uniform. Her face was rugged, and her hair was braided, but her features clearly indicated she was also a woman. The other person, in contrast, was much smaller in stature. This individual had spiky, black and yellow hair tied into a braid at the back that resembled a tiger's tail. His attire was a sporty black and yellow outfit, and the most eye-catching feature was the large, yin, tiger character on his shoulder. The 2 were clearly positioned to protect the heavily disguised woman. However, what drew Moro's attention was not the woman's unusual attire but the spiky-haired man acting as her bodyguard. Tiger of the Zodiac. From the man's distinctive appearance and attire, Moro instantly recognized his identity and recalled his profession. A treasure hunter and bodyguard. It appeared that he had accepted a bodyguarding commission. Moro's gaze briefly swept over the heavily disguised woman before he quickly retracted it. Even though his gaze lingered for less than 2 seconds and passed through the bustling crowd, the tiger, Kong still noticed it. He openly scrutinized Moro, his attention mainly focused on the faint, smoke-like aura naturally emanating from Moro's head, similar to that of the other passengers. He's a Nen user. Although Moro's disguise appeared completely natural, it was useless before Kang's sharp eyes. As a professional hunter and bodyguard, keen observation was a fundamental skill. The other members of the 12 zodiac signs often mocked Kang's lack of cultural sophistication, but they never doubted his ability to assess people. Kong could immediately see through Moro's concealment and discern that Moro's gaze carried no hostility, only curiosity. Nevertheless, Kong mentally placed Moro on his watch list. Is that guy suspicious? The burly female bodyguard, also a Nen user, noticed Moro but failed to detect his aura. However, she trusted that Kong had a reason for watching him so intently. She lowered her voice and asked Kong through her earpiece. "Let's talk in the cabin." Kong replied as his gaze continuously scanned the area, remaining vigilant. He scrutinized every passenger but only identified Moro as a Nen user. Yet, Kong knew that relying solely on sight or the Gyo technique wasn't foolproof. Some people were exceptionally skilled at hiding. Although he was confident Moro was the only Nen user among the passengers, he still left room for doubt. This cautious mindset was a testament to Kang's professionalism. And as it turned out, Kang's vigilance was not mere paranoia. Hidden within the shadows of some passengers, something invisible lurked in the background. Power Stones. 20 Advanced Chapters. Patreon.com/Milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. Shadow without return. Someone was hiding in the shadows of the passengers. It might sound unbelievable, but Nen abilities make such things possible. Kong, despite his sharp eye for seeing through Moro's disguise, failed to detect the figure lurking in the shadows. This wasn't negligence, it was because this ability could evade detection from techniques like Gyo enhanced vision. The Nen user hiding in the shadows was none other than Rokuhara, a skilled practitioner from the Liang nation. According to the original plan, after obtaining the famed blade Senra, Rokuhara was supposed to return to his homeland with his companions. However, his leader gave him a new mission: find out why and how Senra's Nen energy vanished. Thus, Rokuhara set his sights on Moro and had finally found an enclosed environment perfect for making his move. Shadow without return. This was Rokuhara's secret art. In reality, it was a nen ability, but in the Liang nation, unique abilities were referred to as secret arts or ninjutsu. The effect of shadow without return allowed Rokuhara to freely travel through the shadows of non-nen users within a certain range. This range was defined more by volume than distance. And the entire airship's volume happened to fall within the range of Rokuhara's shadow walking ability. In addition to this ability, Rokuhara possessed another technique that leaned toward manipulation type nen. Once he entered someone's shadow, if he stayed long enough to meet the infiltration time threshold, he could gain control of the target, which allowed for two types of control methods. He could hide in the target's shadow and invade their soul, effectively possessing their body. He could remove the target's shadow, turning them into a humanoid puppet that followed commands. At this moment, Rokuhara was lurking within a passenger's shadow, in no hurry to act. The airship would take 3 days to reach the Guganu kingdom. Although there would be refueling stops along the way, passengers would not be allowed to disembark during the process. In other words, Rokuhara had 3 full days to complete his mission. With plenty of time at his disposal, he could first infiltrate and control more passengers, quietly forming a group of puppets. This was the primary reason he waited for an enclosed space like this. It allowed him to safely amass his puppet army without worrying about Moro leaving mid-journey. In the thick, pitch-black shadow dimension, Rokuhara's body remained motionless. His expression was blank as he patiently waited for the right moment to strike. Inside a VIP cabin, Kong stood by the door, answering the strong female bodyguard's question. That young man is a nen user. He's using a disguise technique. The female bodyguard, Talia, narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Although she had been influenced by Kang's instincts into suspecting Moro, she hadn't managed to see through Moro's disguise herself. Kong crossed his arms, his face calm. I didn't sense any hostility from him, but that doesn't mean we can let our guard down. Out of all the passengers, he's the only nen user. Being extra cautious won't hurt. Quote. Talia stared at Kong, hesitant to speak. On the sofa inside the cabin, the woman with long, silken silver hair, who had taken off her mask and sunglasses, glanced over at them nonchalantly. What is it? Kong raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Talia's reaction. Talia hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding not to correct Kang's improper use of an idiom. Instead, she shook her head and said, "It's nothing." Kong felt even more confused. Despite his exceptional sensitivity to potential threats, Kong seemed strangely dull when it came to things like grammar and math. Choosing not to dwell on Talia's strange reaction, Kong shifted his gaze to their employer seated on the sofa, the woman with silvery hair as smooth as satin. Their employer was a royal princess from the Guganu kingdom. When Kong initially accepted this escort mission, he didn't think much of it. He'd taken similar jobs before, protecting royals and nobles as they traveled from one country to another. The biggest threat usually involved attacks from other nen users. But this time was completely different. If Kong had known this escort mission was tied to a power struggle within the royal family, he wouldn't have accepted it, even if Chairman Netero himself had assigned it to him. He despised these convoluted political games. However, since he had accepted the job, his professional ethics required him to carry it out with the utmost dedication, no matter how much it pained him. Fortunately, this silver-haired princess was surprisingly reasonable. She showed none of the usual arrogance or haughtiness typical of royalty. She was cooperative and understood the reality of the situation. However, during moments of attack, this princess displayed a calmness akin to a machine. All the dangers aimed at her seemed like trivial matters in her eyes. Kong could sense the contradiction in her demeanor. It was as though she believed that dying on the path forward was an expected outcome. Thus, when faced with mortal danger, she exuded a calm acceptance so indifferent that Kong found it difficult to discern any will to resist. And yet, she firmly believed that as long as she survived to the end, she would be able to prove her worth. Amid this contradiction, her thoughts and will felt like those of a pure observer, watching herself walk along a thorn-filled path as though it had nothing to do with her. After spending some time around her, Kong concluded that this silver-haired princess possessed an indescribable quality. Whether from a professional standpoint or a personal one, he genuinely hoped she would survive. Knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Talia immediately positioned herself in front of the silver-haired princess. Kong stepped to the door and opened it just a crack, only 3 fingers wide. Outside stood a server in uniform, pushing a food cart. The server smiled politely. "Good evening, your meal is ready. Just leave it there." Kang's tone was indifferent. The server, still smiling, replied, "Of course. If you need anything else, feel free to use the phone in your cabin to contact the front desk." "Got it." Kang stared blankly at the server. The server seemed accustomed to all sorts of guest reactions and left with a polite smile. After the server left, Kang brought the cart carrying the meal into the cabin. The silver-haired princess moved to the dining table. Talia began placing the exquisite dishes onto the table one by one. Then she turned to the silver-haired princess, who gave a small nod. Talia promptly took a sample of the food and placed it into her mouth. As she chewed, a steam-like aura of nen surrounded her mouth. "It's fine." After swallowing the food, Talia moved on to the next dish. Safe. She sampled every dish, but when she picked up a flute glass, she detected a colorless, odorless poison on the rim. "There's an issue." Talia set down the flute glass, her expression unchanged. The silver-haired princess remained calm. Kang glanced at her and let out a sigh. Before boarding this airship, they had released countless smoke screens to confuse potential enemies. It was all done to stay inconspicuous, but none of it seemed to have worked. "Never-ending trouble," Kang muttered, running his fingers through his spiky hair. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 1 comments 0 vote. Treasure Hunter x Ruin Hunter. Tap. Inside the VIP cabin, Moro closed the promotional booklet for the ancient Guganu Empire. While the booklet appeared to showcase famous tourist attractions, it actually listed numerous precautions for travelers. To Moro, both the regional introductions and the warnings for outsiders were quite useful. After reading it, he even felt a spark of interest in the ancient Guganu Empire, a land he had never visited. This vast empire, which still retained its monarchy, was located on a continent once rife with warring factions, where countless nations had risen and fallen during an age of constant strife. Today, the remnants of those nations lingered in the form of ruins, tombs, artifacts, treasures, and ancient texts, each a testament to their existence. In terms of historical development, the ancient Guganu Empire bore a strong resemblance to the Kakan Empire. Both nations originated in the era of fragmented powers and emerged victorious after seemingly endless wars and conquests. Both had also retained monarchic governance to the present day. However, while the Kakan Empire appeared to be shifting toward democracy, the ancient Guganu Empire showed no intention of doing so. Moro had little interest in the histories of these two great powers. Most outsiders would see museums and excavated ruins in Guganu's promotional materials, but Moro saw something different: artifacts from bygone eras displayed in museums and undiscovered treasures buried in ruins. More specifically, he envisioned the Nen energy that might cling to these objects. Interestingly, in both the Guganu and Kakan empires, tomb raiding carried extremely severe penalties, ranging from a minimum sentence of 100 years to the death penalty. Despite these harsh laws, tomb raiders were still executed by the dozens each year. This spoke volumes about the wealth of relics, tombs, and ruins in these nations, enough to tempt raiders to risk everything for them. In truth, even with strict enforcement, these empires couldn't fully guard against tomb raiders who used Nen abilities to commit their crimes. Sometimes, the very existence of Nen was an unpredictable variable that defied logic. After learning this information, Moro couldn't deny that he was tempted. This wasn't due to his profession or the potential for immense profit, but rather the need to recharge his year-wheel ability. Still, Moro chuckled at the thought of acting on this impulse. What if, the moment he raided a ruin, someone like Jin appeared to bring him to justice? Shaking his head with a smile, Moro set the promotional booklet on the nearby table. His thoughts about ruins and tombs soon drifted to Kang's profession. A treasure hunter and a bodyguard hunter. Dual professions weren't uncommon among professional hunters. This was because the star ranking system for professional hunters required significant achievements across multiple fields to advance from a 2-star hunter to the highest 3-star rank. Hunters aspiring to reach the 3-star level often consciously pursued expertise in 2 professional domains. Moro was somewhat intrigued by the idea of becoming a treasure hunter, or even a ruin hunter. In a sense, these professions legitimized activities like tomb raiding and archaeological excavation. Though professional restrictions would impose numerous limitations, Moro didn't care about profit. These roles aligned perfectly with his need to recharge his year wheel. Speaking of which, a commission that could get Kong involved. Moro's thoughts briefly lingered on the image of a woman dressed in concealing attire. Requesting the protection of a Zodiac member likely meant she was in significant danger. But why not take a land route? That would have been the safer choice. Was she constrained by some restriction, forcing her to use an airship instead? Moro didn't particularly care about the reason. What mattered was that he was now sharing an airship with such a volatile situation. If her enemies were desperate enough to blow up the entire airship, wouldn't that be the end of him too? Although the airport's security measures were strict, they couldn't account for the variable of Nen abilities. Even without Nen, someone could simply target the airship's captain. Suddenly aware of the potential risks, Moro glanced out at the night sky through the window. It was too late to disembark. Elsewhere on the airship, screech, the sound of a pen dragging across a waxed floor echoed sharply. Under soft lighting, a man in work overalls crouched on the floor, meticulously drawing with a pen. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if each stroke required immense effort. Every line he drew caused the pen's tip to scrape against the floor, producing a piercing sound. It's done. The man, Muir, finally lifted his pen, slightly out of breath. On the floor in front of him was a series of strange symbols, arranged in a specific pattern to form a black design resembling electronic circuitry. Nearby stood a woman with her hair tied back, dressed as a bar worker. Muir, how many more spots? The woman glanced at the symbols on the floor. Muir, still catching his breath, replied, 2 more. Can you handle it? The woman stared at him intently, waiting for a definitive answer. Muir twitched slightly, stowing the pen. The hardest part of using divine script is how time-consuming, labor-intensive, and mentally draining the process is, especially for applications involving spatial Nen. But for me, it's manageable. So, can you handle it? The woman frowned, briefly eyeing Muir's still labored breathing. She only needed a clear answer. Muir gave her an exasperated look and confirmed, yes, I can. But to be safe, I'll wait until midnight to finish the last 2 spots. Fine, I'm heading back. I've been away too long. The woman pulled out a buzzing phone. The airship's bar was currently at peak hours. As someone pretending to be a barmaid, she had used a fake relationship with the manager to slip away. Glancing at the caller ID, marked as the bar manager, she casually shoved the phone into her pocket and walked toward the bar. After a few steps, she stopped abruptly and turned back to Muir. Muir. Muir looked up at her. The woman said calmly, the prince told us our lives are more important than completing this mission. Muir's eyes flickered with confusion. But we can't think that way, she continued. We have to kill the 3rd princess here. It's a critical step. No need to remind me, Muir replied with a shrug. Her gaze sharpened. Some fools tried poisoning the 3rd princess, but that only shows another prince has intervened. Their interference has cost us the element of surprise. So be prepared to die for this mission. She locked eyes with Muir, her tone resolute. That means we must act before the airship reaches its next refueling stop. Guess I'll disembark when the airship lands to refuel. Staring at the night sky, Moro made up his mind. Just in case, he'd rather waste a bit of time than risk getting caught in someone else's mess. Though, maybe he was overthinking things. Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. 2 choices. Choosing to board this airship had been a decision based on the direct route's efficiency. If he disembarked midway, he'd have to factor in the time lost while arranging alternative transportation. Such delays were usually measured in days. In other words, it could mean losing several days and potentially compromising his goals in the ancient Guganu Empire. After careful consideration, Moro still decided to alter his travel plans. After all, this trip to the ancient Guganu Empire wasn't mission critical, at most, it was meant to scope things out. If he managed to find an opportunity to act from the sidelines, he could decide whether or not to seize it. But the likelihood of that was slim. Even just observing a clash between experts from a distance was incredibly rare. Ultimately, without sufficient strength, progress in certain situations becomes nearly impossible. With this in mind, every choice and decision had to yield to reality. Moro walked over to the desk holding the phone and picked up the itinerary booklet beside it. Flipping it open, his gaze skimmed past the marked locations on the flight path and settled on the specific note regarding the first refueling stop. It stated that the airship was expected to arrive at the first stop around noon the next day. Noon tomorrow, huh? Closing the itinerary, Moro glanced out at the night sky through the window. If he missed the pursuit and hunt between Silva and the Phantom Troupe, he could at least rely on Argo's intelligence network to get something done. That is, if he could get in touch with Silva, and if Silva would even accept intelligence assistance from an outsider. Given the extensive resources of the Zoldic family, they likely had their own dedicated tracking channels. It was even possible Silva had already clashed with the Phantom Troupe. Staring at the night sky, Moro quietly abandoned his plans for nightly training, returning to the sofa to sit in silent contemplation. When he had spare time and wasn't training, Moro would often meditate to map out the future development paths for his ability, Fraudulent Star Chiza Fei Sheng. This had become a habit of his. He could vaguely sense that after his death and rebirth, the emergence of Fraudulent Star had been unnaturally smooth and simple. So simple, in fact, that he instinctively felt its creation hadn't taken up any of his Nen capacity. This suggested that even if he developed additional effects for Fraudulent Star later, he likely wouldn't face the usual challenges or limitations tied to Nen capacity. With this possibility in mind, and to ensure the development of even rarer ability effects, Moro often meditated. At the same time, this practice helped further stabilize his mastery of Ten Chan. As time passed, second by second, he wasn't sure how much time had gone by when Moro suddenly opened his eyes and sharply looked toward the door. Just now, he had felt an unabashed surge of aura. Lower deck. It was late at night, and most passengers were asleep. Only a few lingered in the bars on the upper and lower decks. For Rokahara, nighttime was the perfect time to invade shadows. When a target was asleep, the time required to infiltrate their shadow was significantly reduced. Rokahara planned to stay up all night on the first day, taking control of as many people as possible. Once he gained control over all the passengers on the lower deck, he could begin infiltrating the upper deck, waiting for the perfect moment to act. Patience, to ensure the mission's success. Rokahara, like a maggot, burrowed into a passenger's shadow, repeating the same process over and over. So far, he had already taken control of nearly 50 passengers. As he prepared to target his 51st victim, he suddenly felt a burst of aura emanating from the upper deck. Aura from Nen, so blatant. Who could it be? Emerging from the dark shadow, Rokahara's body became visible as he gazed upward at the ceiling with a look of surprise. Kang's cabin. Saf, wake up, Talia called to the silver-haired woman. Saf was not the woman's real name. As the third princess of the ancient Guganu Empire, her identity was bound by strict royal laws. Technically, Talia shouldn't even address her by name, as doing so could carry a death sentence. However, given the urgency of their situation, the silver-haired woman, who was no fool, found the use of an alias acceptable under the circumstances. What's going on? Awakened by Talia's call, Saf sat up in bed, her demeanor calm and composed. By the door, Kong stood tall like a spear. Hearing Saf's question, he answered in Talia's stead, "Someone is trying to provoke us." Provoke us? A glimmer of confusion flashed through Saf's blue eyes. Isn't that unnecessary? Normally, yes. It would be unnecessary, but... Kong stared at the door, and midway through his explanation, he found himself at a loss for words. When it comes to anything involving Nen, conventional logic no longer applies. Their unknown opponent was broadcasting their aura with clear malicious intent, yet the act of provoking them seemed redundant. From a Nen perspective, it was possible the opponent possessed some form of counterattack ability. Acting recklessly might worsen an already disadvantageous situation. Given this, Kong surmised that their decision to board the airship was precisely the outcome their enemy had carefully orchestrated, trapping them in a situation where they had no choice but to engage. The realization made Kong frown. On one hand, he needed to ensure the safety of his client. On the other, the situation's constraints left them with few options and even fewer chances to maneuver. Even the space for probing their opponent was limited. That said, doing nothing wasn't an option either. But then, he still needed to explain the situation to Saf. What a headache. In just a few seconds, Kang's mind raced like a storm. Although Saf was aware of Nen's existence, her understanding was shallow. To Kong, trying to explain everything clearly would take far more than a few sentences. And explaining things wasn't exactly his strong suit. Saf noticed his sudden silence but didn't seem upset. Beside her, Talia, sensing Kang's difficulty, tried to explain in simpler terms, this provocation is a setup. The other side wants to force us to choose between counterattack and wait and see. I see, Saf nodded lightly, her expression calm. But if they've come prepared, won't any choice we make be within their expectations? That's the crux of the issue. Talia's eyes turned serious. Both she and Kong understood that while their opponent's actions left some room for maneuvering, the layers of constraints and traps had already put them at a disadvantage. So, there's no third option. Like, ignoring my safety altogether. Saf's tone was tranquil, as if she were discussing something trivial. Talia, Kong, -- Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. Assault X sound. Nen can only be fought with Nen. This is a fundamental principle. When facing an enemy who might possess a counterattack type ability, using manipulation Nen techniques to respond is often the optimal choice. However, both Kong and Talia are reinforcement Nen users. Fortunately, the innate high tolerance for error that comes with reinforcement Nen can reduce the risk of probing an opponent's ability to the bare minimum. Thus, what truly bothered Kong wasn't the enemy's potential ploy beneath their apparent bluff, nor the likelihood that the enemy had already prepared a counterattack type Nen ability. No, it was the situation itself. The constraints of ensuring the client's safety combined with the inescapable environment. These factors tied his hands and left him frustrated. Hearing Saf's calm statement at that moment did nothing to ease Kang's concerns. In fact, he felt an urge to roll his eyes, but he held back. Saying something like, "Don't worry about my life," sounded so casual. If this mission failed, Kang's professional reputation would be ruined. Without a word, Kong pretended not to have heard Saf's remark. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the door, as if willing his focus to pierce through it and locate the core of the enemy's aura. I've already submitted a report to the Hunter Association stating that the mission has been successfully completed. Saf's voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Kong slightly. What? He turned to look at Saf, only to see her holding up her phone and giving it a light wave. Saf's expression remained as composed as ever. With a faint smile, she said, "You should be receiving confirmation of the mission's completion soon." Quote. Kong blinked in confusion as his phone buzzed softly in his pocket. Pulling it out, he found a notification confirming the mission's completion, along with a record of the substantial payment deposited into his account. "You're not afraid I'll run off now?" Kong looked up, his gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of skepticism, as if seeing Saf in a new light. Saf lowered her phone, ignoring Talia's concerned expression. A subtle smile appeared on her cool, composed face. "The assassin gave you a choice, so I'm giving you a choice as well. Even if you decide to flee, I'll accept that outcome." Her tone was steady, and she even deliberately avoided using the word escape. There was no need for reverse psychology. This was simply Saf's heartfelt decision. TCH. Kong pocketed his phone, smirking faintly. If a royal like Saf was willing to gamble her life on the line, why should he be hesitant? Run away. What a joke. Such an act would stain the reputation of a professional hunter. Kong would rather force himself to rewrite 1,000 papers on Nen theory than resort to something so disgraceful. "Talia, take care of her." Leaving those words behind, Kong stepped out the door. The hallway outside was short, barely 3 meters long, ending in a spacious lounge with a sofa. As soon as Kong left the room, he saw a man standing in the lounge. This man was the source of the aura. Well, you've finally come out," the man said with a faint smirk. It was Maul. Kong took 2 steps forward, his aura flaring visibly. "You look pretty relaxed for someone about to die." Scary, Maul replied, his smile unwavering. Despite maintaining a casual demeanor, the overwhelming strength of Kang's aura left Maul feeling an intense sense of danger. Even with his counterattack-based spatial Nen ability and the pre-applied enhancement from his God Glyph, Maul couldn't muster enough confidence. It wasn't just because of Kang's status as a member of the Zodiac 12, his sheer Nen intensity was overwhelming. Seeing it up close was far more convincing than any rumors. If your attack lands, I'll die on the spot, won't I? Mo began to manifest his full aura, but part of it remained reserved for the god glyph, leaving his visible Nen at less than half of Kang's. This glaring disparity in Nen levels, however, wasn't enough to predict the battle's outcome. The unpredictable nature of Nen meant that fights often depended on factors beyond raw power. Kang remained expressionless as he took another step forward. Based on the visible aura difference, Kang knew he could easily knock Mo out with a single punch. But if Mo possessed a counterattack type ability, recklessly launching a full power attack could be disastrous. Engaging a counterattack-based opponent required patience. The worst mistake was to bet everything on the first move. Even if Kang could defeat Mo in one blow, he might inadvertently trigger a Nen condition that would cause significant harm to himself. First, figure out the enemy's ability. It might not even be counterattack-based. A simple probing strike was worth the caution. Kang calculated his approach methodically. In battles between Nen users, the first exchange was often a cautious test, like feeling your way through a fog. If Kang had full information about Mo's ability, he wouldn't need to tread so carefully. The fight was about to begin. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the entire airship. The sound came from behind Kang, inside the room he had just left. Kang's eyes narrowed sharply. He realized instantly that someone had violently breached the ceiling to enter Saf's room. What? In the split second Kang was distracted by the noise, Mo exploited the opportunity. He sidestepped swiftly, closing in on Kang, and drew a long, slender fruit knife aimed directly at Kang's carotid artery. This maneuver was clearly premeditated, designed to capitalize on the smallest opening to strike with lethal intent. Kang reacted instinctively to the surge of killing intent, delivering a reflexive counterpunch. But as his fist connected, Kang realized something was wrong. Bam! His hastily thrown punch struck Mo's extended elbow with overwhelming force. Crack! A sickening snap echoed as Mo was sent flying backward. Without sufficient aura to defend his arm, his bones shattered into a pulverized mess. But Mo grinned. That bastard set a trap. Kang's expression darkened as he noticed the surrounding environment ripple like water. The walls, ceiling, and furniture were still there, but everything was now tinged with a sickly yellow hue. At the same time, pain shot through Kang's arm, leaving it limp. A quick glance at his right arm confirmed the worst. It was Mo's counterattack ability, a spatially triggered damage-sharing effect. This was trouble. Bam! Another loud crash shook the airship. Moro, walking down a hallway, felt the floor tremble beneath him. Such a blatant attack. He glanced back toward the source of the sound, knowing it was coming from Kang's location. Good thing I wasn't too close, or I might have been caught up in it. Turning away, Moro stopped outside the cockpit. Nen radiated outward from Moro, forming a sphere that extended through the floor, walls, and ceiling, probing the cockpit's interior. Oh! Sweeping his N through the captain's room, Moro immediately sensed something was off. That much commotion, and yet, there was no panic or reaction from anyone inside. They've been controlled, Moro mused silently. Power Stones, 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. Probing X awareness. The worst case scenario had happened. A blatant attack, carried out without any regard for the passengers, reactions or safety. When Moro felt the burst of aura earlier, his first instinct was to check the airship's control room. As he approached the area, a deafening noise echoed across the entire airship. Moro had no interest in investigating the source of the sound, nor did he want to get caught in the chaos. His only concern was whether the airship could land safely. However, after using N to scan the area, he realized that the captain and other crew members in the control room were likely under someone's control. This was possibly the worst-case scenario. Sir, please return to your room immediately and wait for further instructions. A sudden, urgent voice echoed from the opposite end of the hallway. Moro turned to see a young woman in a flight attendant uniform rushing toward him with a worried expression. His eyes quickly scanned her. Nothing appeared amiss. However, he raised a hand and formed a marble-sized sphere of aura at his fingertip. Without any concern for her reaction, he flicked the aura ball toward her. The moment the sphere left his finger, the flight attendant's body froze mid-motion. Her head tilted slightly back, and her eyes rolled into her head. Moro narrowed his eyes. The aura sphere passed harmlessly by her ear and struck the far wall at the end of the hallway with a faint sound. This was a basic probing attack, a simple aura ball incapable of breaking through even the most basic Nen defense. From the beginning, Moro had no intention of letting it hit her. Yet, her response caught him off guard. Thud, the flight attendant collapsed to the ground, her body twitching as her eyes remained rolled back. As Moro observed closely, he noticed something strange. The shadow cast by her body in the corridor's light vanished into thin air. The moment the shadow disappeared, the flight attendant's life ended. She was nothing more than a lifeless corpse now. Manipulation type. Moro instantly confirmed his suspicion, casting a glance at the control room door before returning his gaze to the corpse. The ability to control the flight attendant seemed to be linked to shadows. Furthermore, the controlled individual had displayed behavior, speech, and aura indistinguishable from that of a normal human. Without the flight attendant's panicked reaction, detecting her true nature at first glance would have required adopting a ruthless, kill first, ask questions later, approach. Yet her reaction was puzzling. Manipulators typically cared little about the lives of their controlled targets. Most manipulation abilities, excluding suggestion-based or contract-based ones, essentially robbed the target of their life the moment control was established. So why withdraw the ability so suddenly before the controlled target was harmed? It felt like the manipulator was avoiding something, perhaps a fear of the consequences. For example, if the controlled individual were harmed, the damage might directly transfer back to the manipulator. Could this be a soul possession type manipulation ability? Such an ability would allow the manipulator to fully inhabit the target's body, achieving perfect disguise and real-time sensory feedback. However, this type of ability would also likely carry the severe drawback of damage being directly transferred to the user. If this were true, it could explain the earlier behavior. To further confirm his theory, Moro formed another small aura sphere at his fingertip and flicked it at the corpse's head. Thud, the aura sphere struck the head with a soft impact. Moments later, blood trickled from the corpse's skull. The ability was definitely deactivated, Moro murmured. He turned his attention back to the control room door, deep in thought. If the attacker's primary target was Kong, why bother sending a controlled flight attendant to stop me? Was it an attempt to ambush me, or simply to prevent me from entering the control room? Mulling over the possibilities, Moro extended his N once more and approached the door. As a user of the emission category, Moro found N relatively easy to learn, making it an invaluable tool in situations like this. His earlier suspicion about the flight attendant stemmed from the commotion caused by the attacker, as well as what he had already detected in the control room. Two people, still no reaction. Breaking the lock, Moro pushed the door open and entered. Inside, he immediately spotted two figures in captain's uniforms standing at the airship's control console, likely the captain and co-captain. They were surrounded by faint traces of Nen, their bodies rigid as they mechanically operated the controls. Moro's gaze dropped lower. In the room's artificial light, there were no shadows beneath their feet. Tap, tap, Moro stepped closer, his movements deliberate. The captain and co-captain showed no reaction to his presence. They continued operating the airship like mindless puppets, their eyes void of life and filled with nothing but white. Driven by commands, Moro muttered to himself, observing their behavior. It seemed there were two modes of control at play. One mode involved a soul possession technique, allowing the manipulator to perfectly mimic the target's behavior, senses, and speech but likely carrying significant risk. The other mode turned people into simple puppets that acted purely on commands. However, this mode made the controlled individuals more conspicuous due to their blank eyes and lack of shadows. If the manipulator doesn't reveal themselves, it'll be a pain to locate them. Moro frowned. While N was an excellent technique for searching, it consumed significant stamina and mental energy. Considering that a battle had already broken out on Kang's side, using N to methodically locate a manipulator hiding somewhere on the airship was unrealistic. If only he knew how to land the airship, things would be much simpler. In a lower cabin room, a figure was bound to a chair, unconscious. Overhead, the light cast a long shadow across the floor. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dark shadow, Rokuhara. I've been discovered. Rokuhara's expression darkened. Under normal circumstances, his ability would have allowed him to gradually take control of all the civilians on the airship, turning the entire vessel into his domain, Shadow's refuge. Then, when the time was right, he could activate his control switches to overwhelm Moro and capture him alive. But the unexpected chaos caused by the battle between two other groups had completely disrupted his plans. Worse still, Moro had already begun piecing together the nature of his ability. Capturing the target had just become significantly harder. Power Stones. 20 Advanced Chapters. Patreon.com/Mileson. 0 comments 0 vote. Moro's new discovery. Moro possesses two abilities related to manipulating shadows. Puppet manipulation technique. Removes a person's shadow and controls their actions through commands. Beheading within the mind technique. Invades and takes control of the target's body via soul infiltration. Moro's conjecture had been correct. When using the beheading within the mind technique, if the controlled body is injured or killed, the damage is synchronized directly to Moro himself. This is why, when Moro's probing attack landed, Moro reacted so strongly, immediately withdrawing his ability and forfeiting any further opportunity to act. Thinking back on his rushed response earlier, Moro couldn't help but feel regret. Recalling the situation carefully, he realized that if he had stayed calm, he could have noticed that the trajectory of Moro's projectile had slightly deviated. If he had maintained his composure and kept his disguise, he might have achieved his goal. But it was too late to change things now. Although I failed. Lowering his gaze, Moro's right thumb rubbed the hilt of his blade as he contemplated Moro's deliberately off-target projectile. Would someone avoid causing unnecessary harm when faced with uncertainty? This was something he could use. Moro pushed away his regret. Even if his abilities had been partially exposed, he still had room to maneuver. With this thought, Moro gathered his aura, stepping into the black shadow before him. His entire body sank into it, vanishing completely. Moro's shadow stream technique allowed him to traverse freely through the shadows of ordinary people within a certain range. However, this ability could not coexist with the puppet manipulation technique. This was because those controlled by the puppet manipulation technique lacked shadows. Similarly, if he cancelled the beheading within the mind technique, the controlled individual would die instantly, losing the shadow needed for the shadow stream technique. This explained why some people in the room had been tied to chairs. After entering the shadow, Moro used the shadow stream technique to select his next target for the beheading within the mind technique. A defense officer aboard the airship. At that moment, inside the airship's monitoring room, a defense officer anxiously stared at the many surveillance screens, clutching a walkie-talkie and reporting the situation to his colleagues. Suddenly, the officer's expression froze, his body immobilized mid-action. Moro had seized control of the officer using the beheading within the mind technique. Click. Moro turned off the walkie-talkie and activated the public address microphone. Attention, passengers. Attention, passengers. The airship is currently under attack by an unidentified group. However, the situation is under control, and our defense team is handling it. There is no need for alarm. For your safety, please proceed to the upper-level cockpit as soon as possible. I repeat, all passengers are requested to head to the upper-level cockpit immediately. Using the officer's body, Moro broadcasted the announcement to the entire airship. Afterward, he turned off the microphone, glanced upward, and looked at the screen displaying the cockpit surveillance feed. He had only embedded activation switches into 50 or so individuals. Unless the switches were triggered, these people remained unaffected and appeared completely normal, serving as potential stepping stones for the shadow stream technique. With the broadcast, Moro resolved the problem of how to direct the passengers to Moro, including those he hadn't yet controlled. Soon, a large crowd of passengers would pour into the cockpit. This would allow him to maximize the chaos and exploit his latent puppets to the fullest. It was an almost unsolvable scenario for Moro. Unless Moro gave into bloodlust and eliminated everyone, passengers and crew alike, just to remove the potential threat. You'll head to the cockpit right away, won't you? To force the airship to land. Moro stared at the monitor, watching Moro. I won't let you succeed. Now, show me how you'll respond, Fixing his gaze on the surveillance feed, Moro suddenly noticed Moro looking directly at the camera. For a fleeting moment, Moro felt as though their eyes met. He noticed. Realizing this, Moro's expression stiffened, and he watched as the screen began to shake violently before turning into static. Moro had destroyed the cockpit camera. Quote. Moro frowned deeply. Although he believed his plan was foolproof, he also had a sense that things wouldn't be that simple. In the cockpit, Moro didn't pay much attention to the earlier broadcast. How peculiar, he murmured. What intrigued him more was the obvious targeting involved. To prevent him from interfering with the airship's navigation, the enemy had gone to great lengths. With such abilities, wouldn't it make more sense to go after Kong? Wait, something doesn't add up. Moro glanced at the broken surveillance camera. From the initial energy fluctuations and the general direction of the commotion, it was clear that someone had targeted the person Kong was protecting. That was Kong of the 12 earthly branches, a renowned hunter. Yet, despite dealing with someone of Kang's caliber, the enemy had diverted resources. And not just a small amount, significant resources. This realization struck Moro like a bolt of lightning. The individual controlling the captain and making the broadcast might not even be after Kang's client. From the very beginning, they were targeting him. Almost fell for it, Moro muttered, his expression sharpening. If not for Kang's presence, he might not have deduced this so quickly. With this realization, Moro shifted his focus to the controlled captain and first officer. He had already studied them carefully. The person controlling them was using a command-based manipulation ability. This type of manipulation usually worked on puppets. The captain and first officer were already dead. Until the manipulator issued a new command, they would continue executing their last directive without deviation. For now, Moro abandoned the idea of safely landing the airship. He also decided to leave the cockpit. Initially, his plan had been to stall the manipulator using a defensive strategy. His reasoning was that the manipulator's power likely came with certain limitations. A multifaceted ability, while versatile, inevitably came with proportional constraints. Two forms of manipulation, combined with the capacity to control large numbers. Moro surmised that the manipulator must bear the heavy cost of heightened energy consumption. Had Moro been aware of Moro's deductions, he would undoubtedly have felt a chill. After all, Moro operated in the shadows, while Moro was in the light. The asymmetry of information was significant. Yet, even amid the chaos, Moro was able to discern the truth. Thunk. Moro, having revised his strategy, opened the cockpit door and walked out before the passengers could flood in. As he expanded his N, he moved toward the earlier energy fluctuations. He needed to confirm Kang's situation and plan accordingly based on the evolving circumstances. In the worst-case scenario, he had to prepare for the possibility of the airship's destruction. On his way toward Kong, Moro's N detected the presence of Nen energy. Moro's gaze snapped to the viewing platform outside. On the floor, roughly 10 meters away, a series of cryptic symbols glowed faintly with Nen energy. Divine script. Moro didn't understand divine script, but he could recognize it, one of the perks of being a traveler from another world. Why would divine script appear here? Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesan. 0 comments 0 vote. The time of the cicada's new molt. Divine script refers to symbols or formations carved with Nen, resembling talismans or magic arrays. It is typically used to enhance or assist Nen abilities, with applications ranging from amplification to sealing. However, because divine script is obscure and difficult to learn, combined with its laborious and time-consuming setup, very few people are willing to invest the effort to master it. Once mastered, though, divine script allows Nen users to achieve feats otherwise impossible. For instance, in the original work, the Greed Island game relied heavily on divine script to expand the limits of various abilities. This enabled the manifestation of countless NPCs and objects, each with unique capabilities, within the domain of the script. Without divine script, even with the combined efforts of 11 Nen users, creating a game as vast as Greed Island, let alone maintaining and operating it, would have been nearly impossible. Greed Island's creation is perhaps the clearest example of the value and effectiveness of divine script. Yet, within the broader narrative, divine script has a weak presence and is rarely utilized. This suggests that very few Nen users are willing to study divine script, or perhaps it is a discipline few even have the opportunity to encounter due to educational or cultural barriers. Moro's observations. Moro had no knowledge of divine script, but as a transmigrator, he had a general understanding of its purpose. In his opinion, Divine Script's low usage rate might stem in part from its inherent limitations, most notably range. For example, imagine painstakingly preparing a complex magic array, expecting it to perform well against an enemy, only for the enemy to avoid stepping into it altogether. In this scenario, not only would your effort be wasted, but you would also have to destroy your own Divine Script afterward. This is because every line of Divine Script you create takes a portion of your energy capacity. If the script remains unused, it's crucial to recover that expended energy before a battle begins, otherwise, it's akin to starting the fight with one arm tied behind your back. This limitation makes Divine Script less valuable in combat and more useful in strategic applications. For most NEN users, the time and energy required to master Divine Script would be better spent refining advanced NEN techniques. Discovery of the script. At this moment, Moro accidentally detected Divine Script inscribed in a corner of the observation deck. He was taken aback. Why would there be Divine Script here? Moro's first thought was of the unidentified NEN user targeting him and the enemies Kong was confronting. If anyone here had the means to carve Divine Script, it had to be one of them. As for why Kong wasn't considered, Moro reasoned that Kong lacked proficiency in disciplines like math and linguistics and, as a bodyguard on assignment, was unlikely to have done it. The other possibility was the tall, muscular female bodyguard accompanying Kong, but her likelihood seemed low. Fixing his gaze on the Divine Script radiating NEN energy, Moro, based on his deduction, naturally felt the urge to destroy it. He wasn't sure what destroying the Divine Script might do, but he was certain it would benefit him. The cicada's molt. The surrounding scenery, even the air itself, was suddenly dyed yellow. Looking around, the world resembled a faded photograph. The time of the cicada's molt. This was Muir's offensive conjuration ability. When Muir was injured by an enemy, his ability would activate immediately, pulling the enemy into a mirror-like NEN space that reflected reality. The damage Muir had suffered would then be shared equally with the enemy. This NEN space lasted 60 seconds. If the total damage Muir suffered before activation is represented by A, then within the 60 seconds, Muir must deal damage greater than A to his opponent. If he succeeded, all the damage he had endured would be fully healed the instant the NEN space disappeared. However, if Muir failed to meet this condition, he would be forcibly plunged into a state of Zetsu for 60 minutes when the NEN space ended. Shame, I only took one of your arms. Inside the yellow-tinged mirror space, Muir expressed slight regret but then shook his head with a self-satisfied grin. He looked at Kong, whose brow was furrowed, and chuckled. No, I shouldn't be disappointed. The fact that I managed to cripple one of your arms despite your vigilance is already the best outcome. Quote. Kong glanced at Muir's limp right arm but remained silent. Muir beckoned with his hand. What's wrong? Not going to attack me? Your ability's activation condition is far too simple. Having been dragged into the NEN space, Kong confirmed the damage-sharing effect of Muir's ability and chose not to act rashly. Though concerned about his client's safety, he remained calm and composed. Oh, Muir's smirk widened as he nodded in agreement. Yes, it is simple. All I have to do is create a situation where you're forced to fight back. Then you're bound to be pulled into my NEN space. Even if you had held back earlier, I would have charged into the room, leaving you no choice but to retaliate. The result wouldn't have changed. Unless. Here, Muir's tone shifted, intrigued. How strange, how strange. You're just letting me prattle on without taking action. Aren't you worried about that noble princess of yours? Or are you afraid of triggering the damage-sharing effect again? Cut the theatrics. Simple activation conditions, a damage-sharing mechanism, and a mandatory NEN space. Kang's eyes grew sharp, and he replied coldly. Based on the principle of equivalent exchange in vows and restrictions, I don't know what price you're paying, but this NEN space clearly can't last more than 30 to 60 seconds. If it exceeds that time limit and hasn't dissipated, it means your damage-sharing effect has already expired. Quote. Muir's expression shifted. This change was deliberate. As expected of one of the 12 earthly branches, your experience is impressive. Muir dropped his mocking demeanor and, with great effort, used his left hand to clap against his immobile right hand. When the NEN space was activated, the damage-sharing effect had already ceased. The 60-second duration marked the limit of the time of the cicada's molt. Once the NEN space ended, there would be no need to worry about the damage-sharing effect. Kang's analysis was flawless. Under normal circumstances, Kang had no reason to rush. Even if his client outside the Nen space was under attack, Kang didn't lose his composure. His experience allowed him to swiftly discern the nature of Muir's ability. In a battle of abilities, Muir should have been the one under time pressure, as he needed to fulfill the conditions within 60 seconds. That's how it should have been. However, Muir had prepared 7 divine script formations in advance, extending the Nen space's duration to 300 seconds. And from the beginning, Muir had no intention of meeting the conditions to heal his injuries. He was willing to risk his life, just to ensure that Kang was tied down for more than 60 seconds. Power Stones, 20 Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/milesan. 1 comments 0 vote, you truly are a genius. The task of killing the third princess. The prince whom Moro served had only instructed them to complete this mission while preserving their lives as the top priority. If the task was impossible, survival came first. Moro never questioned the prince's thoughts. From his perspective, the prince's instructions meant one thing. He needed to stay alive to maximize his value as a pawn. Moro was willing to be a pawn, as long as he could bring value to the prince. However, as his companion Ida had pointed out, the prince didn't want to see them sacrifice their lives for a mission. But both Moro and Ida were even more unwilling to disappoint the prince. Killing the third princess was absolutely critical. With that in mind, Moro had decided to offer up his heart while inscribing the divine symbol. Of course, if they could achieve their goal without dying, neither he nor his companion would choose death. They still wanted to follow the prince, to see him ascend the steps to the throne. But reality was unforgiving. Standing in their way was one of the 12 Zodiac hunters, specializing in combat. Without the resolve to stake their lives, how could they overcome this obstacle and complete the mission? So, when Time of Cicada Molt was activated, all of Moro's tricks, his bluffing, feints, and false bravado, were aimed at distracting Kang, misleading his judgment, and buying more time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Kang managed to pinpoint the exact timing with unnerving precision. Even a delay of just a few dozen seconds would have helped, but Moro had no such luck. So, once the 60 seconds were up, every additional second he could survive mattered. The longer he held on, the better Ida's chances of success. His only regret was that he hadn't been able to lure Kang into causing him more severe injuries before activating his ability. But that was unavoidable. If he hadn't used the basic defense of his Nen aura upon being attacked, he wouldn't have met the ability's activation conditions. The crux of the problem lay in Kang's anticipation. Even in his hasty counterattack, he instinctively avoided Moro's vital spots. If it hadn't been for the backup plan of having Ida use brute force to break into the room, compressing Kang's reaction time, Moro doubted he could have dragged Kang into the Nen space at all. The 12 Zodiac hunters truly lived up to their reputation. This praise was genuine, but Moro couldn't help feeling sorry for Ida. Sorry, Ida, if I'd managed to make this guy take more damage, your survival odds after completing the mission would have been higher. While Moro had accepted his own death, he firmly believed Ida could finish the job. Moro lowered his gaze, then looked back up at Kang. 12 Zodiac Tiger, according to the information I have, you should be an enhancement type. But after fighting you, you're nothing like I expected. Kang's expression remained impassive. What are you trying to say? That you think all enhancement types are just reckless brutes charging blindly ahead? Moro countered, aren't they? Most enhancement types he'd encountered relied on their high attack and defense capabilities, acting fearlessly in battle. For Moro and his companion, such opponents were their favorite prey, easy to exploit. Did an enhancement type eat all your rice or something? Kang heard the disdain in Moro's voice and widened his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, he silently counted down in his head. The Nen space hadn't disappeared yet. At least he didn't have to worry about some counterattack involving shared damage. After finishing his 60-second mental countdown, Kang immediately acted on his judgment, charging straight at Moro. At the very moment of his advance, Kang's seemingly unremarkable frame erupted with an aura like that of a tiger descending the mountain. Facing this, Moro finally saw the traits of an enhancement-type fighter. Even if I didn't divert my aura into the divine symbol, there's no way I could block this. Just one look, and Moro understood the vast gap in combat ability. This was the most troublesome thing about enhancement types. But Moro had never planned to engage Kong directly. Channeling his aura into his legs, he turned and sprinted away, creating as much distance as possible. The Nen space's rules restricted the area. He couldn't jump off the airship or play hide and seek for long. I just need to hold out for another minute or two. Moro focused solely on running, avoiding direct combat. The ability, Time of Cicada Molt, required him to deal damage within the first 60 seconds to activate its full potential. As such, Moro had invested heavily in enhancing his mobility. For now, his evasive tactics kept him out of Kang's grasp. But if he were caught, a single strike could very well kill him. And so, the two began a chase across the upper level of the airship. With Nen abilities affecting the situation, their mental states gradually shifted. The one feeling pressure was no longer Moro, it was Kong. Though Kang's victory was almost certain, he still had to consider the safety of his client, Safu. Does this guy's Nen ability have such an effect? As he pursued Moro, Kang's concerns grew. The 60 seconds had passed, and the Nen space still hadn't vanished. This confirmed that Moro's damage-sharing ability was no longer active. Yet even after another 30 seconds, the space remained. Kong frowned. Unaware of Moro's resolve to die while buying time, Kong grew increasingly frustrated. At the 38-second mark of the chase, Kong finally saw an opening. He threw a powerful punch, cloaked in an intense aura, directly at Moro's back. In response, Moro spun around and raised his left arm, channeling all his aura into it as a shield. Boom, crack, the punch shattered Moro's left arm entirely and sent him flying backward. You want to know how long this Nen space will last? As Moro fell to the ground, he ignored his injury, smirked, and answered his own question. 5 whole minutes. From the moment you stepped in, there was no way you could protect that princess. Kang's heart sank, but he ignored Moro's words and charged forward again with relentless speed. Moro's smile turned mocking. Though both of his arms were now useless, he estimated he could hold out for 1 more minute. That's enough. Just as Moro had this thought, the golden hue of the surroundings abruptly faded, vanishing like a receding tide. Both Moro and Kong were stunned by the sudden change. As the golden hue disappeared, they found themselves back in the original location. Near the entrance to the hallway, a new figure stood. It's him. Kong recognized the young man. It was Moro, who had hidden his identity as a Nen user when boarding. Moro calmly observed the scene. His gaze briefly swept over the now dormant divine symbol on the wall, where a painting had once hung. It seems my judgment was correct. Moro's eyes turned to Moro, whose aura was visibly dimming. He said flatly, destroying the divine symbol might not benefit me, but it certainly creates trouble for a disruptor. You. Moro stared at Moro, disbelief written across his face. Moro raised his hand slightly, then glanced at Kong. Terrorists are the worst. Leave him to me. Kong snorted. You're a damn genius. Without hesitation, Kong turned and rushed into the room. Now, in the vast lounge, only Moro and Moro remained. -- Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. Download the app for greater interaction. You can chat with me about my writing experience apart from the comments section. Miles. Download app now. Huge gains. For Kong, the sudden appearance of Moro was an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Without Moro's intervention, Kong wouldn't have faced personal danger, but he would have been delayed in the Nen space. And at that moment, every second counted. The safety of his client, Safu, depended on it. With just a glance at the situation, Kong shifted his focus to Safu in the room and, following Moro's suggestion, left more for Moro to deal with. Before making this decision, Kong had a brief moment of hesitation. After all, he had fought Moro before. Leaving aside the tricky mechanisms of Moro's Nen ability, his mastery of techniques like flow in close combat clearly showed he wasn't weak. However, Kong quickly dismissed his worries upon considering Moro's current condition. Both of his arms were useless. Trusting Moro, he decided to let him handle Moro. For Moro, however, Moro's sudden arrival wasn't just a surprise, it was an absolute disaster. Moro had meticulously planned everything, even putting his life on the line, just to trap Kong in the Nen space for as long as possible. When the plan was progressing smoothly, Moro's only thought was to trap Kong for as long as possible. Even 1 more minute would help. If not a minute, then at least 30 extra seconds. With this mindset and resolve, Moro had been ready to die contentedly after fulfilling his purpose. But all of this was destroyed by Moro's sudden arrival. Anger, frustration, disbelief. These emotions twisted together like a tangled thread, distorting Moro's face. He had been prepared to embrace death after proving his value. It was supposed to end that way. You deserve to die. Moro's bloodshot eyes burned with rage. The light-hearted attitude he'd shown earlier was gone, replaced by a fierce desperation. At this point, stopping Kong was already a lost cause. Even killing Moro seemed impossible. His Nen aura was rapidly dissipating. In just another second, he would be forcibly thrown into Zetsu. This was the penalty for failing time of Cicada Molt. Moro noticed that Moro's aura had receded completely in just 2 seconds. His first thought was that Moro's Nen ability had a restrictive backlash. It was the only logical explanation. When Moro's aura finally vanished completely, the words, "unexpected windfall," flashed through Moro's mind. Looks like I came at the right time. Ignoring Moro's murderous gaze, twisted with fury, Moro calmly raised his hand and formed a Nen orb the size of a ping-pong ball. To Moro, anyone capable of standing their ground against a combat specialist from the 12 Zodiac Hunters couldn't be weak. Such a foe could bring an enormous amount of experience points. Moro, now in Zetsu, had no aura left to reinforce his body. Though he couldn't see Moro's Nen orb, he instinctively sensed danger. Die. Having lost everything, Moro launched himself into a final, desperate charge. With his arms hanging uselessly at his sides, his face twisted in anger, he charged at Moro like a vengeful ghost. Moro's response was a casual toss of the Nen orb. The orb, which would have been negligible to Moro in his prime, now felt like a crushing mountain bearing down on him. Splat! The Nen orb struck Moro's head, and the sheer force caused his skull to explode instantly. With a heavy thud, his lifeless, headless body collapsed to the ground. Moro maintained his throwing posture for a moment before glancing at the back of his hand. LV.7 right pointing arrow LV.18. The sudden surge in levels left Moro momentarily stunned. Level 18 already. Before he could fully process this, the aura surrounding his body visibly grew stronger, expanding slightly outward. This was the tangible reward of his skyrocketing levels. Moro's eyes widened slowly. Not only had his visible aura strengthened, but his overall potential aura reserves had increased noticeably. Before the upgrade, he could sustain intense combat for roughly 5 minutes. Now, at least 10 minutes. Is this considered a lucky break? Feeling the changes from his level up, Moro glanced at the headless corpse on the ground in surprise. For a single enemy to take him from level 7 to level 18, the potential strength of this Nen user must have been extraordinary. But the exact answer was unknowable now. What was clear was that, at his previous level, Moro would never have been able to defeat this Nen user in a direct fight. This realization only strengthened Moro's sense that he had stumbled onto a fortunate opportunity. But after a moment of reflection, Moro reminded himself. His success wasn't purely luck. He had earned this outcome through a series of deliberate actions. If he hadn't rushed to the cockpit immediately, if he hadn't noticed the clues despite the lack of information, if he hadn't decisively followed Kong to this location, he wouldn't have broken the divine symbol along the way, nor would he be standing here to reap the rewards now. While luck had played a role, it was his choices that brought him here. Moro clenched his fist tightly, savoring the thrill of his level up. An 11-level jump would save him an enormous amount of training time. But just as Moro was celebrating, the headless corpse on the ground began emitting a dark, ominous aura. Moro immediately noticed and turned to face it. From the corpse's mangled neck rose a wisp of black Nen, floating like a will-o'-the-wisp and radiating a sinister energy. A post-mortem Nen ability. Moro's pupils narrowed as Moro's twisted, rage-filled face flashed through his mind. Extreme emotional turmoil or obsession could cause a Nen user to leave behind residual Nen after death, driven by their lingering will. This post-mortem Nen ability often targeted the killer. It was Moro's first time encountering such a phenomenon. Watching the black wisp approach like a ghostly flame, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Having no prior experience dealing with such occurrences, Moro's thoughts turned to the clock tattoo on the back of his hand. If the tattoo could absorb the residual Nen from Nen-imbued objects, perhaps it could absorb post-mortem Nen as well. With no other options, Moro decided he would have to try if avoidance wasn't possible. But before he could act, the black flame suddenly veered away from Moro, heading straight for the room where Kong had gone. Moro turned his head, watching as the post-mortem Nen streaked toward the room, a strange emotion stirring within him. Throughout both life and death, he had felt More's murderous intent directed at him. Logically, the post-mortem Nen should have sought to drag him down to the grave as well. Yet its target was clearly elsewhere, the room where the princess was located. In an instant, Moro understood. He looked at More's headless corpse with a complicated expression. More than unleashing his final rage, More prioritized his original mission. What kind of obsession does it take to make such a choice? Power Stones. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milezan. 1 comments 0 vote. Flipping the table, More's post-mortem Nen flew into the room. What consequences this would cause, Moro didn't know and didn't plan to investigate. He had come here and helped Kong solve a difficult problem for one reason, to ensure that Kong could focus on landing the airship safely. Both shared the same objective. The precondition was that Kong had to be free to act. Moro glanced at the open doorway leading into the room. From his position, he couldn't see the interior clearly. But he could sense the clash of auras inside. Should I go in? Moro hesitated briefly. The Nen user he'd killed earlier had caused his level to skyrocket. If there was another opportunity like that, Moro thought it might not even matter whether he eventually made it to the great nation of Guganu Jade. While Moro was considering, tensions within the room surged. More had sacrificed himself to trap Kong in the Nen space, while his companion Ida had entered the room by breaking through the ceiling. However, there was still a bodyguard, a reinforcement type, protecting Safu. It would be difficult for Ida to eliminate a reinforcement type within a single minute, but with another minute, it wouldn't have been impossible. And indeed, that was how things unfolded. By the time Kong burst back into the room, Talia, who was protecting Safu, was critically injured and barely holding on. This was 2 minutes after Kong had been trapped. More. Out of the corner of her eye, Ida saw Kong rush into the room and understood that More had given his life. If she could just gain another 5 seconds. But there were no ifs in this situation. The mission had to be completed. From the start, she and More had a backup plan to ensure the mission's success. Ideally, they would have both survived to continue serving the prince. But now, under the current circumstances, Ida felt neither sadness nor regret, only an unyielding resolve to fulfill her objective. She abandoned the faint hope of survival in an instant, redirecting all her willpower toward completing the mission. Ignoring Kang's attack, she threw herself toward Safu, who was shielded by Talia. Though Talia was gravely injured and barely able to stand, her determination and resolve to protect Safu rivaled that of More and Ida. Fueled by her desperate will, Talia moved to intercept Ida, willing to use the last of her strength and life to buy the critical seconds Kong needed to arrive. Just hold on for 3 seconds, no, 2 seconds. Fearless in the face of death, Talia's sole thought was to endure until Kong could take over her duty as Safu's protector. She would not fall until Safu's safety was assured. Summoning her remaining Nen energy, Talia unleashed a final surge of power, hoping for a turnaround. But the sight that followed crushed her hopes, leaving her stunned and despairing. In the brief flash of blinding light caused by an explosion, Talia realized the terrible truth. Ida had explosives on her body. Yes, in her final moments, Ida calmly detonated the explosives she had smuggled onto the airship using her disguise as a crew member. Since survival was no longer possible, she had nothing left to lose. She flipped the table. The flash of light disappeared as quickly as it had come, followed by a wave of searing flames and a powerful shockwave that engulfed Ida, Talia, and Safu in an instant. Kang's expression changed drastically. He raised his left arm to shield his face, but the shockwave still sent him flying. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Moro heard the deafening explosion. Moments later, the residual shockwave surged out of the room, rushing down the corridor like a dragon and heading toward the lounge. The short distance gave Moro ample time to react. As soon as the explosion occurred, Moro's expression shifted. He flipped over a couch and crouched behind it, covering himself with his Nen aura while using the couch's additional protection. Boom! The shockwave turned the entire lounge upside down. When the chaos subsided, flames had ignited flammable items like the carpet, filling the area with smoke. Moro stood up from behind the couch, looking at the devastation around him. His pupils trembled, and a sense of relief washed over him. But the unsteady floor beneath his feet signaled the severity of the situation. The airship might crash due to the explosion. Moro frowned, deeply concerned, before turning his gaze toward the corridor. There, he saw Kong lying on the floor, his body charred in several places, his condition uncertain. Inside the room, the aftermath of the massive explosion left the entire room in ruins, filled with fire and thick smoke. In a corner, Talia's body was mangled beyond recognition, lifeless. But beneath her, faint groans could be heard, Safu's. In the explosion's final moments, Talia had used her dying breath to shield Safu, preserving her life. However, before the explosion, Talia had been too focused on Kang's return to notice a wisp of post-mortem Nen flying toward her. This powerful, lingering will from Mor passed through the flames and smoke, heading straight for where Talia's body lay. The next moment, Safu's weak voice abruptly stopped. In the corridor outside the room, Kong shook his head and struggled to his feet. Ignoring his injuries, he ran through the thick smoke and into the room. He soon found Talia's body and Safu, who was pinned beneath her. Both were dead. Kang's expression darkened. "I'm sorry," he murmured to the corpses before glancing at the slanted floor. Clenching his fists, he quickly left the room, now nearly filled with smoke. Back in the corridor, Kong immediately spotted Moro standing in the lounge. He ran up to him and asked, "What's your name?" "Moro." Seeing Kong rush out of the room, Moro had already guessed why. He couldn't help but wonder who Kong had been protecting. Whoever it was had drawn such powerful Nen users, and led to a catastrophic, table-flipping finale. Kong reached Moro, glancing at the headless body that had been thrown farther down the corridor. Then he looked back at Moro. "Moro, right, you know who I am, don't you?" Quote. Moro silently admired Kang's sharp instincts before nodding and offering some flattery. "The 12 Zodiac Hunters of the Hunter Association, who wouldn't recognize you?" "Then I don't need to introduce myself. Come with me, we're going to find the captain." Kong paid no attention to Moro's flattery. Seeing the aftermath of the explosion, his first thought was to locate the captain and force the airship to land. Moro stayed where he was, sighing. "That's exactly why I came looking for you." "What do you mean?" Kong frowned in confusion. Moro quickly explained the situation in the cockpit. After hearing everything, Kang's face darkened even further. Creak. An ear-splitting noise came from up ahead as the airship swayed violently. Moro steadied himself and said, "This explosion, it might force the manipulator to land the airship." No sooner had he spoken than the floor tilted sharply again. It was clear the airship had reached a dangerously unstable angle. It seemed it was about to crash. Moro and Kong exchanged a glance, each seeing the grim determination in the other's eyes. 50 Power Stones. 5 bonus chapters. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milezan. 0 comments 0 vote. Even if life is as fleeting as dust. Above the endless expanse of white clouds, an airship billowed with smoke and fire, its frame tilted dangerously, on the verge of plunging into the sea of clouds. Inside the airship, screams echoed. The terror of a disaster at such heights gripped the passengers and crew like merciless hands squeezing their hearts. Under the oppressive shadow of death, some gave up in despair, some screamed helplessly, while others, in a frenzy, clung to the faintest hope for survival. Yet, faced with the impending crash, even the strongest will to survive seemed as insignificant as an ant underfoot. Hearing the passengers' panic-stricken cries, Moro and Kong reacted in starkly different ways. Moro climbed the sloping floor in silence, heading toward the observation deck. As the airship teetered on the brink of destruction, the fate of the other passengers was all too clear. In Moro's mind, only one thought remained: self-preservation. There was no room for anything else. Kong glanced toward the source of the cries, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. After a brief sigh, his expression hardened. Dwelling on the powerless was meaningless. The hesitation vanished as he quickened his pace to catch up with Moro. The two arrived at the observation deck, one behind the other. From their vantage point, all they had to do was look up to see the smoke and flames creeping dangerously close to the massive gas chamber above the airship. Seeing this, both Moro and Kong tensed. That gas chamber was like a giant bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Suppressing his unease, Moro moved along the wall to the edge of the deck and looked down at the clouds just within reach. The next moment, the tilting airship plunged into the cloud layer, and a powerful gust of wind whipped through Moro's hair and clothes. Gripping the railing tightly, Moro leaned over, peering below. Through the thinning clouds, the vast earth came into view, the rushing wind carrying a suffocating sense of dread. From thousands of meters above the ground, even with Nen abilities, there was no sense of safety. Staring at the distant ground below, Moro thought he would feel his heart race or an uncontrollable fear, but instead, he was unexpectedly calm. Kong stepped behind Moro and said gravely, "Whether we live or not depends entirely on our skills." At a moment like this, even hoping for luck felt like a luxury. Even as a reinforcement-type user, Kong couldn't guarantee a safe landing from such a height. Moro glanced back at Kong, then up at the gas chamber, which could explode at any second. Time was too short for hesitation or planning. Moro had envisioned the airship crashing earlier, but the current situation was even more perilous. "Let's exchange contact information." He took out his phone and looked at Kong. Kong nodded. "All right, if we both make it to the ground, I'll contact you immediately. If you die, I'll try to take care of your remains." "Well, thanks for that," Moro said, his eyelid twitching slightly. Kong, oblivious to the sarcasm, replied earnestly, "Don't mention it. After all, we're comrades now." Quote. Moro paused before asking, "Your number?" Braving the strengthening wind, Kong recited his contact number. Moro quickly dialed it, letting it ring once before ending the call. "Take care." Pocketing his phone, Moro nodded slightly at Kong, then leapt from the deck, his body slicing through the sky like a javelin. With the airship on the verge of exploding, there was no time to second-guess whether his survival techniques would work. Watching Moro's figure plummet, Kang's eyes briefly showed admiration. Then, glancing back at the gas chamber, complex emotions churned within him, a mixture of regret and guilt. After standing still for 2 or 3 seconds, Kong released his grip on the railing and leapt into the soft white clouds below. He spread his arms and legs, allowing air resistance to slow his descent. From his current altitude, he could still see Moro falling below. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out above. Kong and Moro instinctively flipped midair to face upward, their eyes snapping toward the source of the blast. Before them, the airship erupted into a massive fireball, brilliant and blinding, suspended in the sky. Moro watched the enormous fireball expand, fragments of the airship's frame scattering in all directions. Though it was distant, he couldn't help but feel that among the debris were fragments of human bodies. So often, human life seemed as insignificant as dust. Only with power in hand could one grasp the chance to change. Flipping back to face the ground, Moro spread his limbs to slow his fall. Deceptive starfall. He aimed his right palm downward, conjuring a glowing green Nen orb before launching it. Whoosh! The orb shot downward, stopping abruptly 100 meters below. 1 second later, the orb seemed to reverse time, rocketing back toward Moro, who had now fallen closer. As the orb approached, Moro channeled Nen into his right hand, where the clock-like tattoo was engraved. Boom! The orb struck his hand, releasing a blast of force that sent Moro spinning upward. Not enough. Struggling to stabilize himself midair, Moro fired another orb downward, this time concentrating more Nen into his palm. Boom! The returning orb struck again, but the force was less violent this time. Still not enough. Analyzing the feedback from the clash of Nen energies, Moro fired another orb, increasing the concentration of Nen in his palm further. Boom! This time, the impact felt almost gentle. The energy from the orb was so finely balanced with the Nen in Moro's palm that it created a strange moment of equilibrium, briefly halting his fall. When the energy levels were perfectly matched, it significantly reduced Moro's downward momentum. This works. Having confirmed his technique, Moro felt a sense of relief. Above him, Kong witnessed Moro's maneuvers with wide eyes and an open mouth, letting the wind rush in. This guy. Meanwhile, in a stone chamber illuminated by glowing pearls. The rectangular room had a square platform in the center, built with ascending steps. On the platform stood a harp with a jade-like body and ebony strings. Suddenly, the strings plucked themselves, their sound as clear as a mountain spring before turning into a storm-like frenzy. With each fierce vibration, black Nen energy swirled from the harp, coalescing into a humanoid shape. Gradually, the figure took form, revealing Safu's appearance. Safu slowly opened her eyes, a mix of familiarity and surprise flashing across her face as she looked at the harp. Confusion soon replaced her initial emotions. 50 power stones. 5 bonus chapters. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Mileson. 0 comments 0 vote. The Dark Sonata. In the stone chamber, the resonant harp music gradually faded. What followed was the sharp, successive snapping of strings. The pitch-black strings of the harp broke one by one in front of Safu, or rather, her true name, Eve. When the final string snapped and flew apart, the chamber fell into silence. At the same time, the dark Nen energy emanating from the harp slowly dissipated until it vanished completely. Eve's eyes were filled with confusion, as though she couldn't piece together why she was here. Yet, she vaguely remembered the brush of death she had experienced. In the silence, she turned her gaze to the harp, its strings all broken. On the harp's pillar was an old, filthy sheet of sheet music that starkly contrasted with the harp's pristine, jade-like body. The Dark Sonata, solo for harp. In the foggy recesses of her mind, the words surfaced unexpectedly, piercing through the mist like a ray of sunlight. I'm still alive. Her voice, soft and murmuring, echoed in the chamber. The confusion in Eve's eyes gave way to calmness. She reached out and ran her fingers along the harp's body, and a star-like glimmer of Nen energy appeared at her fingertips, a physical manifestation of Nen. Returning to the world through a method as unique as shaping her body with harp music, the third princess of the ancient kingdom of Guganu Jade awakened her Nen abilities naturally. The sealed memories of the harp and the music score also resurfaced in her mind. Before her return to the world, Eve hadn't fully understood the harp's or the music's powers. She had certainly never imagined such a scenario. Eve harbored no fear of death and didn't flinch at its approach. In her view, humans on the path of opposing certain forces naturally risked confronting death. It was only right and inevitable. Ironically, among the non-Nen users who also faced death, those who feared it the most perished like specks of dust. Meanwhile, Eve, who neither feared nor resisted death, was alive and breathing. So, this is the power of Nen. Her fingers glided across the harp's pillar and reached the empty pegboard. With a flick of her Nen-imbued fingertips, she conjured a single glowing harp string, attaching it to the harp. Perhaps due to the visualization of her Nen abilities, a rare trace of excitement flickered in Eve's otherwise calm eyes. In a dense forest, near the border of the Republic of Minbo, separated by an ocean from the kingdom of Guganu Jade, Moro was plummeting from the sky. Seeing the dense canopy of trees below, his tense heart finally relaxed. Free falling from thousands of meters. While Nen's versatility offered ways to survive, many uncontrollable factors could still lead to disaster before landing safely. Fortunately, the airship was still over the Republic of Minbo's territory and not above the open sea. From above, Moro looked down at a sprawling forest, its expanse bathed in silvery moonlight. As the ground drew closer, Moro launched a returning Nen orb to counter his momentum. Even so, he fell the last 100 meters straight into the forest floor. With a deafening crash, Moro hit the ground like a cannonball, shattering the forest's tranquil night. Rustle, a flock of birds scattered into the night sky, and nocturnal beasts fled in every direction. Thud, a centuries-old tree, unlucky enough to be Moro's landing point, toppled under the immense force of the collision. Moments later, Moro emerged from the dense canopy, surveying his surroundings. Towering trees loomed overhead, their trunks glowing faintly in the moonlight that filtered through the gaps in the leaves. A soft mist drifted through the forest, covering mossy stones and fallen branches. In the distance, a winding stream snaked its way through a field of scattered rocks, disappearing into darkness. After briefly scanning the area, Moro pulled his gaze back. Concerned about Kong Zai's condition, he took out his phone, only to find it cracked and powered off from the impact. Kong Zai should be fine. Putting away the damaged phone, Moro reasoned that if he had survived, Kong Zai likely had as well, unless Kong Zai had the bad luck to fall into a swamp or a sinkhole. This place should still be in the Republic of Minbo. Moro approached the nearby stream. The Republic of Minbo, one of the 5 great nations, was located 2 countries away from Heaven's Arena. Judging by the airship's trajectory, Moro guessed he had landed somewhere within the vast territory of the Republic of Minbo. The exact location, however, remained unclear. Getting out of this unfamiliar forest would not be an easy task. With a sigh, Moro began walking along the stream. After some time, Moro emerged from the forest and onto a flat clearing. Ahead was a mist-covered lake, its surface dotted with reflections of stars. Wild animals gathered along the lake's edge, illuminated faintly by the starlight. Scanning the area, Moro's attention was drawn to several white deer with massive, coral-like antlers. The antlers, as intricate as interwoven branches, gleamed under the moonlight, making the deer stand out among the other animals. Moro had no intention of disturbing the animals drinking peacefully by the lake. He surveyed the nearby area, searching for a suitable place to rest. Bang, bang, bang. As Moro scouted, gunshots rang out from across the lake. Startled by the noise, the animals scattered in panic. Moro turned toward the source of the shots and saw the white deer collapse to the ground. Moments later, several armed men emerged from the forest. Watching from afar, Moro stepped behind a tree, his ears picking up the men's excited chatter and their comments about the loud noise earlier. The loud noise must have been the crash he caused when landing. Listening further, Moro heard the men speak about striking it rich, likely referring to the value of the white deer they had just killed. After some thought, Moro stepped out of hiding, deciding to approach the men to gather information. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, about 10 kilometers away, a massive ball of human bodies, formed from a dozen tangled individuals, plummeted into a lake, sending a towering spray of water into the air. As the spray settled, bodies began floating to the surface. Splash! A sudden burst of water broke the surface. Rokuhara emerged, gasping for air, his gaze fixed on the dense forest along the shore. Dash 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 dash. 50 power stones. 5 bonus chapters. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. An encounter. Humans controlled through puppet manipulation lacked shadows, but their strength could be enhanced with Nen. Before the airship explosion, Rokuhara hid inside the shadow of an ordinary person, using a dozen puppet-controlled humans to encase the individual. Together, they plummeted into a lake. Despite the cushioning effect of the puppets, Nen-enhanced bodies, several were damaged on impact. The ordinary person encased within, however, died instantly. Rokuhara emerged from the shadow space and swam toward the shore. The puppet-controlled humans, following his command, also moved toward the shore. Once on land, Rokuhara collapsed against a tree, exhaustion etched on his face. The complex nature of his ability, Shadow Without Return, allowed for versatile applications but came with a steep price, excessive Nen consumption. After such an ordeal, Rokuhara was nearly drained of both physical stamina and Nen energy. Damn it, only 7 left. He looked at the 7 barely functional puppet humans and ground his teeth. In that chaotic situation, he had so little time to act. Had he managed to buy just a few extra seconds, he might have been caught in the explosion himself. Under those dire circumstances, keeping even 7 puppets intact was a remarkable outcome. Still, Rokuhara was furious that these disruptions had affected his mission. At this point, Moro's whereabouts were entirely unknown, let alone any opportunity to strike again. Sighing deeply, Rokuhara calmed his frustration and closed his eyes to rest. He had missed a golden chance to act, but that didn't mean his mission was a failure. Once recovered, he could always find another opportunity. Bathed in moonlight, Rokuhara leaned against a tree, the 7 motionless puppets surrounding him like lifeless sentinels. While Rokuhara was deeply fatigued, Moro, on the other hand, was in relatively good condition, both in terms of physical stamina and Nen reserves. This was thanks to the massive level boost he gained from claiming the head of the Nen user aboard the airship. Emanating Nen energy, Moro walked along the lakeshore toward the 3 individuals who had just killed the white-antlered deer. He hoped to gather information from them and borrow a phone. "Excuse me, everyone." To avoid startling them, Moro raised his hand and called out from a distance. At that moment, the 3 were enthusiastically cutting the antlers off the deer. Hearing Moro's voice, they froze, their faces darkening. Without hesitation, they grabbed their hunting rifles, immediately aiming toward the source of the sound. When they saw that the speaker was a dirty, disheveled-looking teenager, they exchanged glances. "It's just a kid, so what? He saw us. Should we kill him?" "Obviously. What do you think we're doing here?" The oldest of the three, a bearded man, made a quick decision. Poaching the white-antlered deer was a serious crime, with penalties determined by the weight of the animal. A single adult deer's coral-like antlers could mean a minimum of 20 years in prison. Killing someone who stumbled upon their crime was the simplest way to eliminate the risk. Without even bothering to ask why Moro was there, the bearded man's eyes filled with killing intent. He aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The suppressed gunshot still echoed across the lake. The bullet sliced through the air, heading straight for Moro. However, Moro had sensed the killing intent the moment it arose and dodged out of the bullet's path. The round flew past him and vanished into the darkness. The bearded man froze in surprise, quickly working the bolt to eject the still-warm cartridge. "What are you standing around for? Shoot him," he barked at his companions while aiming again at Moro. But Moro didn't give him another chance to fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several Nen orbs streaked through the air, closing the distance between life and death, and struck the three poachers square in the head. Blood sprayed as the three collapsed alongside their hunting rifles, their bodies hitting the ground with dull thuds. Moro approached the bodies, glancing briefly at the nearby deer carcass. Poachers. His expression remained indifferent. Moro didn't recognize the white-antlered deer, but the fact that these men had immediately fired at him suggested they were criminals engaged in illegal poaching. They likely didn't care why a teenager had appeared in the forest. All they cared about was covering their tracks. Crouching, Moro searched one of the bodies and retrieved a phone. He dialed Kang's number. Beep, beep. After a minute of ringing, there was no answer, and the call automatically disconnected. Moro tried a few more times but received no response. Could his phone have been broken, too? Unlikely. Someone like Kang should be proficient in advanced techniques like Shu, so his phone should have survived. Setting the phone down, Moro surveyed the faint mist around him. Surely, Kang hadn't been unlucky enough to fall into a swamp, right? The humidity in this area suggested the presence of swamps, so it was statistically possible. The thought of Kang plunging headfirst into a swamp flashed through Moro's mind, making him shiver. What a miserable sight that would be. Shaking his head, Moro sent a brief message to Argo and then pocketed the phone without waiting for a reply. He resumed searching the bodies. A handgun, cigarettes, a lighter, a compass. Setting aside the useful items, Moro rummaged through their backpacks and found some rations, water, and poached goods. Animal claws, multicolored beaks, and even a jar containing emerald green eyes. Examining these animal parts confirmed the men's profession. No wonder they were so ruthless. Moro glanced at the nearby corpses. He had intended to ask for directions, but these men had brought their fate upon themselves. Pulling a can of meat from one of the backpacks, Moro opened it and began eating. After a quick meal, he repacked the useful items and food into one of the bags. The claws, beaks, and severed antlers were left behind. Using the map he found in the backpack, Moro confirmed he was in a forest within the Republic of Minbo. Technically, he was an illegal entrant into the country. Carrying these valuable poached goods would only make him a bigger target. After tidying up, Moro suddenly sensed something. He grabbed the handgun and aimed it toward the dimly visible forest ahead, his other hand instinctively gathering Nen. Ever since killing the poachers, Moro had remained alert. Now, hearing faint noises, he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Rustle. A man pushed through the dense undergrowth, striding casually into view. Ignoring the gun in Moro's hand, the man glanced at the corpses, the half-cut antlers, and the scattered poached goods. His expression shifted slightly before settling into calm indifference. Finally, his gaze returned to Moro, and he said evenly, "Nice to meet you. My name's Benjamin, and I'm a gourmet hunter. Quote. Dash 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 dash. 50 power stones. 5 bonus chapters. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milesin. 0 comments 0 vote. Approach. Benjamin walked straight out of the woods, calmly facing the barrel of Moro's gun. This was Benjamin's demeanor, straightforward, natural, and devoid of hostility. Moro didn't lower his gun, and the Nen energy in his left hand remained at the ready. But he also didn't dismiss Benjamin's gesture of goodwill. Moro, treasure hunter. Since Benjamin had introduced himself fully, Moro decided on the spot to give himself the title of a treasure hunter. Benjamin nodded slightly, gesturing to the 3 corpses on the ground. I'm not here to hold you accountable, and perhaps it's redundant to ask, but I still need to confirm something. Moro, did you kill these people? Quote. Moro hesitated briefly, his eyes flicking inconspicuously to Benjamin's shadow. Then he gave a straightforward answer. Yes, I killed them. Given the scene, denying it would be pointless. Benjamin nodded again, this time with a faint smile. A few poachers. Good job killing them. With a simple statement identifying the corpses, Benjamin shifted his gaze to the nearby white deer and remarked, flower antler deer, a Class B protected species. Recently, its remains have been circulating frequently on the black market, which is why I'm here. Oh, picking up on Benjamin's implications, Moro asked casually, shouldn't this be the job of anti-poaching hunters? Indeed. Benjamin smiled faintly, explaining, but for those of us who work with ingredients as gourmet hunters, we also have a responsibility to protect the environment. If we encounter poachers, we can't just turn a blind eye. So, you came here specifically for them? Moro's gaze flicked to the corpses. For gourmet hunters, all ingredients come from nature, which gives them a duty to protect it. It made sense that a poaching team would attract the attention of a hunter who frequents remote forests. But Benjamin shook his head. Not entirely. Moro looked at Benjamin inquisitively. Benjamin paid no mind to the gun still leveled at him, walking directly toward the white antlers that the poachers had cut off the deer. Look at this, such a treasure. He picked up the coral-like antlers, his eyes gleaming. Moro raised an eyebrow slightly. Weighing the antlers in his hand, Benjamin glanced at Moro and said, if you hadn't killed them, I would have. Of course, I would have handed over their stolen goods, like these antlers, to the local forestry department. But these flower antler deer. He paused, his expression turning exceptionally serious. Must not be wasted. Quote. Moro blinked, surprised by Benjamin's frankness. For a moment, he wondered if Benjamin had been hiding nearby the entire time, waiting for the poachers to finish hunting. After all, gourmet hunters often venture into deep forests to find rare ingredients. Their skill with techniques like would be excellent. Benjamin's true motivation seemed to be finding an excuse to taste flower antler deer. Benjamin caught Moro's reaction, drew a blood-red boning knife from his sheath, and began trimming the antlers. He asked casually, Moro, are you thinking that I waited intentionally for them to kill the deer before stepping in? I didn't say that. Moro denied it immediately, though his gaze remained fixed on the blood-red knife in Benjamin's hand. Under the silver moonlight, Moro noticed a smoky aura lingering on the blade. The energy wasn't Benjamin's own but was attached to the knife itself. Clearly, the uniquely designed boning knife was a Nen item, and its energy was far from weak. Hearing Moro's reply, Benjamin sped up his work but admitted openly, still, I did wait deliberately. Moro's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Benjamin. All his talk about environmental responsibility, yet it turned out his real reason for being here was exactly as Moro suspected. Shaking his head slightly, Moro stepped back, increasing the distance between himself and Benjamin. Noticing this, Benjamin paused, then said calmly, there's no need to be so shocked. I'm a professional hunter. Whether it's cutting corners or justifying my actions, I'll do whatever it takes to get what I want. He raised the antlers toward Moro, pointing to a part he had just cleaned. The exposed inner section resembled a gelatinous, jelly-like substance. Even if you found these on the black market, they wouldn't be easy to buy. Trust me, this is a delicacy every gourmet hunter dreams of. If you pass on it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. So, want to join me for a taste? No, Moro declined without hesitation. He didn't wait to see Benjamin's reaction before lowering his gun and picking up the backpack he had filled with supplies. He wasn't sure if Benjamin was truly a licensed gourmet hunter, but Moro had already categorized him as an eccentric. His only thought now was to get as far away from this strange individual as possible. Stay and eat flower antler deer? Not a chance. Are you sure? Benjamin's expression remained calm as he casually asked again. Moro shook his head and pointed to the scattered poached goods. These are yours to turn in, along with the 3 poachers. You can take all the credit. Let their corpses justify your consumption of a Class B protected species. Whatever you do, it's none of my business. Then I won't hold back. Benjamin chuckled and resumed cleaning the antlers. Moro nodded slightly, slinging the backpack over his shoulder before retreating slowly toward the forest. Benjamin watched Moro's cautious retreat, his face calm, fully aware of Moro's vigilance. After a moment, Moro reached an open space bordered by several large trees. He glanced back at Benjamin once more. A professional hunter who will stop at nothing. With that thought, Moro turned and walked into the woods, disappearing quickly from view. Benjamin stared at the gap in the trees where Moro had vanished. He had hoped to draw Moro into sharing the guilt of eating a Class B protected species. But convincing him had failed. For a brief moment, Benjamin considered forcing Moro to stay, but the thought passed as quickly as it came. He could tell Moro was someone who deeply distrusted others, likely from dealing with people whose actions didn't match their words. Moro maintained just the right level of guardedness and distance. Such a waste, Benjamin muttered, narrowing his eyes slightly. He had a strange feeling they would meet again someday. 50 Power Stones. 5 bonus chapters. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milezin. 1 comments 0 vote. Unexpected encounters X Moonlit Onslaught. Benjamin's manifested aura is roughly at level 40. As he retreated into the forest, Moro quickly turned around and quickened his pace to move further away from the lake. The encounters with various Nen users after his rebirth, coupled with the growth in his manifested aura after leveling up, had given Moro a clearer understanding of levels. Using his own manifested aura as a reference, Moro estimated that Benjamin's level was around 40. Experienced Nen users often have their own methods for gauging an opponent's strength. Some might use mission difficulty ratings, while others might assign straightforward numbers or compare them to ranks in a game. Each person has their own way, but all methods rely on the evaluator's wealth of experience. Moro, however, lacked such experience. The only reason he could give a rough assessment was due to the numerical data provided by the age ring tattoo on his hand. Using his own level as a benchmark, Moro deduced that Benjamin was at level 40. He couldn't be entirely certain, but it was clear Benjamin's aura was on a higher tier. Although the strength of manifested aura doesn't completely determine a Nen user's combat ability, it's the most basic information observable before actual combat. From the moment Benjamin appeared, he had exuded composure. However, his aura showed no signs of slack, it remained in a state of heightened intensity. This immediately made Moro label him as someone deceptive. Not wanting to complicate matters further, Moro naturally chose not to linger. Still, he couldn't help but admire the knife Benjamin had used to carve the antlers. It wasn't just the Nen swirling around the crimson crystal blade, it was the blade's inherent sharpness. Moro was sure Benjamin hadn't used Ko to enhance the blade's strength while carving, which spoke volumes about its quality. Moro resolved to acquire a high-quality blade of his own someday if given the chance. Crunch. Moro stepped on a damp, rotting branch as he moved through the dense forest. Every so often, he glanced back toward the lake. Benjamin's sudden appearance had left him little time to carefully choose his direction. He had simply retreated into the woods. Now that he was within the forest, he decided to follow this path as far as it would take him. After walking several kilometers, the trees grew denser, the light dimmer, and visibility dropped as the moonlight struggled to pierce the canopy. Moro retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and continued on. The appearance of the poachers had solved many immediate concerns, such as survival supplies and tools. Never underestimate the dangers of wilderness areas, especially unexplored places like forests, mountains, grasslands, and deserts. Aside from fantastical beasts and other creatures, even an unassuming venomous insect could take a life silently. In such environments, survival knowledge is often more critical than Nen abilities. Moro had virtually no experience in wilderness survival. Most of his time since arriving in this world had been spent running his antique shop. Dealing with smooth-talking negotiators had led him to believe that people with thick skins were the most dangerous creatures. But here in the dense forest, he had to worry about being literally devoured. The flashlight beam pierced the immediate darkness but was swallowed by the distant shadows. All he could see, hear, and sense was darkness, dampness, and an eerie silence. The unsettling environment urged Moro to move faster. As he advanced, he stayed vigilant and periodically activated N to better monitor his surroundings. His N radius was only 20 meters. Given the high physical and mental toll of the technique, he couldn't maintain it for long stretches. By using it intermittently, Moro ensured his stamina and focus remained steady. Eventually, he noticed the moonlight breaking through gaps in the treetops. The thinning canopy signaled that the forest was becoming less dense. Bathed in silver light, Moro quickened his pace, soon emerging from the trees to see an expanse of open terrain. A lake shimmered faintly in the distance. Slowing his steps, Moro turned off his flashlight. Did I just walk in a circle? Seeing another lake made Moro suspect he might have gotten lost and returned to the same lake as before. To confirm, Moro closed his aura pores and entered Zetsu, softening his steps as he cautiously approached the forest's edge. From the shadows, he observed the lake, its surface reflecting the moonlight like rippling silk. Scanning the shoreline, he didn't see Benjamin or the Poachers' corpses. The terrain and vegetation also seemed different. This was a different lake. Relaxing slightly, Moro's gaze shifted to a willow tree draped in vines near the shore, about 200 meters away. Underneath the tree stood 7 motionless figures, with another person sitting against the trunk. That's... Moro's pupils contracted as he quietly crept closer along the tree line. As the distance closed, he could clearly see faint traces of aura on the 7 standing figures. Their aura was weak, and their stillness gave them an eerie, puppet-like quality. Then Moro's gaze fell on the person sitting at the tree's base, and he noticed something unusual. Under the moonlight, the 7 figures cast no shadows. Seeing this, Moro's expression hardened. Shadowless puppets, it's him. There was no doubt, this was the manipulator from the airship, the one who had controlled the passengers. The flowing man around the figure confirmed his identity. Remembering the attack on the airship, Moro felt a flicker of killing intent. To think his attempts to distance himself from Benjamin had led him straight to this target, what a twist of fate. Moro suppressed the urge to move closer, wary of exposing himself. At over 100 meters, he could still rely on the ricochet effect of his fraudulent shooting star. Fraudulent shooting star. Adjusting his angle, Moro fired 2 glowing green nan orbs into the air behind him. Moments later, the ricocheting projectiles whizzed past Moro and streaked toward the willow tree. Under the tree, Rokuhara's eyes snapped open as he noticed the incoming orbs. His pupils reflected the glowing light. At the same moment, the 7 shadowless puppets surged forward, forming a wall in front of Rokuhara to block the attack. The shooting stars collided with the human barricade, exploding into a storm of limbs and blood. When the dust settled, the once tightly packed wall was scattered across the ground in a gruesome display of severed limbs and blood-soaked grass. Rokuhara stared at the carnage, his pupils trembling. The puppets he'd painstakingly preserved were gone in an instant. Enraged but quickly regaining composure, Rokuhara stood and drew his sword. His gaze locked onto the forest where Moro stood. Still haven't had enough, Moro muttered, stepping out of the shadows into the moonlight. Spotting Rokuhara's ninja-like attire, a black hood and tight suit, Moro raised an eyebrow. A ninja. Rokuhara's outfit resembled that of a traditional ninja, but the katana in his hands suggested otherwise. Without a word, Rokuhara leveled his blade and charged. Dash 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 dash. 50 power stones. 5 bonus chapters. 20 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/milezin.